You've risen again. Another day, another chance to fight, another chance to build. Not everyone woke up this morning with breath in their lungs, fire in their soul, or the opportunity to rise from the ashes. But you did. And for that, be grateful. Because each day above the ground is another battle you've already won. To those returning to the GrimFace movement, welcome back. You already know why we're here. You felt the sting of the grind, the weight of discipline, and the fire of resilience that sets us apart. You are the wolves, the fighters, the ones who refuse to settle. Your loyalty to this mission, to this war against mediocrity, is what keeps this movement alive. To those joining us for the first time, this is not just a channel. It's not just a video. This is a movement. A call to arms for the black sheep of society. For the ones who dare to rise while the world sleeps. For the ones who refuse to bow to weakness or distraction. Here we don't chase comfort. We pursue power, discipline, and the freedom that only comes from mastery over ourselves. Today we're diving deep into the core of what it means to take control of your life, to master discipline, and to claim the ultimate reward, the power to live on your own terms. Together, we will uncover the truths the world doesn't want you to hear. Truths about patience, about progress, about the strength to resist temptation and endure pain for something greater. Lesson 1. The power of discipline. Discipline. A word that carries weight. A word that separates those who merely dream from those who conquer. You see, motivation is fleeting. It's a spark, a flicker of inspiration that ignites your ambition. But what happens when the fire fades, when the darkness of doubt sets in, and the path before you grows cold and desolate? That's when discipline rises. That's when the real work begins. Discipline is not a gift bestowed upon the fortunate. It's not a talent you're born with. Discipline is forged in the fires of your struggle, hammered into shape by your sacrifices, and sharpened by your unwavering commitment to the life you've chosen to create. It's the cornerstone of success, the foundation upon which empires are built, dreams are realized, and greatness is achieved. But make no mistake, discipline is not glamorous. It's not the applause of the crowd or the shining spotlight. It's waking up before the sun, grinding when the world sleeps, and pushing forward when your body screams for rest. It's saying no to fleeting pleasures for the sake of enduring triumphs. It's the voice that whispers, keep going, even when your heart is heavy and your legs feel like they'll give out. Discipline is a choice, a brutal, relentless choice that you must make every single day. It's not easy. It never will be. But nothing worth having ever is. Every sacrifice you make, every moment of pain you endure, brings you one step closer to mastery. Mastery of your craft, your destiny, and above all, yourself. You see, discipline is the ultimate power. It's what allows you to keep moving forward when others quit. It's what transforms a mere wish into a burning obsession. Discipline doesn't rely on feelings. It doesn't care if you're tired, unmotivated, or afraid. It demands action, no matter the cost. Do not wait for inspiration to strike. Do not wait for the stars to align, or for some mythical force to carry you forward. The only force you need is within you. The only permission you need is your own. Ask yourself, what do you want? Truly want? To rise above mediocrity? To conquer your fears? To leave a legacy that will echo through time? Whatever it is, it demands discipline. It demands sacrifice. It demands that you become the master of your mind, the commander of your will. And here's the truth. Discipline can be cultivated. It's not an inherent trait, not something locked away in the DNA of the elite. It's a muscle, weak at first, but capable of immense strength when exercised. Start small. Commit to one action, one habit, one choice. Then do it again, and again, Let discipline become your ally, your weapon, your salvation. The road ahead is long. It will test you, break you, and make you question everything. But those who endure, those who embrace the grind, emerge stronger, sharper, and unbreakable. So, the choice is yours. Will you succumb to the pull of comfort, the siren song of ease? Or will you rise day after day and build the life you were destined to live? Remember this: discipline is freedom. Freedom from excuses, from regret, from the chains of mediocrity. Discipline is power. The power to shape your reality, to dominate your circumstances, and to create the life you've always imagined. The fire will fade. The doubts will creep in. But when all else fails, let your discipline guide you through the darkness. Because discipline doesn't care how you feel. It only cares about results. Now rise, stand tall, and let the power of discipline transform you into the person you were always meant to be. Lesson 2. Understand the root of your habits. Habits. They rule you in ways you don't even realize. They shape your decisions, dictate your actions, and ultimately, they determine the trajectory of your life. Most people drift through their days, slaves to patterns they don't even recognize, mindlessly following routines they never chose. But you're not here to drift, are you? You're here to take control, to grab the reins of your life and steer it toward greatness. If you want to master yourself, you must first understand this truth. Your behavior is not random. It is guided by habits. These habits are not accidental. They are deeply rooted, hardwired into the core of your being. They've been built over years, perhaps decades, through repetition, reward, and reinforcement. They are the architects of your destiny, silent, invisible, and relentless. So ask yourself, what habits are guiding you right now? Are they pulling you toward your goals, or are they chaining you to mediocrity? Are they pushing you to grow, or are they holding you back in comfort and complacency? If you want to change your life, you must first confront your habits. You must understand their root, their foundation, their cycle. This is where the habit loop comes in. Cue, routine, reward. This loop is the blueprint of all behavior, the cycle that governs every action you take. Break it down, and you can break free. The cue, the trigger that sets your habit in motion. It might be a time of day, a feeling, a place, or a person. It whispers to your subconscious, igniting the spark that fuels your routine. Do you even recognize your cues, or are you blind to the forces that control you? The routine, the action itself, the behavior you repeat, day after day, week after week. It feels automatic, doesn't it? Like you're on autopilot, unable to stop yourself even if you wanted to. But routines are not set in stone. They can be rewritten, reprogrammed, redesigned. And then there's the reward, the reason you keep coming back. The pleasure, the satisfaction, the fleeting relief that locks your habit into place. Rewards are powerful. They manipulate your brain, embedding the habit deeper and deeper into your psyche. But here's the secret. The reward is never as satisfying as the cost. To break a bad habit, you must first expose it. Drag it into the light, analyze its loop, and rip it apart. What is the cue? How can you disrupt it? What is the routine? How can you replace it? What is the reward? How can you find something greater, something worth pursuing? And to build good habits, you must follow the same path. Create cues that trigger positive routines. Repeat those routines until they become second nature. Reward yourself, not with cheap, fleeting pleasures, but with the deep, enduring satisfaction that comes from progress, growth, and self-mastery. But understand this. Changing your habits will not be easy. It will be brutal. Your mind will resist. Your body will rebel. The old patterns will fight to reclaim their territory, whispering lies to keep you trapped in their grip. But you must be stronger. You must fight back. You must rewrite the story of your habits, one loop at a time. You must become the architect of your behavior, the master of your routines. It will take time. It will take effort. It will demand everything you have. But in the end, it will be worth it. Because habits are not just actions. They are who you are. Change your habits, and you change your identity. Build habits of discipline, and you become disciplined. Build habits of strength, and you become unbreakable. Build habits of success, and you become unstoppable. So dig deep. Look within. Confront the roots of your behavior and tear them apart, piece by piece. Rebuild yourself from the ground up, forging habits that will carry you to the heights you were meant to reach. The habit loop is not your enemy. It is your tool. Use it, master it, and let it transform you into the person you've always known you could be. You are not a slave to your habits. You are their creator. Now take control, rewrite the loop, and watch as your life changes forever. Lesson 3. Motivation versus discipline. Motivation is a liar. It seduces you with whispers of excitement, promises of energy, and visions of triumph. It makes you feel unstoppable, until it doesn't, until the fire burns out, until the high fades, leaving you stranded in the cold reality of your struggle. You see, motivation is fleeting. It's a fickle companion, here today and gone tomorrow. It abandons you the moment things get hard, the second discomfort creeps in. And when it leaves, what are you left with? Nothing. Nothing but the empty echoes of dreams unfulfilled. This is where discipline takes the stage. Discipline is not flashy. It doesn't make grand promises or stir your emotions. It doesn't care how you feel or what excuses you've prepared. Discipline is cold, unyielding, and brutally effective. It doesn't need motivation to show up. It simply gets the job done, day in, day out, no matter the circumstances. Motivation will get you started, but discipline will keep you moving forward. Discipline is the steel spine that carries you through the days when inspiration is nowhere to be found. It's the unshakable force that propels you toward your goals, even when the path is steep and the weight unbearable. And here's the truth. If you want to succeed, you cannot rely on motivation. You cannot wait for the stars to align, for the perfect moment, or for some magical surge of energy, because that moment may never come. The perfect conditions do not exist. The only thing you can rely on is the systems and routines you build for yourself. The discipline you create, brick by brick, through relentless effort. Systems are the secret weapon of the disciplined. Systems don't care if you're tired. They don't care if you're unmotivated or afraid. They are mechanical, methodical, and ruthlessly efficient. Systems turn your goals into actions, your actions into habits, and your habits into results. Without a system, you are a slave to your whims. You wake up each day hoping, praying, that motivation will strike. But hope is not a strategy, and prayers will not build your empire. A system will. Think about it. When was the last time motivation carried you through a challenge? When was the last time inspiration showed up on a cold, dark morning, urging you to rise and grind? It doesn't work that way. Discipline does. Discipline doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't wait for the right mood. It doesn't flinch in the face of adversity. It shows up every single day. It's there in the early mornings, the late nights, the lonely hours when no one is watching. Discipline is your weapon against mediocrity, your shield against failure. So stop chasing motivation. Stop relying on something as fragile and temporary as inspiration. Instead, build your systems. Forge your routines. Create a structure so strong, so unbreakable, that it carries you through even the darkest of days. This is not about feelings. This is about results. Discipline is not glamorous, but it is powerful. It doesn't crave attention, but it demands respect. And it will deliver you to heights you never thought possible. Motivation is fleeting. Discipline is eternal. Choose wisely. Because at the end of the day, the world doesn't care how inspired you felt. It only cares about what you've done. Now ask yourself, will you wait for the fire to reignite? Or will you become the fire? Will you let your fleeting emotions control you? Or will you take control of your destiny? The choice is yours. Rely on systems. Build your discipline. And let your actions, not your feelings, define the life you create. Lesson 4. Start small and build momentum. Greatness doesn't begin with grand gestures. It doesn't start with giant leaps or earth-shattering moves. No, greatness begins in the shadows, with small, almost invisible steps. The kind of steps that no one notices, the ones you take alone in the dark while the rest of the world sleeps. You see, most people dream of massive, sweeping transformations. They want the shortcut, the miracle, the one bold move that will change everything overnight. But here's the harsh truth. That's not how success works. That's not how mastery is forged. The path to greatness is a long, winding road, and it begins with one step. A small, deliberate step. A step that feels insignificant in the moment, but holds the power to transform everything. This is the power of starting small. When you focus on small, consistent actions, you create momentum. You build something real, something unstoppable. Because momentum is a force greater than motivation, greater than inspiration. Momentum is the engine of progress, and it grows stronger with every step you take, no matter how small. Think of the Kaizen method, the art of continuous improvement. Kaizen doesn't demand that you change your life in a day. It doesn't ask for perfection or impossible feats. Kaizen asks only for progress. Gradual, consistent progress. 1% better every day. That's all. And yet, that's everything. Because when you improve by just 1% each day, the results compound. The small, manageable steps you take today will multiply over time, creating an unstoppable wave of transformation. But let me be clear. Starting small doesn't mean staying small. Those first steps, as insignificant as they may seem, are the foundation for something far greater. They're the spark that ignites the fire. They're the roots that grow into towering strength. Do not underestimate the power of small actions. Every push-up, every page read, every dollar saved, every line written. These are the bricks that build your empire. These are the seeds of your success. But here's the catch. You must start. You must take that first step, no matter how small, no matter how uncertain. You must move, even when doubt creeps in, even when the road ahead feels endless. Because inaction is the enemy of progress. And waiting for the perfect moment, the perfect plan, the perfect feeling, it will leave you stuck in the same place, day after day, year after year. Starting small requires humility. It requires patience. It requires the willingness to do the unremarkable, the mundane, the thankless work that no one else wants to do. But that's what separates the few who achieve greatness from the many who never will. And as you take those small steps, something incredible happens. You build confidence. Every action, no matter how tiny, is a victory. A declaration that you are in control, that you are moving forward, that you are capable of far more than you ever imagined. This is how the cycle begins. Small steps lead to momentum. Momentum builds confidence. Confidence fuels action. And before you know it, those small, seemingly insignificant steps have carried you farther than you ever thought possible. So stop waiting for the perfect moment. Stop dreaming of massive leaps and start with what you have, where you are, right now. Focus on progress, not perfection. On the next step, not the entire journey. The Kaizen method doesn't ask for much, only that you keep going, that that you take one step today and another tomorrow, that you choose progress over excuses, action over paralysis, discipline over comfort. Remember this: the road to mastery begins small, but with every step, with every action, you grow stronger. You build momentum. And once that momentum takes hold, there is nothing, not fear, not doubt, not failure, that can stop you. So take the step, plant the seed, start small and build something unstoppable. Because the small actions you take today are the foundation of the greatness you'll achieve tomorrow. Lesson 5. Develop clear goals. Wandering aimlessly through life is a slow death. Without a destination, without a purpose, you're a ship lost at sea, drifting wherever the waves take you. And the waves, they don't care about your dreams, your potential, or your ambition. They'll drag you into mediocrity, into stagnation, into failure. This is why you must have clear goals. Not vague wishes, not fleeting desires, but goals that are sharp, specific, and undeniable. Goals are your weapon against chaos, your shield against distraction, your compass in a world designed to pull you in every direction except the one that matters. But let's get one thing straight. Goals without clarity are useless. They're like firing arrows in the dark. No matter how strong your shot, you'll miss every time. Clarity is your light. It illuminates the target, sharpens your aim, and ensures every ounce of your effort hits where it matters most. This is where the SMART framework comes into play. Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. It's not a gimmick. It's a system, a blueprint to build a life of purpose and precision. Specific. What exactly do you want? Don't say, I want to get in shape. Say, I want to lose 20 pounds of fat and build lean muscle. Don't say, I want to make more money. Say, I want to earn an additional $50,000 this year through my side business. Vagueness is your enemy. Specificity is your ally. Measurable. How will you track your progress? Without measurement, you're flying blind. Numbers don't lie. Metrics don't care about your excuses. They tell you if you're moving forward or standing still. Track everything, because what gets measured gets improved. Achievable. Set goals that stretch you, but don't break you. Aim high, but keep your feet on the ground. Unrealistic goals breed frustration, and frustration leads to quitting. Success is built step by step. Don't sabotage yourself by leaping too far too soon. Relevant. Why does this goal matter? What's its purpose in the grand scheme of your life? If your goals aren't aligned with your values and vision, they'll become hollow pursuits, draining your energy without fulfilling your soul. Relevance keeps you focused, grounded, and aligned. Time-bound. Deadlines create urgency. Without them, procrastination takes over, and your goals become wishes that fade into nothingness. Give yourself a deadline, make it real, and then attack it with everything you have. But goals alone aren't enough. They're only the beginning. A clear goal is a roadmap, but a roadmap without action is just a piece of paper. Discipline is the fuel that drives you forward. It's the bridge between where you are and where you want to be. With clear goals, you don't have to waste time wondering where to focus your energy. You know exactly where discipline is needed and how to apply it. Every decision, every action becomes deliberate, intentional, and meaningful. Ask yourself, what do you truly want? Not what others expect of you. Not what society says you should want. What you want, deeply, unapologetically, and relentlessly. Write it down. Break it into steps. Turn it into a plan. And then commit. Commit like your life depends on it. Because it does. Without clear goals, you'll drift. You'll flounder. You'll waste years chasing distractions and wondering why you're unfulfilled. But with clear goals, you become unstoppable. A force of nature. A predator with its eyes locked on the prize. This is the power of clarity. It eliminates doubt. It cuts through hesitation. It transforms your dreams into reality. But only if you act. Only if you fight. Only if you refuse to settle for anything less than what you've set out to achieve. So, define your goals. Sharpen them like a blade. Make them specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. And then unleash your discipline with ruthless precision. Because life doesn't reward the aimless. It rewards the focused, the relentless, the ones who know exactly what they want and stop at nothing to get it. Your goals are your roadmap. Discipline is your engine. Now drive, faster, harder, and farther than you ever thought possible. The future you want is waiting, but only if you have the clarity and the courage to claim it. Lesson 6. Practice delayed gratification. The world whispers to you, doesn't it? Promising you comfort, ease, and fleeting pleasures. It tempts you with shortcuts and distractions, urging you to indulge in the moment and forget about the future. It wants you weak, dependent, and blind to the price of instant gratification. But you're here because you crave something more, something deeper, something real. And the truth is this: nothing worth having comes without sacrifice. Nothing enduring comes without pain. If you want to rise, if you want to build a life of purpose, power, and greatness, you must learn to embrace the art of delayed gratification. Delayed gratification is a weapon most are too weak to wield. It is the ability to say no to the cheap thrill, to the easy escape, to the empty indulgence. It is the power to look temptation in the eye and walk away. It is the skill of prioritizing what you want most over what you want now. Make no mistake, this is a battle between your higher self and your lower impulses, a battle between the fleeting satisfaction of the present and the enduring rewards of the future. Most people lose this battle. They give in to the siren song of instant pleasure, only to wake up one day surrounded by regret, wondering where it all went wrong. But not you. You are stronger than that. You are capable of resisting the temptations that keep others enslaved. You understand that every time you indulge in what's easy, you're selling your future for a moment of comfort. Every time you choose what feels good now, you're robbing yourself of what could be extraordinary later. Think about it. What do you truly want? Is it success, wealth, mastery, fulfillment? Whatever it is, it demands a price, a steep price. And the currency is your discipline, your patience, your willingness to endure discomfort today for the sake of triumph tomorrow. The ability to delay gratification is not innate. It is cultivated. It is earned through practice, through failure, through the relentless pursuit of something greater than your momentary desires. Start small. Skip the junk food for a meal that fuels your body. Turn off the screen and work on your craft. Save your money instead of spending it on things that bring you nothing but clutter. Each act of restraint is a victory, a step closer to becoming the person you were meant to be. But don't mistake this for deprivation. Delayed gratification is not about denying yourself joy. It's about investing in joy that lasts. It's about choosing the pain of discipline over the pain of regret, the pain of hard work over the pain of mediocrity. It's about understanding that the long-term rewards, the success, the freedom, the pride, are worth infinitely more than the fleeting pleasures you sacrifice. The path of delayed gratification is not easy. It will test you. It will demand strength you didn't know you had. But every time you resist temptation, every time you say no to the distractions and yes to your future, you grow stronger. You sharpen your focus. You build momentum. And here's the secret. Over time, the sacrifices don't feel like sacrifices anymore. They feel like power. Because every choice you make in favor of your future is a declaration that you are in control, that you will not be ruled by impulses, by cravings, by the empty promises of the now. So when temptation calls, Remember this: the cheap thrill isn't worth the price. The comfort isn't worth the regret. The momentary pleasure isn't worth the dreams you'll bury in its wake. Resist. Endure. Fight for what you want most, not for what you want now. Because the rewards of delayed gratification are not just greater, they are transformative. They are the foundation of everything you've ever wanted. The road will be long. The struggle will be real. But when you reach the summit, when you look back at the path you've walked, you will stand taller, prouder, and unbreakable. The world is full of people who settle for less. Don't be one of them. Choose the harder path. Practice delayed gratification, and claim the future that is waiting for you, if you're willing to fight for it. Lesson 7. Use the right strategies. Willpower. It's a finite resource, a candle that burns down with every decision, every temptation, every battle you fight with yourself. You've been told that discipline is about sheer force of will, about grinding through obstacles with nothing but your determination. But let me tell you the truth. If you rely on willpower alone, you will fail. This is not a matter of strength. It's a matter of strategy. Discipline isn't about fighting harder. It's about fighting smarter. It's about creating an environment where discipline is no longer a battle, but a natural byproduct of the systems you've built. If you want to master self-discipline, you must start by using the right strategies. Strategies that remove the need for constant willpower. Strategies that set you up for success before you even take the first step. The first strategy: environment design. Your surroundings are more powerful than you realize. They shape your habits, your actions, your decisions, even your thoughts. If you're surrounded by temptation, it will win. Every time. Because no matter how strong you think you are, constant exposure to the things you're trying to avoid will wear you down. So, take control of your environment. Remove the temptations. Eliminate the distractions. If you're trying to eat healthy, don't keep junk food in the house. If you're trying to focus, block the websites that steal your attention. If you're trying to save money, stop putting yourself in situations where you're tempted to spend. Discipline isn't about resisting temptation. It's about avoiding it altogether. Next, find accountability partners. The people you surround yourself with will either lift you up or drag you down. Share your goals with someone who will hold you to them. Someone who won't let you make excuses. Who will call you out when you fall short. Accountability is a mirror, forcing you to confront the truth about your actions. Alone, it's easy to let yourself slide. But with the right partner, you'll find the strength to stay the course. And then there are commitment devices. These are the barriers you build to make quitting harder than continuing. They're the contracts you make with yourself, the traps you set to catch your weaker moments. If you're trying to wake up early, put your alarm across the room so you're forced to get out of bed. If you're trying to hit the gym, pay for a trainer, or sign up for a class that charges you if you skip. The goal is simple. Make failure painful. Make quitting costly. Use your own psychology against you. These strategies aren't magic. They won't do the work for you, but they will make the work easier. They'll reduce the friction, the resistance, the constant drain on your willpower. They'll create a system where discipline isn't a daily battle. It's the default mode of operation. But don't mistake ease for weakness. These strategies require strength, foresight, and brutal honesty. They require you to admit that willpower alone isn't enough, that you need to engineer your life for success. This isn't a concession, it's an advantage. The smartest fighters don't charge headfirst into battle. They prepare, they plan, they outthink their enemy. And your enemy, it's not the world, it's not your circumstances. It's the version of you that settles, that gives in, that accepts less than what you're capable of. That's who you're fighting. And these strategies are your weapons. So, design your environment. Build your fortress of discipline. Find allies who will keep you accountable. Set traps for your weaker self, and then watch as the life you've been chasing begins to take shape. Not through brute force, but through relentless, intelligent effort. Because discipline isn't about being perfect. It's about being prepared. It's about stacking the odds in your favor and removing the obstacles that stand in your way. It's about using every tool, every strategy, every advantage you can find to become the person you were meant to be. So stop fighting harder. Start fighting smarter. Use the right strategies and let nothing stand in your way. Lesson 8. Build resilience. Resilience. It's the trait that separates those who endure from those who crumble. It's not glamorous. It's not easy. But it's essential. Without resilience, discipline is nothing but a fragile house of cards, ready to collapse at the first gust of adversity. Let's be real. Life doesn't care about your plans. It doesn't care about your goals or your dreams. Life will test you. It will throw obstacles in your path, break you down, and force you to your knees. And when it does, you have two choices: stay down or rise back up. Resilience is the difference between those who stay buried in defeat and those who claw their way out of the darkness. If you think the road to success is paved with comfort and ease, you're mistaken. Growth doesn't happen in the warm, safe corners of your life. It happens in the fire, in the chaos, in the moments where you want to quit, but choose to push forward anyway. Resilience is built in the crucible of discomfort. It's forged in the heat of adversity. Every challenge, every setback, every failure, it's all a test. A test to see if you have what it takes to keep going when the odds are stacked against you. And here's the truth. Most people don't. They give up. They break. They let the weight of the world crush them into mediocrity. But you're not most people. You're here because you want more. You're here because you understand that pain is not the enemy. It's the teacher. Discomfort is not a barrier. It's a pathway. Adversity is not the end. It's the beginning. Resilience thrives on mental toughness, and mental toughness is a choice. It's the decision to face your fears, to embrace the struggle, to refuse to let life's punches knock you out of the fight. You don't build resilience by avoiding pain. You build it by walking straight into it, by standing tall in the storm and saying, "I will not break." But resilience isn't just about surviving. It's about thriving in the face of hardship. It's about developing a mindset of grit and persistence that says, no matter how hard it gets, I will keep moving forward. Because persistence is the ultimate weapon. It's the refusal to quit. No matter how many times you fall, no matter how many times you fail. And let's be clear, failure is inevitable. Pain is inevitable. Setbacks are inevitable. But resilience turns these into fuel. It takes every failure and transforms it into a lesson. It takes every setback and uses it as a stepping stone. It takes every ounce of pain and channels it into strength. Building resilience isn't easy. It's a brutal, relentless process that demands everything you have. But it's also the only way to become unbreakable. It's the only way to build a life that cannot be taken from you. So, embrace the discomfort. Welcome the struggle. Every time you endure, every time you push through the pain, you're building a foundation of resilience that no force in this world can shake. Remember this. Resilience isn't about being fearless. It's about facing your fear and moving forward anyway. It's about staring down the darkness and refusing to let it consume you. Life will test you. It will break you. But in those moments, you have a choice. You can let the pain define you, or you can let it refine you. You can let the adversity crush you, or you can let it strengthen you. The choice is yours. Build your resilience. Develop your grit. Cultivate your persistence. And when life tries to break you, stand tall and show it what you're made of. Because you are stronger than the pain. You are stronger than the fear. You are stronger than anything life can throw at you. Now rise, build your resilience, and let nothing, not failure, not fear, not adversity, stand in your way. Lesson 9. Prioritize rest and recovery. You've been sold a lie. The world glorifies the grind. This twisted idea that working yourself to the bone, pushing until you break, is the only way to succeed. They call it hustle. They call it dedication. But what they don't tell you is this. Burnout is not a badge of honor. It's a death sentence for your potential. You think discipline means working 24/7? Think again. Discipline is not about endless grinding. It's about knowing when to push and when to pull back. It's about recognizing that you are not a machine, that even the strongest among us need time to recharge, to rebuild, to recover. Let me be clear. Overworking doesn't make you stronger. It makes you weaker. It drains your willpower, clouds your judgment, and destroys your ability to stay consistent. The harder you push without rest, the closer you come to the edge. And when you fall, you don't get back up quickly. True discipline is about sustainability. It's about playing the long game. And the long game requires balance. If you want to be relentless, if you want to endure, you must learn to prioritize rest and recovery. Rest is not weakness. Rest is strategy. It is the fuel that powers your discipline, the foundation upon which your resilience is built. Without it, you crumble. With it, you thrive. Start with sleep. The world will tell you to sacrifice it, to cut corners, to stay up late chasing your dreams. But the truth, sleep is not negotiable. It's where your body heals, your mind resets, and your willpower is restored. Lack of sleep is lack of strength, and a weakened mind cannot conquer the challenges ahead. Next is exercise, not for vanity, but for vitality. Your body is your vessel, your weapon, your tool for achieving greatness. Let it deteriorate, and everything else falls apart. Exercise sharpens your mind, strengthens your will, and prepares you to face the battles of life with energy and focus. And then there's relaxation. Not indulgence, not escapism, but true relaxation. Moments of stillness where you can recharge your mental and emotional reserves. Whether it's meditation, a walk in nature, or simply sitting in silence, these moments are not wasted. They are investments in your future self. You must understand this. Recovery is not the enemy of discipline. It is its ally. The strongest warriors are not the ones who fight without rest. They are the ones who know when to step back, regroup, and return to the battlefield with renewed strength. But rest is not an excuse for laziness. It is not a license to drift. It is a tool, a calculated move to ensure you can go harder, longer, and further than anyone else. Rest strategically. Recover intentionally. Recharge with purpose. So ask yourself, are you grinding for the sake of grinding? Are you wearing yourself down in the name of hustle culture? Or are you building a life that is sustainable, disciplined, and powerful? You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot fight at your best if you're running on fumes. Discipline is not about seeing how much you can endure. It's about mastering the art of balance, of pushing when it's time to push, and pulling back when it's time to recover. The world will try to shame you for resting. It will call you lazy, weak, uncommitted. Let them talk. Because when they burn out, when they fall apart, you'll still be standing. Strong, focused, unstoppable. Prioritize rest. Embrace recovery. Treat it as part of your discipline, not a break from it. Because true power comes not from grinding yourself into the ground, but from knowing how to rise again, stronger than before. Rest is not your enemy. Burnout is. So sleep, move, recharge, and then get back to work with a fire that cannot be extinguished. The battlefield is waiting. Make sure you're ready to dominate it. Lesson 10. Celebrate progress. The journey to greatness is long, brutal, and often lonely. It demands sacrifice, relentless effort, and an unwavering commitment to discipline. But there's a danger lurking in the shadows, a danger that can rob you of your will to continue if you're not careful. That danger is failing to recognize your progress. You see, the grind is relentless. It's easy to get lost in the pursuit, to focus so obsessively on the end goal that you forget to acknowledge the distance you've already traveled. But ignoring your progress is like running on empty. It drains your spirit, it dulls your fire, and it turns your discipline into drudgery. This is why you must celebrate progress, not as a distraction, not as an excuse to slack off, but as a weapon. Because progress, when acknowledged, when rewarded, is fuel. It's the fire that keeps you moving forward, the reminder that your effort is not in vain. Every milestone, every achievement, no matter how small, is a victory, a battle won in the war against mediocrity. And those victories must be celebrated, not because you've reached the end, but because they reinforce the behaviors that will take you there. This isn't about indulgence or complacency. It's about reinforcement. It's about teaching your mind that discipline pays off, that effort leads to reward, that every drop of sweat, every ounce of pain, is worth it. But here's the key. Celebrate with intention. Don't let your rewards derail you. Let them drive you. Let them serve as a reminder of your progress and a motivation to keep going. Celebrate, not to rest on your laurels, but to refocus, to re-energize, to double down on your commitment. When you reach a milestone, take a moment to reflect. Look back at where you started, at the obstacles you've overcome, at the progress you've made. Recognize the strength it took to get here, the discipline it demanded, the battles you had to fight. And then, celebrate. Not with cheap thrills or meaningless indulgence, but with something that honors your journey. Maybe it's a day off to rest and recharge. Maybe it's investing in something that will fuel your growth. Maybe it's simply allowing yourself a moment of pride, a moment to say, I did this. I earned this. But don't linger too long, because the journey isn't over. The battle isn't won. Celebrate the milestone, then set your sights on the next one. Use the momentum of your progress to propel you forward, to keep you climbing, to keep you pushing toward the life you're building. Because here's the truth. The finish line is an illusion. There will always be another goal, another challenge, another mountain to climb. But that's not a curse. It's a gift. It means your journey never truly ends, that there's always more to achieve, more to become, more to conquer. So celebrate your progress, but don't let it make you complacent. Let it remind you of what you're capable of. Let it reinforce the habits and discipline that got you here. Let it fuel the fire that will carry you to heights you've never imagined. Progress is proof that you're moving forward. It's a sign that you're on the right path. So acknowledge it, honor it, celebrate it, but never stop, never settle, never forget that the journey is what shapes you. And every step, every milestone, every victory is another piece of the unstoppable force you're becoming. So go ahead, celebrate your progress, reward yourself for the battles you've won. But remember, the war isn't over, and you were made to keep fighting, to keep climbing, to keep winning, until there's nothing left to conquer. Celebrate, but never stop, because the best is yet to come. Lesson 11. Be patient with yourself. Discipline is a beast, unyielding, relentless, and demanding everything from you. It's not a gift you're born with, nor a switch you can flip overnight. It's a journey, a process, a war fought in the trenches of your mind. And like any war, it's messy, brutal, and riddled with setbacks. But here's the truth no one wants to admit. You will stumble. You will fail. You will fall short of your own expectations. And when you do, your first instinct will be to attack yourself, to spiral into self-criticism, to let shame and doubt creep in, to question if you're even capable of this fight. That instinct is poison. It will eat away at your progress and crush your momentum if you let it. But patience, that's your antidote. You must be patient with yourself. Not soft, not complacent, but patient. Because building discipline isn't about perfection. It's about persistence. It's about showing up every single day, no matter how small the effort, no matter how many times you've fallen. The path to discipline is not a straight line. It's a jagged, winding road filled with pitfalls and detours. Expect setbacks. Expect mistakes. They're not signs of failure. They're proof that you're trying. Proof that you're pushing beyond your comfort zone. And every setback is an opportunity. A lesson. A chance to adapt. A moment to grow stronger. When you stumble, don't waste time punishing yourself. Self-criticism doesn't build discipline. It destroys it. Instead, step back. Look at what went wrong. Learn from it. Adjust. And then get back to work. Consistency trumps perfection every single time. It's not about doing everything perfectly. It's about showing up, day after day, even when it's hard, even when you don't feel like it, even when the progress feels painfully slow. Because every time you show up, you're reinforcing the habit. Every time you show up, you're building the foundation of your discipline. Think of it like climbing a mountain. Some days you'll make great strides. Other days, it will feel like you're crawling, barely moving. And some days, you might even slip and lose ground. But as long as you keep climbing, as long as you keep moving forward, you're still making progress. Patience is your ally in this climb. It reminds you that growth takes time, that mastery is not achieved in a single moment, but in the accumulation of countless small efforts. Be patient with yourself, because this journey isn't just about reaching the top. It's about becoming the kind of person who can endure the climb. The world wants you to believe in instant results, quick fixes, and overnight success. That's a lie. The only thing that lasts, the only thing that's real, is what you build slowly, steadily, brick by brick. So don't rush. Don't let impatience rob you of the progress you've already made. Celebrate the small wins. Embrace the slow days. Learn from the hard ones. And know that every step, no matter how small, is bringing you closer to the person you're destined to become. This is not a sprint. It's a marathon. And marathons aren't won by those who burn out in the first mile. They're won by those who keep moving, who pace themselves, who endure. So be patient with yourself. When you fall, get back up. When you fail, try again. When doubt creeps in, remind yourself that discipline is not about being perfect. It's about being persistent. The journey is long. It will test you. But if you show up every day, if you focus on progress over perfection, if you learn to be patient with yourself, you will win. Not because you never fell, but because you never stayed down. Discipline is a journey, and with patience, persistence, and consistency, you will conquer it. Step by step, day by day, you will build something unbreakable. So keep going, keep showing up, and trust the process. Because greatness is not built in haste, it's built in resilience. Lesson 12. The ultimate reward. Control. Power. Freedom. These are not gifts handed to you by life. They are rewards. Rewards for those who are willing to do what it takes. To sacrifice what's easy and comfortable. To become something more than the weak and undisciplined masses who drift aimlessly through life. You've heard it before. Discipline is the key to success. But do you truly understand what that means? Discipline is not just about grinding through tasks or resisting temptation. No, it's far greater than that. Discipline is the ultimate act of self-mastery, the ability to control the uncontrollable, to bend your own will to your command. When you master self-discipline, you unlock the power to take control of your life. No more excuses. No more blaming the world for your failures. No more waiting for luck or permission, or a perfect moment that will never come. With discipline, you become the architect of your destiny, the author of your story, the master of your fate. Think about it. How much of your life have you already wasted? How many days, weeks, years have you spent shackled to distractions, addictions, and procrastination? How many dreams have you abandoned because the work was too hard, the climb too steep? That's what a life without discipline looks like. Unfulfilled potential, unrealized dreams, regret. But when you choose discipline, everything changes. Discipline is what separates the dreamers from the achievers. It's the bridge between wishing for something and having it. With discipline, you don't just hope for success. You create it. You shape it. You own it. Self-discipline is the key to unlocking your dreams. Every goal, every vision, every ambition you've ever had, it's all within your reach if you're willing to pay the price. And that price is consistency, focus, sacrifice. It's showing up every single day, whether you feel like it or not. It's doing the work when no one is watching, when there's no applause, no validation, just you and the grind. But here's the truth. Most people are too afraid to admit. Self-discipline is not just about achieving external success. It's about something far more profound. It's about mastering yourself. And when you master yourself, you can master anything. Think about that. When you have control over your thoughts, your emotions, your actions, what can stop you? Nothing. When you've conquered your own mind, no obstacle, no challenge, no enemy can stand in your way. That's the ultimate reward. Not the money, not the fame, not the accolades. The ultimate reward is the power to live life on your terms. To wake up every day knowing that you are in control, that you have the strength to face anything, that you are unbreakable. But make no mistake, this reward is not handed to you. It is earned through blood, sweat, and sacrifice. It is earned by choosing discipline over comfort, purpose over pleasure, long-term success over short-term gratification. The path will not be easy. It will test you, push you to your limits, and demand more than you think you can give. But the reward, the power, the freedom, the control, is worth it. So ask yourself, are you willing to pay the price? Are you willing to do what most people won't so you can live a life most people can't? Are you willing to master yourself, to conquer your weaknesses, to take control of your life and become unstoppable? This is your moment, your decision, your turning point. Choose discipline. Choose control. Choose to be more than you are today. Because the ultimate reward is waiting, and it belongs to those who have the courage to claim it. You've made it to the end, but the journey doesn't stop here. Everything you've heard today, every word, every challenge, every truth, it's a weapon, a tool for you to wield as you step back into the battlefield of your life. But remember, discipline is not built in a single moment. It's forged daily, in the fires of consistency, resilience, and grit. To those of you who return, day after day, video after video, you are the core of this movement. You are the proof that this fight is worth it. And for that, we thank you. You don't just watch, you live this. You embody what GrimFace stands for, and your persistence will echo far beyond these moments. And to those who joined us today for the first time, this is your beginning, but only if you choose it. The GrimFace movement isn't just about watching, it's about action. It's about stepping into the shadows and carving out your own light. If you're ready to rise above mediocrity, to challenge yourself, to claim the power of discipline, then this is your home. But no one will do the work for you. Each day you rise is a gift. Each effort you make is a weapon. And each choice you face is a chance to become the person you're destined to be. So, take the lessons from today. Use them. Live them. And when the fire dims, when the struggle feels too great, know this: you are not alone. The GrimFace movement. Welcome to GrimFace, where we face the shadows, embrace the struggle, and rise stronger than ever. To our returning warriors, welcome back. You already know what we're about: raw truth, relentless growth, and the unapologetic pursuit of becoming unstoppable. Your commitment to breaking free from the chains of mediocrity inspires this movement, and we're honored to have you with us. For those joining us for the first time, understand this: GrimFace isn't just a channel, it's a movement. A place for those who dare to stand apart, who refuse to be controlled by fear, by doubt, by the expectations of a world that wants you to stay small. If you're ready to face the hard truths, to take control of your life, and to transform into the person you were meant to be, you're in the right place. In this video, we're diving deep into the power of transformation, how adversity, the mind-body connection, emotional mastery, and relentless action can unlock the version of yourself you've always known was waiting. So if you're ready to rise, to fight, and to break free, hit that subscribe button and join the GrimFace movement. Because here, we don't just survive, we conquer. Let's get started. Lesson 1. The power of thoughts on health. Do you truly understand the force that resides within you? Not your muscles, not your bones, but your thoughts. That intangible, relentless stream in your mind is far more powerful than you dare to believe. It is the architect of your health, the sculptor of your well-being, or the saboteur of your destruction. Every thought you think is a whisper to your body, a command issued to your cells. When those whispers are laced with fear, self-doubt, and chaos, they become poison. They saturate your body with stress hormones, tightening your chest, stealing your breath, and making your heart race in futile panic. Stress becomes your master, and your body its broken servant, succumbing to illness, fatigue, and despair. But what if you could seize control of this force? What if you could harness your thoughts to heal instead of harm? This is not fantasy. This is neurochemical reality. Your brain is the control center, capable of releasing powerful chemicals that can soothe pain, reduce inflammation, and even accelerate healing. All it takes is focus, a disciplined, deliberate focus that aligns your mind with the vitality your body craves. Think of this: every negative thought, every moment of doubt is a vote against your health. But every positive, intentional thought is a step toward resilience, a seed planted in the fertile soil of your subconscious, ready to grow into strength, balance, and healing. Repetition is your weapon. When you feed your mind with images of health, with affirmations of strength, you begin to condition your body. Neurochemical conditioning is not wishful thinking. It is the science of aligning your mind and body. Every time you visualize your body thriving, you're training your nervous system. Every affirmation of health you speak retrains your brain. But this is no easy path. It requires a ruthless commitment to banishing the negative, to silencing the doubts that creep into your mind. You must become a warrior against the darkness within yourself, replacing every fear with purpose, every doubt with determination. When the world pushes you, When pain grips you, do not let your mind betray you. Instead, use it as your greatest ally. See yourself healed. See yourself whole. Command your body to follow the blueprint of health that you carve with your thoughts. This is your power, hidden but limitless. Do not squander it. Take control. Because your thoughts, for better or worse, are the foundation of your health. And in this life, health is not given. It is earned. Earn it. Create it. And watch as your body answers the call of a mind that has finally awakened to its own power. The choice is yours. Will your thoughts be your downfall or your deliverance? Lesson 2. Mind-body connection and healing. There's a force within you, a bridge that connects the unseen to the physical, the mind to the body. It's always been there, waiting to be noticed, waiting to be wielded. This force has the power to shape your reality and rewrite the very code of your existence. It's not magic. It's not mysticism. It's the truth you've been conditioned to ignore. The mind-body connection. You see, your body is not a passive bystander. It listens. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, is a directive. Your mind sends the orders, and your body obeys without question. So I ask you, what are you commanding it to do? Are you giving it the strength to heal? Or are you shackling it to the chaos of your fears and doubts? Thoughts are not empty echoes. They are intentions. They carry weight. When you focus your mind, visualizing health, strength, and vitality, you send clear instructions to your body to align with that vision. You create coherence, a harmony between mind and biology. And when the two are aligned, miracles happen. Healing accelerates. Pain diminishes. Your cells respond to the story your mind is telling. But here lies the danger. Emotions, those chemical records of the past, can become your greatest enemy. Every time you cling to anger, replay the sting of betrayal, or drown in sorrow, you anchor yourself to that pain. You lock your body into a state of stress, flooding it with hormones that corrode your health and trap you in a cycle of disease. Stress is not just a feeling, it is a killer. It lives in the chemical cocktail your body churns out when your mind fixates on negativity. And yet, so many of us carry that weight, refusing to let go, allowing our past to write the story of our future. This is where you must take control. Break free from those chains. Visualize the life you want, the health you deserve, with such clarity and conviction that your body has no choice but to follow. You must rewire yourself, reprogram the connection between your mind and body. But make no mistake, this requires effort. It requires a ruthless commitment to self-awareness, to see your emotions not as truth, but as patterns, to stop being a victim of your past and become the architect of your future. Ask yourself, what story are you telling your body? Are you speaking of healing, growth, and resilience? Or are you echoing the bitterness and fear that bind you to suffering? The mind-body connection is a tool, a double-edged sword. If you wield it carelessly, it will cut you down. But if you master it, it will transform you. The choice is yours. Direct your thoughts, visualize your intention, and set yourself free. Because within you lies the power to heal, to rise, and to transcend. The mind and body are not separate. They are one. And when you embrace that truth, you become unstoppable. Now, what will you do with that power? Will you wield it, or will you let it wither, unused? The time to decide is now. Lesson 3. Overcoming stress and emotional addiction. Stress. It is not a fleeting feeling. It is a predator that latches onto your mind and body, draining the life from you moment by moment. Most of us don't even recognize its grip until it's too late. Chronic stress is not an accident. It's the byproduct of a mind that has forgotten how to let go, a body that has forgotten how to heal. You see, your body is designed for balance, for homeostasis. But when fear, frustration, and anger take root, they hijack this natural state. They drag you into chaos, forcing your body to exist in survival mode. This is no way to live. It is merely existing, a slow descent into ruin. And here's the cruel truth. Many of us are addicted to this state. Yes, addicted. Not to drugs or alcohol, but to emotions. Those chemical storms that rage within us, fed by the traumas of our past. That anger you cling to, that sorrow you wear like armor. They're not just emotions. They're habits, patterns hardwired into your body. You replay the same memories, relive the same pain, over and over again. Why? Because it feels familiar, and the body craves what it knows, even if it's poison. The pain becomes your identity, the stress your constant companion. You tell yourself it's unavoidable, that you're just dealing with life. But in truth, you are a prisoner of your own creation. How do you break free from this cycle? First, you must understand that stress is not your enemy. It is a signal. It tells you where you are out of alignment, where you are clinging to fear instead of faith, to frustration instead of flow. Listen to it, and then take control. Recognize the addiction for what it is, a lie. You are not your anger. You are not your trauma. Those emotions are shadows, echoes of the past. They have no power unless you give it to them. To overcome stress, you must sever the ties that bind you to your emotional addictions. But this will not be easy. It requires vigilance. You must retrain your mind, replacing the toxic patterns with ones that serve your growth. Visualize yourself breaking free. Every time the past tries to pull you back, meet it with resolve. Remind yourself that you are no longer that person, no longer trapped in that moment. Breathe deeply, deliberately. Reset your body's rhythms. Let each breath remind you that you are alive, here, now, not in the shadow of what once was. This is the power of presence, the key to reclaiming your balance. You must decide. Will you continue to let the past dictate your future? Or will you rise, sever the chains, and rewrite the story of your life? Stress does not define you. Trauma does not own you. But if you do not confront them, they will consume you. The choice is yours. Remain in the cycle, addicted to the pain, or step into your power and break free. This is your battle. Win it. Because on the other side of stress lies freedom, and on the other side of fear lies the life you were meant to live. Are you ready to fight for it? Or will you surrender to the addiction that has held you captive for far too long? The time to choose is now. Lesson 4. Meditation as a tool for change. Close your eyes and breathe. Do you feel it? That endless noise, that restless current of thought dragging you in every direction. This is your prison. These are the chains of your conditioning, cycles of stress, fear, and chaos that dominate your life. But what if I told you that within this very noise lies the key to your liberation? That the chaos within can be tamed, transformed, and turned into a force of healing and power. Meditation. It's not just sitting in silence. It's not retreating from the world. It is a weapon, a tool to shatter the illusions that bind you, to break the patterns that keep you trapped in suffering. Your mind is a battlefield. Thoughts wage war against each other, pulling your body into the same chaos. Stress, frustration, fear, they are not just feelings. They are patterns, etched deeply into your subconscious. And unless you take control, they will consume you. But meditation is your counterstrike. When you meditate, you take the fight to the source. You silence the noise, focus your attention, and reclaim your mind. You begin to see your thoughts for what they are: fleeting, meaningless, unless you give them power. In this silence, you can rewire yourself. Heart-centered meditation, in particular, is a gateway to coherence, a harmony between the heart and brain. When your heart and brain are in sync, something extraordinary happens. Your body begins to heal. Stress dissipates. Emotional balance emerges. You become more than the sum of your parts. You become aligned with the power within. This is not easy. Meditation requires discipline. It demands that you face the darkest corners of your mind, the truths you've been running from. It is not about escaping. It is about confronting. Confronting the fear, the pain, the chaos. Sitting with it until it no longer holds sway over you. With every breath, you dismantle the old patterns. With every moment of focus, you build something new. You condition your body for healing. You train your mind for resilience. You transform. But make no mistake, this is a battle. Your mind will resist. It will cling to the chaos because chaos is familiar. It will fight to keep you in the cycle. And this is where you must rise. Push through the resistance. Hold the line. Because on the other side of that struggle is freedom. Meditation is not a luxury. It is survival. In this world of endless noise, it is your sanctuary, your training ground, your proving ground. So I ask you, will you pick up this weapon? Will you wield it with the discipline and determination required to transform your life? Or will you let the chaos win? The choice is yours, as it always has been. But remember this: within the silence lies power, and within the stillness lies strength. Are you ready to claim it? The time to act is now. Breathe. Focus. Transformation. The battlefield is within, and the victory is waiting for you to seize it. Will you? Lesson 5. Neuroplasticity and the creation of new habits. Look at yourself. Not the surface, not the mask you show the world, but the raw, unfiltered you. Do you see it? The habits that enslave you, the thoughts that cage you, the emotions that chain you to the version of yourself you've outgrown. You tell yourself, change is impossible, that this is who you are. But that's a lie. Your brain is not static. It is not a monument to your past. It is a battlefield, a place where the old you fights for survival against the potential of what you could become. And here's the truth most people don't want to hear. You have the power to rewrite it all, to tear down the old pathways of fear, doubt, and failure, and to build new ones, pathways of resilience, strength, and transformation. This is neuroplasticity, the ability of your brain to adapt, to reshape itself with every thought you think, every feeling you embrace, and every action you take. You are not a victim of your wiring. You are its architect. But make no mistake, this is no passive process. It demands work. Ruthless, intentional work. You see, the brain thrives on repetition. Whatever you feed it, whatever you practice, becomes its truth. If you dwell on fear, your brain becomes a fortress for it. If you live in doubt, your neurons will weave a web to trap you there. But if you choose differently, if you choose strength, focus, and belief, you can dismantle the old and create the new. This isn't easy. Building a new self requires destroying the old one. It demands that you confront the habits and thoughts that no longer serve you and replace them with ones that do. It requires mental rehearsal, seeing yourself not as you are, but as you could be. Visualization isn't just daydreaming, it's preparation. Every time you picture yourself succeeding, thriving, living the life you desire. You prime your brain to make it a reality. But visualization alone isn't enough. You must act. Consistently. Repeatedly. Every small step, every deliberate choice, rewires your brain. Every time you resist the pull of the old you and choose the path of the new, you carve a stronger connection until that path becomes second nature. This is the creation of a new self. It's not magic, it's science. But it feels like magic when you start to see the changes. When you realize you are no longer controlled by fear, no longer anchored to your past. And yet, the process will test you. The old you will fight for survival. It will whisper lies, try to pull you back into the comfort of the familiar. But comfort is a trap, and the familiar is your cage. To change, you must push through the discomfort, embrace the unknown, and commit to the process, no matter how hard it gets. So, I ask you, who will you become? Will you remain a prisoner of your past? Or will you rise as the architect of your future? Will you let the old self win? Or will you burn it down and build something greater? The power is yours. The time is now. Your brain is waiting for your command. Rewire it. Transform it. Become it. Because the new you is not a dream. It's a decision. Make it. And make it now. Lesson 6. Community and collective consciousness. Alone, we are fragile. Even the strongest of us can break under the weight of isolation. But together, we are a force that reshapes reality itself. Have you ever felt it? That electric charge in a room where people are united by a shared purpose, a singular energy. That is the power of community. That is the power of collective consciousness. Transformation isn't just a personal journey. It's a shared experience. Your thoughts, your emotions, your very essence radiate outward, influencing everyone around you. And in turn, you are shaped by them. Every action, every word, every intention creates a ripple, a pulse that spreads through the people in your life, amplifying or diminishing their capacity for change. This is not just philosophy, it's fact. Science tells us that our biology is influenced by the environments we inhabit and the people we surround ourselves with. Your neurons, your chemistry, your very DNA can shift in the presence of a powerful collective. In a supportive environment, your potential expands. In a toxic one, it withers. Think of the power within a room where everyone shares the same goal, the same hunger for growth. The energy multiplies, feeding off itself, lifting everyone to a level they could never reach alone. A shared intention isn't just an idea. It's a force. It can heal. It can transform. It can change lives. But here's the dark truth. Not all communities are created equal. Some will pull you down, smother your growth, and poison your mind. If you surround yourself with fear, anger, or mediocrity, that's what you'll become. The collective consciousness is neutral. It reflects whatever is fed into it. So I ask you, what are you feeding into your world? Are you spreading fear or courage, doubt or belief? Because every thought you share, every action you take, contributes to the energy of the whole. If you want transformation, you must demand it of yourself and inspire it in others. Find your tribe, the ones who challenge you, who push you, who force you to evolve. Stand with those who ignite a fire in your soul, not those who extinguish it. Together, you can create an environment so powerful that change becomes inevitable. But understand this, being part of a community doesn't mean hiding in the crowd. It means stepping up. It means being a leader in your own right, setting the example for others to follow. When you rise, you give others permission to rise with you. When you heal, you create a ripple effect of healing that spreads farther than you can imagine. This is the power of collective consciousness. It is a weapon for those who dare to wield it, a tool for transformation on a scale you cannot achieve alone. But it requires vigilance. It requires discernment. Choose your community wisely. Feed it wisely, because it will either be your greatest ally or your greatest enemy. So, will you stand alone in your struggle, or will you join forces with those who seek what you seek? Will you contribute to the noise of mediocrity, or will you amplify the signal of greatness? The choice is yours. One mind is powerful. A united collective is unstoppable. Now rise, and take your place in the force that reshapes the world. Together we transform. Together we conquer. Together we become more than we ever could alone. Will you? Lesson 7. The role of emotional states in health. Emotions. Mere fleeting feelings you tell yourself. Harmless. Insignificant. But this lie you've been taught is the very reason so many are trapped in cycles of sickness, despair, and chaos. Your emotions are not harmless. They are commands, signals that ripple through your body, shaping your health, your reality, and your future. Do you feel the weight of anger, the sting of fear, the suffocating grip of hopelessness? These emotions are not just in your mind. They are in your blood, your cells, your DNA. Every moment you dwell in negativity, your body listens and responds, locking you into a state of stress, pulling you further from the balance you so desperately need. Stress is no mere inconvenience. It is the enemy of life itself. It drives your nervous system into overdrive, flooding your body with hormones that corrode, weaken, and destroy. And the longer you remain there, the harder it becomes to escape. But here's the truth they don't tell you. Just as your emotions can destroy, they can also heal. Elevated emotions, gratitude, joy, love, are not just pleasant feelings. They are the keys to unlocking the biological genius within you. When you feel gratitude, your body begins to shift. Your heart rhythm stabilizes, your immune system strengthens, and your nervous system finds its rhythm. When you embrace joy, you flood your body with chemicals that repair and regenerate. And when you feel love, not the shallow, fleeting kind, but a deep, all-encompassing love, you bring your body into harmony. This is homeostasis. This is balance. This is healing. But make no mistake, these states do not come naturally in a world designed to keep you distracted, divided, and disconnected. You must fight for them. You must choose them, intentionally, relentlessly, even when everything in you screams to give in to despair. Gratitude is not just a feeling, it is a weapon. Joy is not just a fleeting moment, it is a practice. Love is not just a reaction, it is a discipline. You must cultivate these states with the same intensity as a warrior sharpens their blade. Start small. Find one thing, one sliver of light in the darkness, and cling to it. Let gratitude grow from that spark. Feel it. Let it expand until it fills your mind, your heart, your body. And then do it again. Every moment you spend in these elevated states, you are rewiring yourself, reshaping your biology, reclaiming your power. Understand this. Your emotional state is the master key to your health. It is not optional. It is not secondary. It is the foundation upon which everything else rests. Ignore it, and you will suffer. Embrace it, and you will heal. So I ask you, what will you choose? Will you let anger and fear continue to dictate your life, dragging you deeper into chaos? Or will you rise above, harnessing the power of gratitude, joy, and love to reclaim your health and your future? This is your battle, and the enemy is not outside you. It is within. But so is the power to conquer it. Feel deeply. Choose wisely. Heal completely. Because the emotions you cultivate today will determine the life you live tomorrow. Will you wield this power or let it destroy you? The choice is yours. Now rise and take back what was always meant to be yours. Lesson 8. Breaking free from survival mode. Do you feel it? The constant tension in your chest, the weight pressing on your shoulders, the relentless hum of anxiety in the back of your mind. This is survival mode, the state where your body and mind are stuck in an endless loop of stress and fear. It's the prison where most people live and die, never realizing the keys to freedom were always in their hands. Survival mode is not living. It is merely existing, reacting, running from imagined threats, and drowning in overanalysis. Your brain becomes a battlefield, your body a casualty, as stress tears through your system like a relentless storm. Your immune system weakens, your emotions spiral out of control, and your ability to think clearly? Gone, replaced by the instincts of a hunted animal. But let me tell you something. You are not prey. You were never meant to live like this. You were not born to cower, to cling to fear, or to be consumed by the chaos of survival. You were born to create, to thrive, to stand in your power and shape your reality. And the first step to reclaiming that power is to break free from survival mode. This begins with awareness. Survival mode thrives in the shadows, fueled by your ignorance of its grip. But when you shine the light of presence on it, its power begins to fade. Stop. Breathe. Feel the moment you're in, not the moments your mind keeps dragging you back to. Presence is your weapon. Use it. Shift your focus. Stop analyzing every threat, every failure, every possible outcome. Overanalysis is the parasite that feeds on your energy, keeping you stuck in fear. Trust the process. Trust yourself. The more you lean into trust, the more your mind and body can achieve coherence, a state where every part of you is aligned, balanced, and ready to thrive. Understand this. Coherence is not a luxury. It is survival's antidote. When your brain and body align, stress fades, creativity flows, and healing begins. You become more than a reactive being. You become a creator, capable of shaping your future instead of being a victim of your past. But breaking free will not be easy. Survival mode is seductive. It promises safety, even as it destroys you. It convinces you that fear is necessary, that overanalysis is protection. You must reject these lies. You must fight against the pull to sink back into the chaos. Start with small acts of presence. A breath, a moment of gratitude, a choice to let go of one fear, just one. Each step forward weakens survival's hold and strengthens your creative power. Each act of awareness is a brick in the foundation of your new life. And remember this, the power to heal, to create, to thrive has always been within you. The chains of survival mode were never locked. You only believed they were. Now it's time to see the truth. So I ask you, will you remain a prisoner of fear? Or will you rise and reclaim your freedom? Will you let survival mode define you? Or will you step into the creative force you were meant to be? The choice is yours, as it always has been. But know this, the world will not wait for you. Your body will not wait. Your future will not wait. Break free now, or remain trapped forever. Now, rise, breathe, and take your first step into the life you were meant to create. Survival is not enough. It's time to thrive. Will you? Lesson 9. Practical application and sustained change. You've come this far, facing the truth of your thoughts, emotions, and the power they hold over your life. But understanding isn't enough. Knowledge without action is just another chain. another illusion of progress, while you remain stagnant. The real question is this: will you take what you've learned and turn it into something real? Sustained change is not a burst of inspiration. It is not a fleeting moment of clarity. It is a relentless, daily battle against the patterns and habits that have controlled you for so long. And make no mistake, this practice is not for the faint of heart. It demands commitment, unwavering, ruthless commitment. You must show up every single day, not just when it's convenient, not just when you feel motivated, but every day, even when it feels impossible. Because success in this practice is not about perfection. It's about consistency. Every small, deliberate action builds the foundation of the life you want. This is a two-front war. From the top down, you must feed your mind, learning, growing, understanding the principles that govern your transformation. But from the bottom up, you must engage your body, shifting your physiology, creating coherence, and grounding your practice in reality. One without the other is hollow, incomplete. You must balance both, or you will fail. Self-assessment is your compass. Without it, you are lost, wandering aimlessly through your own mind. Reflect on your actions, your thoughts, your emotions. Are they serving you or sabotaging you? Be brutally honest. This is not a time for excuses or self-pity. See the truth and then adjust. Mindfulness is your shield. Life will not stop throwing chaos your way. Stress, fear, and frustration will come for you, trying to drag you back into old patterns. But mindfulness keeps you rooted, keeps you aware. It allows you to see the storm without becoming the storm. And then there's the hardest part: adjusting your emotional reactions. You've spent years, maybe decades, letting your emotions control you, dictating your actions, your thoughts, your health. That ends now. From this day forward, you take control. When anger rises, you pause. When fear whispers, you breathe. When doubt shouts, you silence it with action. This is not easy. Sustained change never is. But the alternative? Staying stuck. Watching your potential slip away, one unexamined moment at a time. That should terrify you more than the effort this practice demands. So, I ask you, are you willing to do what it takes? Will you commit to the daily grind, the unglamorous work of building a new self from the ground up? Will you confront yourself, your habits, your excuses, your failures, and use them as fuel instead of shackles? The power to change is already yours, but power without action is nothing. You must wield it, relentlessly, consistently, ruthlessly, every day. This is your path. It is not easy, but it is worth it. And in the end, when you've built the life you once thought impossible, you will realize something. The struggle was the gift. The battle was the blessing. Now rise, commit, act, and keep moving forward. Because sustained change isn't a choice. It's the only way. Will you fight for it, or will you let it slip away? The choice is yours. Make it count. Lesson 10. Transformation through adversity. There is no light without darkness, no growth without pain, no transformation without adversity. You may think your struggles are a curse, a weight too heavy to bear. But let me tell you the harsh truth that few are willing to face. Your pain is your greatest teacher, and your adversity is the forge in which you are remade. Do you think diamonds are born in comfort? No. They are forged under pressure, in the heart of the earth, where heat and force push them to their breaking point. You are no different. Without pressure, without the fire of adversity, you remain untested, unformed, fragile. But when crisis strikes, when life throws you to your knees, something extraordinary happens. You are forced to confront yourself. Not the polished version you show the world, but the raw, unfiltered truth of who you are. It is in these moments, when everything feels lost, that the seeds of transformation are planted. Pain demands change. It forces you to reevaluate the beliefs that no longer serve you, the behaviors that keep you stuck, the choices that chain you to a life you've outgrown. Adversity strips away the illusions, the excuses, the lies you've been telling yourself. What remains is the core of who you are, the starting point for who you can become. But here's the dark truth. Transformation is not guaranteed. Adversity doesn't automatically make you stronger. It can break you if you let it. The choice is yours. Will you let the pain consume you, or will you use it to fuel your growth? This process is not easy. It requires you to face the darkest parts of yourself. The fear, the doubt, the anger, the grief. You must sit with these emotions, not run from them. Let them teach you, shape you, and then let them go. Because they are not who you are. They are merely stepping stones on the path to who you're becoming. Understand this. Growth is not a gentle process. It is violent. It is raw. It requires destruction before creation. You must burn down the old version of yourself, the one that was too weak, too afraid, too comfortable, to make room for the person you were meant to be. And when you rise from the ashes, you will see the truth. Adversity was never your enemy. It was your ally, pushing you to discover strength you didn't know you had, to uncover potential you didn't know existed. So I ask you, will you let the challenges of life define you, or will you use them to transform? Will you cling to the pain, or will you let it propel you forward? The choice is yours, as it always has been. But know this, the greatest versions of ourselves are not born in comfort. They are forged in fire. And the fire you face now, it's not here to destroy you. It's here to awaken you. Now, rise, face the flames, and transform. Because the person you are meant to become is waiting on the other side of the struggle. Will you reach them? Or will you remain where you are, paralyzed by fear? The time to decide is now. Burn away the old and become the unstoppable force you were always meant to be. You've made it this far, through the raw truth, the challenges, and the call to rise above. But remember, the journey doesn't end here. The lessons we've shared today are not just ideas. They're tools, weapons for you to wield in the battle for your transformation. To our returning warriors, your commitment fuels this movement. Your hunger for growth and your refusal to settle are what make GrimFace stronger every day. Keep fighting, keep pushing, and keep proving that you're capable of more than the world expects. And to those new to the GrimFace movement, ask yourself, are you ready to step out of the shadows? To embrace the struggle, face the fire, and build the life you deserve? If you are, join us. Subscribe now and become part of a movement that refuses to be ordinary. This is your fight, your transformation, your chance to reclaim what's yours. Remember, you are not alone. We rise together, stronger with every step. Until next time, stay relentless, stay unbreakable, and never forget, the darkness is not your enemy, it's your proving ground. This is GrimFace. Keep rising. Welcome to the home of GrimFace. We have been so grateful to see all the kind messages and comments that have been flooding into this channel. We truly love and appreciate this community of go-getters. It has restored our faith in humanity. Where we were once alone, now we are many. Today, we seek to deliver a message straight to you. But first, let the worries of the day melt away. Take a deep breath. You made it another 24 hours on Earth. Settle in. Release the weight on your shoulders for a moment. Let it dissolve. You are now here. in this moment. Now, let us begin. There comes a moment in your life when everything changes. You may not see it coming. An unexpected meeting, a stray thought, an unforeseen event. In a heartbeat, everything shifts. You can't predict when that day will come, but you can prepare for it. You can be ready for the day when everything will be different. Think back. Have you ever had a moment where you knew deep down that there was no going back? That you were never going to be the same again? That is the turning point. It's the day you wake up and your life begins to change. Maybe you've already had one or two of these moments, or maybe it's just around the corner. But hear me clearly. Once it happens, once you make a real, lasting change, you set off on a new path, a path filled with limitless possibilities. Change isn't easy. It often feels like a constant grind. There are moments when the weight of it feels almost unbearable, when you question whether it's worth it. But hear this. The grind is part of the process. Success isn't always glamorous. It's filled with long, hard days, with moments of doubt and struggle. That feeling, the exhaustion, the frustration, is the price you pay for greatness. It's natural to feel terrible sometimes, to feel worn down. But those who push through, those who embrace the struggle, they come out the other side transformed. The day your life changes is the day you take responsibility for where you are and where you're going. No more blaming others. No more blaming circumstances. Your life is your own, and it's time to own it. It's easy to play the victim, to say that life is unfair, that you were dealt a bad hand. But let me tell you something. As long as you hold on to those excuses, nothing will change. The harsh reality is that we don't all start from the same place. Some have advantages, others do not. But what matters is not where you begin, but what you do with what you have. It's not about what happens to you, but about what you do about what happens. Stop being the passenger in your own life. It's time to take the wheel. When you take control, when you decide to make things happen instead of waiting for them, that's the day everything changes. Are you waiting for the perfect moment to act? Are you waiting for someone to come along and change your life? Let me be blunt. That perfect moment isn't coming. It's never going to come. If you keep waiting for everything to be just right, you'll be waiting forever. Today is the day, right now is the time, to make a move with what you have. The day your life changes is the day you start working on yourself more than anything else. For years, many believe success is something to chase, something to hunt down. But here's the truth. Success isn't pursued. It's attracted by the person you become. If you want your life to change, you need to change. Develop yourself, build your skills, expand your mindset. Opportunity will come. The question is, will you be ready? Working on yourself means looking in the mirror and facing the uncomfortable truth. It means acknowledging your weaknesses and actively working to improve them. It means reading, learning, and growing every single day. It means surrounding yourself with people who inspire you, who push you to be better, who refuse to let you settle for mediocrity. When you start investing in yourself, when you make the choice to grow, you become a magnet for success. The world will notice your transformation. Opportunities will start to present themselves, and you'll be ready to grab them with both hands. Another crucial moment comes when you set real, meaningful goals. I'm not talking about vague dreams. I'm talking about specific, written goals that you work toward every single day. If you don't design your life, someone else will. And let me tell you, their plan for you won't be much. The day you take control, the day you decide what you want and set out to get it, is the day your life changes. Goals give your life direction. They give you purpose. Without them, you drift. You wake up, go to work, come home, watch TV, and go to bed, only to repeat the cycle day after day. But when you set goals, when you write them down and commit to them, you give yourself a reason to get up in the morning. You give yourself something to strive for. And let me tell you, there is nothing more powerful than a person with a purpose. A person with a goal is unstoppable. But you need a powerful why behind your goals. Without a deep purpose, you'll quit at the first sign of trouble. Your reason must be strong enough to pull you through the challenges, because they will come. The day you find that purpose, a reason that drives you to your core, that's when you become unstoppable. Your why is what gets you out of bed when you're tired. It's what keeps you going when you feel like giving up. It's what pushes you to keep moving forward, even when the path is dark and uncertain. Maybe your why is your family. Maybe it's your desire to make a difference in the world. Maybe it's your dream of living a life of freedom and abundance. Whatever it is, it has to be strong. It has to be something that lights a fire inside of you, something that keeps you going no matter what. Fear is one of the biggest barriers to change. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of the unknown. But everything you want is on the other side of fear. The day you stop letting fear control you, the day you decide to act in spite of it, that's the day your life changes. Failure isn't the end, it's part of the journey. Use failure as a stepping stone, as a lesson, and keep moving forward. Fear is natural. It's a part of being human. But you can't let it dictate your life. Fear will keep you small. It will keep you stuck. It will whisper in your ear that you're not good enough, that you'll never succeed, that it's better to play it safe. But let me tell you something. The people who change the world, the people who live extraordinary lives, they feel fear too. The difference is, they don't listen to it. They feel the fear, and they act anyway. They understand that fear is just a feeling, and that feelings don't have to control you. You can feel the fear and do it anyway. That's courage. That's how you change your life. Life doesn't wait for you to be ready. The opportunities are out there, but they won't wait for you to feel brave or prepared. Life rewards action, not intentions. The day you decide to take that first step, even if you don't know the entire path, is the day your life changes. It's okay to not have it all figured out. Move forward with faith, and the path will reveal itself. You don't need to see the whole staircase to take the first step. You just need to take that first step and trust that the next one will appear. Most people are paralyzed by the need for certainty. They think they need to know exactly how everything will work out before they even begin. But the truth is, you'll never know exactly how it's all going to unfold. You have to be willing to take a leap of faith. You have to trust that as you move forward, the path will become clear. You have to believe that you have what it takes to figure it out as you go. And you do. You have everything you need within you. The key is to start. The day your life changes is the day you stop making excuses. As long as you blame others, you give away your power. But when you take full responsibility, you realize that you alone have the power to change your life. It's not about beating yourself up. It's about empowerment. No one is coming to save you. You must save yourself. And while that might sound harsh, it's also freeing. You are the captain of your ship. Excuses are comforting. They allow you to justify why you're not where you want to be. But excuses will keep you stuck. They will keep you from reaching your full potential. The day you stop making excuses, the day you stop blaming your circumstances, your upbringing, your past, that's the day you take your power back. You have the power to change your life, but only if you take responsibility for it. No one else is responsible for your happiness, your success, or your future. It's all on you. And that's a beautiful thing, because it means you have the power to create the life you want. Change is not easy. Growth is uncomfortable. But staying stuck, living a life where you know you're not living up to your potential, that's far more painful. Choose the pain that leads to growth. Choose the discipline that leads to greatness. Growth requires you to step outside of your comfort zone. It requires you to do things that scare you, things that make you uncomfortable. But that's where the magic happens. Your comfort zone is where dreams go to die. It's where potential goes unrealized. If you want to grow, if you want to change, you have to be willing to get uncomfortable. You have to be willing to take risks. You have to be willing to fail. Because failure is not the opposite of success. It's part of success. Every successful person has failed, probably more times than you can imagine. The difference is, they didn't let failure stop them. They used it as fuel. They used it as a lesson. And they kept going. The day your life changes is the day you stop comparing yourself to others. Your journey is your own, and it's not meant to look like anyone else's. The only person you should compare yourself to is who you were yesterday. Focus on your own growth, not someone else's journey. Comparison is the thief of joy. It will rob you of your happiness, your peace, your sense of fulfillment. When you compare yourself to others, you're always going to find someone who is ahead of you in some way. You're always going to find someone who has what you want. But what you don't see is their struggle. You don't see the sacrifices they've made, the challenges they've faced, the failures they've endured. You're comparing your behind the scenes to their highlight reel. And it's not fair to you. The only person you should compare yourself to is the person you were yesterday. If you're better today than you were yesterday, you're winning. If you're growing, if you're learning, if you're moving forward, you're on the right path. Focus on your own journey. Focus on your own growth. And let go of the need to compare. The day your life changes is the day you shift your focus from getting to giving. Real success comes not from chasing wealth, but from contributing value to others. When you focus on service, on how you can make a difference, success will follow. The more value you provide, the more success you attract. Success is not about how much you can get. It's about how much you can give. The people who are the most successful, the people who live the most fulfilling lives, they understand this. They understand that true success is not about accumulation. It's about contribution. It's about making a difference. It's about leaving the world a little better than you found it. When you shift your focus from, how can I get more, to, how can I give more, everything changes. The more value you provide, the more people you help, the more success will come your way. It's a universal law. You reap what you sow. If you want more, give more. If you want success, focus on adding value. If you want happiness, focus on making others happy. It's that simple. You must also learn to focus on what you can control and let go of the rest. Many waste energy on things outside their control, the economy, other people's opinions. But the day you focus on your effort, your attitude, and your choices, instead of the uncontrollable, that's when everything changes. There is so much in life that is outside of your control. The weather, the economy, other people's actions. You can't control any of it. But what you can control is you. You can control your attitude. You can control your effort. You can control how you respond to the challenges you face. The day you stop wasting energy on things you can't change and start focusing on what you can do, that's the day your life changes. You can't control the storm, but you can control how you prepare for it. You can't control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond. And that makes all the difference. Life is about perspective. You can see challenges as obstacles or as opportunities for growth. You can view setbacks as failures or as lessons. The day you change the way you see things, the things you see change. Your perspective is everything. It shapes your reality. It determines how you experience the world. Two people can face the exact same situation, and one will see it as an opportunity, while the other sees it as a curse. The difference is perspective. The day you choose to see challenges as opportunities for growth, the day you choose to see setbacks as lessons, that's the day everything changes. Life is not happening to you. It's happening for you. Every challenge, every setback, every obstacle is an opportunity for growth. It's an opportunity to become stronger, wiser, better. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Your perspective is your power. Use it wisely. And remember this, the day your life changes isn't just one day. It's a choice you make every day. Every day, you have the chance to take action, to grow, to contribute, to be better. Every day, you can choose to make today the day your life changes. Change is not a one-time event. It's a daily choice. It's a decision you make every single day. Every morning when you wake up, you have a choice. You can choose to stay the same, to live the same day over and over again. Or you can choose to grow. You can choose to take action. You can choose to be better. Change is a process. It's a journey. And it's one that you have to commit to every single day. There will be days when it's hard. There will be days when you want to quit. But those are the days that matter most. Those are the days when you have to dig deep, find your why, and keep moving forward. Because the day your life changes is not just one day, it's every day. Every day you have the power to make a choice. Every day you have the power to change your life. What will you choose today? Welcome back to GrimFace, where we don't sugarcoat the truth. Here, we face life with brutal honesty, relentless determination, and the kind of clarity that cuts through the noise like a blade. For those of you returning, you know the drill. You've chosen to rise above mediocrity, to embrace discipline, and to own your outcomes. Welcome back to the movement. You are the black sheep, the few who dare to think differently, act decisively, and demand more from life. And to those of you who are new, this is your chance to break free. This is your invitation to join a movement of individuals who refuse to settle, who refuse to bow to the chaos of modern life, and who are ready to take control. If you're tired of spinning your wheels, if you're done letting the world dictate your pace, then you're in the right place. This video isn't just another motivational pep talk. It's a roadmap. A guide to getting things done not twice as fast, not 10 times faster, but 100 times faster and more efficiently than ever before. This isn't fluff. This isn't theory. These are specific, actionable steps designed to help you dominate your productivity in the coming year. So sit back, relax, take notes. You're about to learn the strategies that will clear your mind, sharpen your focus, and transform the way you approach your tasks, your goals, and your life. Trust me, you don't want to miss this. To our returning GrimFace warriors, thank you for walking this path with us. Your hunger for growth fuels this movement. And to the newcomers, welcome to the family. This is where the excuses end and the action begins. Join us, and let's make this year the one where we don't just survive the chaos, we master it. Let's get to work. Lesson 1. Capture everything. There's a storm raging inside your mind. A storm of ideas, tasks, responsibilities. Chaos spinning endlessly. You think you can control it, don't you? You believe you can hold it all, manage it all, just by keeping it in your head. But let me tell you something. That's a lie. And it's the kind of lie that will bury you under the weight of your own ambitions. Do you feel it? That constant hum of anxiety. That nagging voice that whispers, "What did I forget? What am I missing?" It's a parasite feeding on your peace, draining your focus, and eroding your potential. This chaos, it's not just noise, it's a ticking time bomb. And every moment you refuse to confront it, it ticks louder. But there's a way out. A weapon you can wield against this storm. A way to capture everything. Not some of it. Not most of it. Everything. Every idea. Every task. Every fleeting thought that passes through your mind like a shadow. You must seize it, chain it, and lock it into a trusted system. Because if you don't capture it, it will capture you. Understand this. Your mind is not a storage unit. It's a machine built for creation, problem solving, and innovation. But when you force it to hoard endless to-do lists and forgotten dreams, you're suffocating its power. You're allowing clutter to choke your focus, to drain your energy, to rob you of clarity. You're sabotaging yourself. Stop thinking you can juggle everything. You're not a machine. You're human. And humans are flawed. We forget. We make mistakes. But you don't have to be a slave to those flaws. The solution is simple, brutal in its simplicity. Write it down. Every thought, every idea, every task. The moment it enters your mind, capture it. Don't hesitate. Don't trust yourself to remember. Because the second you do, you've already lost it. Use whatever tools work for you. A notebook, an app, a scrap of paper. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you have a system, one you trust with your life. Because that's what's at stake here. Your life, your time, your future. When you capture everything, you don't just free your mind, you take control of your destiny. You become ruthless, unstoppable. No more wasted energy on mental clutter. No more forgotten obligations or missed opportunities. Your mind becomes a weapon, sharp, focused, lethal. But this isn't easy. Capturing everything takes discipline. It takes vigilance. It takes the relentless determination to master yourself. But ask yourself this: are you willing to let chaos run your life? Are you willing to drown in the storm, suffocated by your own inefficiency? Or will you take the reins and command your existence with precision and power? This is your moment. Your chance to step out of the shadows of forgetfulness and inefficiency. To rise above the noise and claim the clarity you deserve. The storm will not stop on its own. You have to tame it. You have to dominate it. You have to capture everything. Because if you don't, someone else will. And when they do, they'll be the ones standing at the summit, while you're left floundering in the chaos below. So what's it going to be? Will you let the storm win? Or will you become the master of your mind, your tasks, your future? The choice is yours. But remember this: what you don't capture, you will lose. And what you lose could be the very key to everything you've ever wanted. Capture everything, or lose yourself in the storm. The clock is ticking. What will you do? Lesson 2. Clarify your actions. There's a chasm that separates dreams from reality. You know it well. The endless pit where your plans, your ambitions, your goals go to die. It's the space between where you are and where you want to be. And do you know what keeps that chasm open, growing wider by the day? Vagueness, indecision, a refusal to define what you must do to bridge the gap. Vague intentions are the chains that bind you. Plan a trip, get healthier, work on my goals. These are not actions, they're illusions, comforting lies you tell yourself to feel like you're making progress when, in reality, you're standing still. Every time you leave your actions undefined, you surrender to inaction. And inaction, It's the silent killer of potential. You think you'll figure it out later, don't you? That clarity will come to you in time. Let me tell you the cold, hard truth. It won't. Time doesn't create clarity. Action does. Without clarity, you're wandering in a fog, blind, directionless, and destined to fail. And every second you hesitate, every moment you avoid defining your next step, you're feeding the fog. You're building your own prison, brick by vague brick. But you don't have to stay trapped. There's a way out. A weapon that can cut through the haze like a blade. It's simple, brutal, and unforgiving. Clarify your actions. Not tomorrow. Not when it's convenient. Now, for every goal, every task, every project in your life, ask yourself this question. What is the very next thing I must do? Not the end result. Not the big picture. The next specific, tangible step. If it's plan a trip, then break it down. Research flights to Paris. If it's get healthier, then ask. Sign up for a gym membership today. Clarity is ruthless. It forces you to confront the truth of what needs to be done. It leaves no room for excuses, no space for procrastination. And that's why so many people avoid it. Because clarity is uncomfortable. It demands action. It forces you to take responsibility. But without it, you're lost. You're nothing more than a dreamer drowning in an ocean of unfinished plans. Understand this. Your goals will never be achieved through broad intentions or vague ideas. Success isn't built on wishes. It's built on execution. And execution starts with clarity. Each specific action you define is a step forward, a bridge over the chasm, a weapon against the fog. But every vague goal, every undefined task, that's another weight dragging you down, another nail in the coffin of your ambitions. This is where the battle is fought, in the details, in the clarity of your actions. You want to move mountains? Then stop staring at the mountain and start moving the first stone. You want to transform your life? Then stop fantasizing about the end result and define what you must do today, this hour, this moment. The choice is yours. Stay in the fog, comfortable but stagnant, and watch as your potential rots away. Or step into the harsh light of clarity, face the discomfort of defining your actions, and start moving forward. It won't be easy. It won't be pleasant. But it will be worth it. Because in the end, success belongs to those who are willing to do what others won't, to confront the details, to define the actions, to cut through the fog and take the first step, even when it feels small, even when it feels insignificant. That's how progress is made. That's how greatness is achieved. So what will you do? Will you let vagueness suffocate your ambitions? Or will you wield clarity like a weapon, carving your path forward with precision and purpose? The fog is waiting to swallow you whole. The chasm is waiting to claim you. The only question is, will you let it? Clarify your actions, define your steps, and then take them, one by one, until there's no fog left, no chasm to cross, only the destination you've earned through relentless, focused effort. The choice is yours. Make it now, before it's too late. Lesson 3. Organize your system. The chaos of your life is no accident. It's a product of your choices, or rather, your lack of them. Look around you. Tasks piling up. Projects half finished. Deadlines slipping through your fingers like sand. You feel overwhelmed, don't you? Like you're drowning in an endless ocean of demands, responsibilities, and expectations. But here's the harsh truth. That chaos, it's your fault. You've let your life become a disorganized battlefield. And now, the enemy, your inefficiency, is winning. You think you can fight this war without strategy, without structure? You think brute force, working harder, faster, longer, will save you? It won't. Chaos doesn't care how much effort you throw at it. It will crush you all the same, unless you fight smarter. What you need is not more time, more energy, or even more willpower. What you need is order. Ruthless, unrelenting order. You need a system, a weapon to cut through the noise and take control. Because without a system, you're just a pawn, swept along by the currents of circumstance. But with a system, you become the master of your fate. Here's how you do it. Categorize, divide and conquer. Break the chaos into manageable pieces and take control. Use lists. Use folders. Use whatever tools you must to impose structure on the mess. Create categories for every task, every project, every demand on your time and energy. First, the next actions. These are your immediate tasks, the things you can do right now. No planning, no waiting, just action. They're the battles you fight today. Write them down, prioritize them, and execute with precision. Next, the projects. These are the multi-step monsters that require planning and strategy. Break them down into smaller tasks. Define what needs to be done, step by step, and attack them systematically. Stop letting these beasts loom over you, undefined and overwhelming. Tame them. Own them. Then, there's the waiting for category. Tasks you've delegated. Responsibilities that depend on others. Track them. Monitor them. Don't let them slip through the cracks. Because if you're not watching, if you're not following up, they'll come back to haunt you, and you'll have no one to blame but yourself. And what about those ideas? Those dreams? Those someday ambitions? They belong in the someday maybe category. Not forgotten, but not prioritized. Store them away like seeds, waiting for the right moment to plant. But don't let them distract you from what matters now. Finally, the calendar. Your time-bound commitments, appointments, deadlines, non-negotiables. Treat your calendar like sacred ground. Guard it fiercely, because every minute wasted is a minute you'll never get back. This is how you win the war against chaos. You categorize, you organize, you impose structure on the madness, and you don't stop. Because the moment you let your guard down, chaos will creep back in. It's relentless, it's merciless, and it's always waiting for you to slip. But you're stronger than that. You're smarter than that. You won't let the chaos consume you. You'll fight it. You'll tame it. You'll bend it to your will. Because you understand that organization isn't just about productivity. It's about power, control, mastery over your life. So stop living in the storm. Stop drowning in the ocean of your own disorganization. Build your system. Categorize your tasks. Take control. Because without a system, you're nothing but a victim of chaos. But with it, you're unstoppable. The choice is yours. Stay in the mess, suffocated by your own inefficiency. Or rise above it, armed with a system that makes you unstoppable. Organize your life. Command your chaos. And become the master of your destiny. Because no one else will do it for you. Lesson 4. Reflect regularly. The enemy isn't just out there. It's within you. It hides in your complacency, your distractions, your neglect. You think the battle is over once the plan is set, once the tasks are laid out and the system is in place. But let me tell you something. The battle is never over. Life doesn't stop moving, and neither should you. A plan without reflection is a corpse. A system without review is a trap. It lulls you into a false sense of control, while the chaos you thought you tamed quietly festers in the shadows, waiting to strike. And when it does, it will tear through your goals, your ambitions, your progress, leaving you wondering where it all went wrong. The answer is simple. You failed to reflect. You didn't stop to check the map. You didn't reassess the battlefield. You didn't sharpen your weapons. And now, the enemy, your inefficiency, your neglect, has the upper hand. But you can change that. You can turn the tide. All it takes is the discipline to reflect regularly. Once a week. Not when it's convenient. Not when you feel like it. Every single week. Because if you don't, you're already falling behind. Here's how you win. Set aside time. Sacred, untouchable time. And face the truth. Review your system. Not passively, but with brutal honesty. Update your lists. What's still relevant? What's outdated? What needs to be done now? Process any new inputs. Don't let them pile up like dead weight, suffocating your momentum. Reassess your priorities. Are you still on the right path? Are you focusing on what truly matters? Or have you been seduced by distractions? This is the hard work most people avoid. They'd rather drift, reacting to life as it comes, than take control. They fear the mirror. They fear seeing how far they've strayed. But not you. You understand that reflection isn't a luxury. It's a necessity. Without it, your system becomes a lie, a comforting illusion of progress, while your life falls apart piece by piece. Reflection is ruthless. It forces you to confront your failures, your weaknesses, your blind spots. It demands accountability, but it also gives you power. The power to correct course, the power to realign with your goals, the power to stay sharp, focused, and unstoppable. Make no mistake, this is war. A war against stagnation, a war against chaos, a war against the version of you that's content to drift through life, unexamined and unfulfilled. And in this war, reflection is your weapon. Use it, or lose. Once a week. That's all it takes. But it must be every week. No excuses. No exceptions. Because if you can't make time to reflect, you've already lost. You've given the enemy the opening it needs to consume you. So what will you do? Will you face the mirror and reclaim control? Or will you let chaos reclaim the reins, dragging you back into the abyss of disorganization and failure? The choice is yours. But know this. Without reflection, your system is a lie. Without reflection, your progress is a facade. Without reflection, you are lost. Reflect regularly. Update. Reassess. Realign. Make it a ritual, a discipline, a way of life. Because in this game, only the ruthless survive. Only those who reflect, adapt, and evolve can truly conquer the chaos. And you were born to conquer. Now go. Take back control. Reflect. And let nothing stand in your way. Lesson 5. Engage with focus. Focus. The sharpest blade you'll ever wield. The weapon that slices through chaos, distraction, and mediocrity. Yet most of us treat it like a dull tool, hacking away at tasks without precision, without purpose, without power. And then we wonder why we're exhausted, overwhelmed, and stuck in the same place, spinning our wheels but going nowhere. Here's the truth you refuse to face. You're wasting your energy, not because you're lazy or incapable, but because you've lost your focus. You're scattered, jumping from task to task, giving your time to the urgent instead of the important. You've become a slave to busyness, mistaking movement for progress, activity for achievement. But deep down, you know better. You know that success isn't about doing everything. It's about doing the right things at the right time. It's about engaging with ruthless intent, attacking the tasks that matter most with precision and force. Anything less is a betrayal of your potential. So how do you reclaim your focus? How do you ensure that every action you take is a step toward victory, instead of another circle in the endless loop of wasted effort? You wield the 4 criteria model like a scalpel, cutting through the noise to uncover the truth of what you must do next. Context. Where are you? What tools do you have at your disposal? What can you execute right now with the resources in front of you? Stop dreaming about what you could do later and focus on what you can do here and now. Your environment is your battlefield. Use it. Stop letting it limit you. Time available. The clock is ticking, always ticking. How much time do you have in this moment? Don't overreach. Don't try to conquer mountains when you only have minutes. Choose tasks that fit the time you have and execute them without mercy. Small victories, won consistently, lead to monumental success. Energy available. This is the truth most ignore. You are not a machine. Your energy fluctuates, rises, and falls like the tide. Stop fighting it. Work with it. When your energy is high, attack the hard, important tasks. When it's low, pivot to the smaller, less demanding ones. Align your effort with your strength in the moment, and you'll stop burning out and start breaking through. Priority, the ultimate filter. Ask yourself, what is the most important thing I can do right now? Not what's easiest, not what's most urgent, what's most important. And then do it. Not later, not when you feel like it. Now prioritize ruthlessly, or be consumed by the trivial. This is how you win. By engaging with focus. By refusing to let distraction, chaos, or complacency dictate your actions. By choosing your battles carefully and fighting them with everything you have. Focus is not a luxury, it's survival. Without it, you are doomed to a life of mediocrity, a life of busy work that leads nowhere. But with it, you become unstoppable. Every action you take is a step forward. Every moment of focus is a blow against the forces that would keep you small, insignificant, forgotten. You don't need more time, more energy, more resources. You need focus. Razor sharp, unrelenting focus. So ask yourself right now, what can you do in this moment? What fits your time, your energy, your environment? What is the most important thing to tackle next? And then do it. Without hesitation, without excuse, without fear. Because focus isn't just about getting things done. It's about building momentum, shaping your destiny, and carving your name into the world. Engage with focus, or be consumed by distraction. The choice is yours. But know this, the unfocused fall, the focused rise. Now go. Sharpen your blade, cut through the noise, and let your focus lead you to greatness. Lesson 6. The 2-minute rule. You think greatness is built on massive leaps, monumental achievements, and grand gestures, don't you? You've been sold the illusion that success demands something extraordinary, something far beyond the mundane tasks of everyday life. But let me tell you a truth most people are too blind to see. Your life isn't destroyed by the big failures. It's buried under an avalanche of small, ignored tasks. That email you didn't send, the document you didn't file, the quick chore you thought could wait. These small things, these insignificant moments, each one seems harmless on its own. But they pile up. They weigh you down. They form a mountain of mental clutter that suffocates your focus, drains your energy, and blocks your path forward. And you don't even realize it until it's too late. Here's the brutal truth. Small tasks left undone don't disappear. They grow. They mutate into mental parasites, stealing your bandwidth, feeding on your attention, and haunting the edges of your mind. You think you're saving time by putting them off, but you're wrong. You're wasting it. Because every unfinished task is a chain around your mind, a constant whisper that says, I'm still here. You still haven't dealt with me. But there's a weapon you can use to destroy this chaos before it takes root. A simple, unrelenting rule. If it takes less than 2 minutes, do it immediately. Don't think about it. Don't question it. Don't hesitate. Just do it. That email, send it. That paper on your desk, file it. That quick decision you've been avoiding, make it. In less than 2 minutes, you can cut down the weeds of inefficiency before they choke your mind. You can clear the clutter, free your focus, and make space for the battles that truly matter. The 2-minute rule isn't just a time management hack. It's a discipline, a declaration of war against procrastination, chaos, and the excuses you tell yourself to avoid action. It forces you to confront the small, tedious tasks you'd rather ignore. It forces you to take responsibility. And here's the secret. These 2-minute victories, they add up. Each small task you complete is a step forward, a weight lifted, a moment of clarity reclaimed. Over time, they create momentum. They create power. They create a mind unburdened by clutter, free to focus on the big moves, the real challenges, the things that will define your legacy. But it takes discipline. It takes the willingness to act, even when it's inconvenient, even when it's tedious, even when it feels too small to matter. Because in the end, these small actions do matter. They are the foundation of your success, or the cracks that lead to your downfall. So ask yourself, how many 2-minute tasks are you ignoring right now? How much mental space are you wasting, clinging to unfinished scraps of responsibility? How much of your potential is being drained by the clutter you refuse to face? The answer is simple. Too much. Far too much. So stop waiting. Stop hesitating. When a task takes less than 2 minutes, destroy it immediately. Show no mercy. Clear the clutter. Free your mind. And unleash the full force of your focus on the things that truly matter. Because success isn't about doing everything. It's about doing the right things at the right time, with ruthless efficiency. The 2-minute rule is your weapon. Use it, or let the small things bury you alive. The choice is yours. But remember, inaction is a decision to let the chaos win. And you weren't born to lose. So act. Now before the weight of everything you've ignored drags you into the abyss. Lesson 7, the natural planning model. You want to succeed, don't you? You want to rise above the masses, escape mediocrity, and build something meaningful. But let me ask you this. How often do you find yourself paralyzed, overwhelmed by the sheer size of your ambitions? How often do you start a project only to abandon it halfway, scattered, distracted, and frustrated because you didn't know where to begin or how to finish? This isn't a mistake. It's a failure of strategy, of focus, of discipline. You treat your projects like vague ideas, hoping they'll somehow come together on their own. But hope isn't a strategy. Without structure, your dreams will rot in the wasteland of your excuses, your fears, your inability to plan. And when that happens, you have no one to blame but yourself. Here's the truth. Success doesn't just happen. It's engineered. It's built with precision, with intent, with a plan. Not a vague idea scribbled on a napkin. A real plan. A ruthless, structured approach to turning chaos into clarity, intention into action. And if you don't have one, you've already lost. That's where the natural planning model comes in. This isn't just a method. It's a weapon. A systematic process that cuts through confusion and ensures your projects don't just start. They finish. You want results? You want power? Then listen carefully, because this is how you win. Step 1. Define the purpose. Why does this project matter? Why are you even doing it? Without a purpose, your efforts are hollow, your motivation weak. Purpose is your foundation, the anchor that keeps you grounded when the storms of doubt and distraction try to pull you away. Define it clearly. Make it undeniable. Ask yourself, what's at stake if I fail? Let the answer drive you. Step 2. Envision the outcome. Close your eyes and see it. The finish line. The victory. The end result of your efforts. What does success look like? What does it feel like? Without a clear vision of where you're going, you'll wander aimlessly, lost in the fog of uncertainty. Paint the picture. Make it vivid. And then burn it into your mind, so it's impossible to forget. Step 3. Brainstorm. This is where the chaos lives. The swirling ideas, the endless possibilities, the raw energy of creation. Don't hold back. Let it all out. Write down every step, every task, every crazy idea that comes to mind. No judgment, no hesitation, just raw, unfiltered possibility. This is where momentum begins. Step 4. Organize. Now it's time to tame the chaos. Look at your brainstormed ideas and start putting them in order. What comes first? What comes next? Which steps are essential and which can wait? Sequence them. Prioritize them. Turn the chaos into a clear path forward. This isn't busy work, it's strategy. And strategy is what separates winners from losers. Step 5. Identify the next actions. This is where most people fail. They get stuck in the big picture, overwhelmed by the enormity of the task ahead. But success isn't built in leaps. It's built in steps. Define the next actionable step. Not the whole project. Not the end goal. Just the first thing you can do right now to move forward. And then do it. Relentlessly. Without excuse. This is the natural planning model. Simple. Brutal. Effective. But only if you have the discipline to use it. Most people won't. They'll keep winging it, hoping things will magically fall into place. They won't. Chaos doesn't organize itself. Clarity doesn't just appear. You have to create it. So what's it going to be? Will you let your dreams rot in the graveyard of poor planning and procrastination? Or will you take control? Will you define your purpose, envision your outcome, brainstorm your steps, organize your path, and execute your next action with precision and power? The choice is yours. But know this, without a plan, you're nothing. Just another dreamer lost in the fog of their own indecision. But with a plan, you're unstoppable. You're a force of nature, cutting through chaos with the precision of a blade. The time to plan is now, not tomorrow, not later, now. Because every second you delay is another second your potential slips through your fingers. Define, envision, brainstorm, organize, act. This is how you win. This is how you rise. So what are you waiting for? The clock is ticking. The chaos is closing in. It's time to fight back. It's time to plan. And it's time to win. Lesson 8. How to empty your inbox. Your inbox. A seemingly innocent space. A tool meant to help you communicate, organize, and operate. But look at it now. A chaotic wasteland of unanswered emails, unread messages, and forgotten notes. It's not just a digital pile of clutter. It's a monument to your procrastination. A silent reminder of everything you've ignored, neglected, or abandoned. You feel it, don't you? The weight of it. That creeping anxiety that whispers, "What have I missed? What's slipping through the cracks?" Let me tell you something. Your inbox isn't just a mess. It's a battlefield. And every message you leave unaddressed, every note you fail to process, is an enemy taking ground. You think you're in control? Think again. That clutter owns you. It occupies your mental bandwidth, steals your focus, and paralyzes your decision-making. It is chaos incarnate, and it's winning. But you don't have to let it. You can fight back. You can reclaim control. And it starts with a simple, ruthless rule. Empty your inbox to zero. Regularly. Not once in a while. Not when you feel like it. Every single time. Because if you don't, your inbox will bury you alive. Here's how you do it. For every email, every message, every item in your inbox, make a decision. No hesitation. No excuses. Just action. There are only 4 options. Learn them. Live by them. Master them. Option 1. Delete it. If it's irrelevant, unnecessary, or a waste of your time, get rid of it. Permanently. Don't overthink it. Don't let it linger. Your inbox is not a trash bin. It's a tool. Treat it as such. Be ruthless. Delete without mercy. Option 2. Delegate it. If someone else can handle it, pass it on. Stop hoarding tasks that aren't yours to carry. Delegation isn't weakness, it's strategy. Trust the right people to take responsibility, and free yourself to focus on what truly matters. Option 3. Defer it. If it requires future action but can't be tackled now, defer it. Schedule it. Set a reminder. Put it in a trusted system that ensures you won't forget. But don't let it sit in your inbox, festering like a wound. Get it out of there. Option 4. Do it. If it's actionable and quick, if it takes less than 2 minutes, do it. Immediately. No delay. No procrastination. These small tasks might seem insignificant, but leaving them undone only adds to the clutter. Crush them as they come. This is how you win. By making decisions. By refusing to let your inbox become a graveyard of inaction. By confronting every message, every note, every piece of clutter with the discipline to act. But make no mistake, this isn't easy. Emptying your inbox requires vigilance, consistency, the willingness to face the flood of demands and distractions that come at you every day. Most people won't do it. They'll let their inboxes overflow, drowning in the noise, suffocating under the weight of their own neglect. Not you. You're better than that. You understand that an empty inbox isn't just about organization. It's about freedom, mental clarity, the ability to focus on what truly matters without the constant drag of unfinished business pulling you down. So ask yourself, how much longer will you let your inbox control you? How much longer will you allow the chaos to dictate your focus, your energy, your life? The answer should be no longer. Not one more day. Not one more hour. Not one more minute. Empty your inbox. Regularly. Ruthlessly. Turn it into a place of action, not inaction. And watch as your mental clarity returns, your focus sharpens, and your productivity skyrockets. Because this isn't just about emails. It's about reclaiming your time, your energy, your power. The choice is yours. Let the clutter win, or rise above it. Delay, or decide. Ignore, or act. Your inbox is waiting. What will you do? The clock is ticking. The chaos is growing. It's time to fight back. It's time to take control. Empty your inbox and own your life. Lesson 9. Context is key. You think you can conquer your tasks by sheer willpower alone, don't you? You think if you push hard enough, grind long enough, you'll get it all done. But let me ask you this. How's that working for you? Look around. Scattered tasks. Unfinished work. A mind pulled in 1,000 directions. You're trying to fight every battle at once, and it's killing your focus, draining your energy, and leaving you buried under the weight of your own inefficiency. This chaos, it's your own doing. You treat every task as if it exists in a vacuum, separate from the world around it. You ignore the reality that every action depends on where you are, what you have, and what you can do in the moment. You're running into battle blind, with no strategy, no plan. And the result? You're losing. Badly. But here's the truth most people are too stubborn to admit. Your environment is your greatest ally, or your worst enemy. If you don't learn to align your actions with your surroundings, you will always be fighting uphill, wasting time, wasting energy, and accomplishing far less than you're capable of. The solution is brutally simple. Contexts are key. Stop treating your tasks like a random list of demands. Start organizing them by context, by where you are, what tools you have, and what you can do right now. This isn't just a productivity hack. It's a survival strategy. It's how you win the war against inefficiency. At work, these are the tasks that require you to be in the office, at your desk, or connected to your work tools. Emails, meetings, reports, anything tied to your professional environment. When you're at work, focus on work. Don't waste your time on distractions that don't belong there. At home, the tasks that live within your personal space. Chores, errands, family responsibilities. When you're home, handle them. Don't let work bleed into your sanctuary. Keep your contexts clean, your focus sharp. At phone, calls to make, messages to send, quick tasks that only require a device in your hand. When you're waiting in line, commuting, or have a few spare minutes, this is your battlefield. Attack it. Clear it. Don't let idle time slip through your fingers. At computer, the digital tasks, research, writing, managing files. When you're in front of your machine, use it. Stop wasting time flipping between tasks that don't require your full attention. Engage fully, or don't engage at all. This is how you take control. By grouping your tasks by context, by aligning your actions with your environment, by eliminating the friction that comes from constantly switching focus. You stop multitasking, you stop scattering your energy, and you start executing with ruthless efficiency. But let me warn you, this requires discipline. It requires you to stop pretending you can do everything at once. It requires you to prioritize, to categorize, to think strategically about where you are and what you can do in the moment. Most people won't do it. They'll keep flailing, bouncing between tasks, wondering why they're always behind, always exhausted, always overwhelmed. Not you. You know better. You understand that focus isn't just about willpower. It's about strategy. It's about using your environment to your advantage, not fighting against it. It's about mastering the art of context and turning it into a weapon. So ask yourself, how much longer will you let your inefficiency control you? How much longer will you fight battles you're not equipped to win? The answer should be no longer. Not one more day. Not one more hour. Not one more minute. Define your contexts. Group your tasks. Align your actions with your environment. And watch as your productivity explodes, your energy returns, and your focus sharpens to a deadly point. This isn't just about getting things done. It's about taking back control of your time, your energy, your life. The choice is yours. Stay scattered or rise above. Let chaos dictate your actions or wield context like a blade. Your time is waiting. What will you do? The battlefield is clear. The strategy is simple. It's time to act. Master your contexts and master yourself. Lesson 10. Trust your system. Your mind is a battlefield, isn't it? A relentless storm of thoughts, ideas, obligations, and responsibilities swirling endlessly. Every fleeting worry, every forgotten task, every loose end you swore you'd handle. It all clings to you, dragging you down like chains. You feel it, don't you? That mental clutter, that chaos. It's suffocating you. But here's the brutal truth. You created this storm. It didn't come from the outside. It's the result of your inability to let go. You cling to everything, tasks, reminders, worries, as if holding them in your mind somehow makes you more in control. But it doesn't. It makes you a prisoner of your own disorganization, your own fear, your own refusal to trust a system outside of yourself. You need to hear this. Your mind is not built to hold everything. It's not a storage unit. It's not an archive. It's a weapon meant for clarity, creativity, and execution. But right now, it's dulled by the weight of everything you're trying to carry. You're wasting its power, its potential. You're sabotaging yourself. The only way out is to trust your system. Not half-heartedly, not occasionally, fully, relentlessly. Build it, refine it, and use it. Every thought, every task, every responsibility. Get it out of your head and into the system. A system you can rely on. A system that doesn't forget, doesn't waver, doesn't buckle under pressure. Why? Because when you trust your system, you liberate your mind. You free yourself from the constant mental noise. the endless spinning of wheels. You create space. Space for focus, for action, for progress. Your mind becomes sharp again, clear, deadly. It becomes the weapon it was always meant to be. But trust doesn't come easily. It has to be earned. You can't just create a system and expect it to work. You have to use it, maintain it, and follow the process diligently. Every task, every idea, every input, process it, organize it, prioritize it, leave nothing behind. If you skip steps, if you neglect the system, you break the trust. And when the trust is gone, so is your freedom. This isn't a one-time fix. It's a discipline, a way of life. Most people won't do it. They'll keep juggling everything in their heads, drowning in their own inefficiency, wondering why they're always overwhelmed, always anxious, always behind. They don't trust their systems, and so they never trust themselves. But you're not like most people. You understand that trusting your system isn't a weakness, it's power, it's control. It's the key to unlocking the full potential of your mind. When you trust your system, you can finally let go of the clutter, the chaos, the mental fog. You can focus, you can execute, you can win. So ask yourself, how much longer will you let the storm control you? How much longer will you cling to the chaos, refusing to trust the very system that could set you free? The answer should be no longer. Not one more day. Not one more hour. Not one more second. Build your system. Use it. Trust it. And then let go. Let go of the clutter. Let go of the noise. Let go of the fear that you'll forget something, that you'll miss something. Your system has you covered, if you have the discipline to use it. This isn't just about getting organized. It's about reclaiming your power. It's about sharpening your mind, cutting through the chaos, and dominating your life. Because when your mind is clear, when your focus is sharp, when your trust in your system is unshakable, you are unstoppable. The choice is yours. Stay in the storm, or rise above it. Let the chaos own you, or take control. Trust your system, and trust yourself. Because the storm isn't going to calm itself. You have to end it. You have to act. Trust your system, and unleash your mind. Lesson 11. Stress-free productivity. Your mind is under siege. The chaos of your life, endless tasks, relentless demands, unfinished projects. It clings to you like a shadow, choking your focus, draining your energy, and keeping you perpetually on edge. You're overwhelmed, aren't you? You're stressed. And no matter how hard you push, no matter how much you grind, it never feels like enough. That stress you feel, it's not just a side effect of ambition. It's the result of a broken system. A mind trying to carry more than it was ever designed to handle. You've let the clutter consume you, allowed the weight of everything undone to rob you of your clarity, your control, your calm, and it's killing your potential. You need to hear this. Stress isn't your enemy. It's a symptom, a signal that your life is out of alignment, that you're drowning in noise instead of cutting through it, that you're reacting to chaos instead of commanding it. The question is, will you keep fighting this losing battle, or will you take back control? The answer lies in one simple, brutal truth. A clear mind is a powerful mind. If you want to be productive, truly productive, you need to let go of the clutter. You need to create space. You need to achieve a state of mind like water. Calm, focused, adaptable, ready to respond to whatever comes your way, without breaking, without panicking, without losing yourself in the storm. But this state doesn't come easily. It doesn't come to those who drift through life, hoping for clarity to magically appear. It comes to those who take control, who trust their systems, who clear their minds with ruthless efficiency. And if you're not willing to do the work, you will never know what it means to be free, truly free, from the burden of stress. Here's how you do it. First, get everything out of your head. Every task, every responsibility, every lingering thought. Write it down. Capture it. Stop letting it take up space in your mind. Your brain is not a storage unit. It's a weapon. Clear it. Sharpen it. Next, trust your system. Build a process you can rely on to handle the chaos. Categorize. Organize. Prioritize. Know that every piece of information is exactly where it needs to be. When you trust your system, you free your mind to focus fully on the present, instead of being haunted by what's unfinished. And finally, act with intention. Focus on the task at hand, not the 100 others waiting for you. When your mind is clear, when you're fully present, you'll find that stress fades away. Not because the demands have disappeared, but because you've taken control. You've stopped letting them control you. This is the path to stress-free productivity. It's not about doing less. It's about doing more efficiently, more effectively, with more clarity and purpose than you ever thought possible. It's about becoming a force of nature, calm and unshakable, able to adapt and overcome anything life throws at you. But make no mistake, this requires discipline. It requires the courage to confront your chaos, the commitment to build and trust your system, and the focus to live fully in the present moment. Most people won't do it. They'll cling to their stress, their clutter, their excuses. They'll keep grinding themselves into dust, never realizing they're the ones standing in their own way. Not you. You're better than that. You understand that a calm mind isn't a luxury. It's a necessity. Without it, you are nothing but a reactive mess, dragged around by the chaos of life. But with it, you are unstoppable. With a mind like water, you can face anything, adapt to anything, and conquer everything. So ask yourself, how much longer will you let stress own you? How much longer will you tolerate the chaos? The answer should be no longer. Not one more day. Not one more hour. Not one more second. Clear your mind. Trust your system. Focus on the present. And rise above the noise. This is the path to stress-free productivity. This is the path to power. The storm will not calm itself. You have to take control. You have to act. Achieve a mind like water, and unleash your true potential. You've just been handed the tools, the strategies, and the roadmap to crush chaos and dominate your productivity. But let me make one thing clear. Knowledge means nothing without action. The question now is simple. What will you do with it? Will you let this moment fade, just another fleeting burst of inspiration? Or will you take what you've learned and execute, relentlessly, ruthlessly, and without excuses? Here at GrimFace, we don't just talk about change, we live it. And if you're serious about breaking free from the noise, about rising above mediocrity, then this is where you belong. This is your movement, your community, your home for raw, unfiltered truth and strategies to take control of your life. So if you're ready to join the ranks of the black sheep, those who dare to carve their own path, then hit that subscribe button. Smash it like you're smashing through your own limits. And while you're at it, turn on the notifications. This way, you'll never miss a step, a tool, or a strategy to keep you ahead of the game. To those already subscribed, you're the reason this movement exists. You're the driving force behind every word, every video, every dark truth we deliver. Thank you for being part of this journey. Now go, subscribe, share this with someone who needs to hear it. Let's grow this army of warriors, thinkers, and doers who refuse to settle for anything less than excellence. This isn't just a channel, it's a revolution, and it's only just beginning. Stay relentless, stay focused, stay GrimFace. Welcome back, warriors. To those of you who've walked this path with us before, who've chosen the road of resilience, of grit, of honor, Welcome home. You are the few, the defiant, the unbreakable. You already know what it means to stand in the fire and emerge stronger. You already know the price of walking this path. And yet, you're still here. For that, we honor you. To those of you who are new to the GrimFace movement, welcome to the reckoning. This is not for the faint of heart. This is not for the weak, the entitled, or those who shrink from the shadows. Here, we speak to the warriors, the outcasts, the ones who refuse to be broken by the lies of the world. If you're here, it's because something inside you is stirring. A hunger, a fire, a refusal to settle for mediocrity. Let me tell you, you've come to the right place. We live in a time where honor is scarce, where discipline is mocked, where purpose is buried under distractions and lies. The world grows weaker by the day, consumed by comfort and complacency. The masses have abandoned the climb, choosing instead to kneel at the altar of convenience. But not us, not you, not here. This is your call to rise. Today, we revisit the lessons that forge an unbreakable mind. We'll tear through the illusions and distractions, sharpening the weapons of purpose, discipline, and resilience. From facing the fires of adversity to climbing the 5 mountains of strength, from mastering the mind to living with unyielding purpose, these are not just speeches. These are not just ideas. These are your tools for survival. The stakes have never been higher. The world does not need more followers. It needs warriors. It needs those who are willing to embrace the grind, to walk the harder path, to fight for something greater than themselves. The GrimFace movement is not just a channel. It is not just a message. It is a call to arms for those who dare to defy the odds and shape their own destiny. So, to our returning warriors, stay sharp, stay relentless, stay true. And to those who are just stepping into the fire, brace yourself. This path will not be easy. It will test you, it will break you, and it will demand everything you have. But if you endure, if you rise, it will transform you into something unstoppable. The question is simple. Will you rise to the challenge, or will you fall with the rest? The battlefield is waiting. The time is now. The world may be content to crumble, but we are here to build, to grow, to conquer. Welcome to GrimFace. Let's get to work. Lesson 1. The power of the mind. Picture your mind as a vast, untamed wilderness. Within it lies a roaring beast, a creature born of fear, doubt, and chaos. It is a creature that feeds on your hesitation, grows strong in your indecision, and waits, ready to devour your ambitions the moment you falter. But hidden deep within this wilderness is also a weapon, forged from your willpower and sharpened by your discipline. This weapon is your mind's true strength, and mastering it is the first step to taming the beast and conquering the wilderness. To wield this power, you must understand a simple truth. Your mind is both your greatest ally and your fiercest adversary. It can build you a fortress of resilience or bury you under the rubble of your fears. It can lead you to the summit of your potential or leave you wandering in the dark valleys of mediocrity. The choice is yours, but the battle is inevitable. Imagine you are a soldier marching into battle. The battlefield is your life, filled with trials, setbacks, and unexpected ambushes. Now imagine your mind is your commanding officer. If it's weak, erratic, and plagued by fear, it will lead you into ruin. But if it's disciplined, focused, and unrelenting, it will guide you to victory, even when the odds seem insurmountable. The question is, will you control your mind, or will you let it control you? Mental toughness is the armor you must wear in this battle. It is forged in the fires of discipline and shaped by your ability to withstand pain without breaking. Consider this. When the body screams for rest, it is the mind that commands it to move. When emotions surge like a storm, it is the mind that must steady the ship. And when doubt whispers, "You cannot," it is the mind that must roar back, "I will." But this power does not come easily. It must be earned. Every challenge, every failure, every moment of despair is a test, a hammer strike on the anvil of your mind. With each blow, you either crumble or you grow stronger. The choice is yours to make. But remember this: the mind that is never tested will never know its true strength. Imagine your emotions as a fire. Uncontrolled, they burn everything in their path. Relationships, opportunities, dreams. But if you harness that fire, if you control its intensity, it becomes your forge. It becomes the source of your transformation, the heat that strengthens your resolve and sharpens your focus. Emotional control is not the absence of feeling. It is the mastery of it. It is the ability to turn anger into determination, fear into courage, and failure into fuel. Let me ask you this: how often do you allow your emotions to dictate your decisions? How often do you let doubt chain you, fear blind you, or anger derail you? This is where you must stand firm. This is where you must remind yourself that the mind is the master of all. If you master it, you can bend the world to your will. If you fail, the world will bend you to its will. The unbeatable mind is not a myth or a fantasy. It is a choice. It is the decision to see obstacles as opportunities, pain as progress, and fear as a challenge to be conquered. It is the ability to act with calm precision in the face of chaos, to remain unshaken when the world is crumbling around you. It is the understanding that greatness is not born. It is forged in the crucible of relentless mental discipline. Remember this: the world will not give you what you want. It will test how badly you want it. Life will throw storms your way, unrelenting, merciless storms. But those storms are not your enemy. They are your training ground. They exist to strengthen you, to shape you, to prepare you for the battles ahead. Your mind is the fortress you must build to weather those storms. Brick by brick, moment by moment, thought by thought. So, I leave you with this challenge. Face the beast within your wilderness. Forge your weapon. Harness the fire of your emotions. Strengthen your mind until it becomes an unbreakable force, a fortress that no storm can breach. The unbeatable mind is not a gift. It is a lesson, a discipline, a relentless pursuit. And it begins with one simple question: will you master your mind, or will you let it master you? Lesson 2: the 5 mountains. Life is a battlefield, and every warrior must choose their weapons wisely. But what if I told you the greatest battle isn't fought with swords or shields? It is fought within. The war rages across 5 terrains, 5 towering mountains that stand between you and the life you were meant to claim. Each mountain demands your strength, your discipline, and your unwavering will. And if you want to conquer the world, you must first conquer these 5 peaks: mental, physical, emotional, intuitive, and spiritual. Mountain 1: the mental mountain, the fortress of the mind. The first mountain is the mind, a fortress that must be built brick by brick. Without clarity, focus, and emotional resilience, your mind becomes a ruin, vulnerable to every whisper of doubt and every storm of fear. Your thoughts are not harmless. They are weapons. They can cut down your ambitions or build bridges to your destiny. Ask yourself, is your mind a fortress or a crumbling wall? When chaos strikes, do you stand firm, or do you crumble under the weight of indecision? To master this mountain, you must discipline your thoughts. You must train your focus like a blade, sharpening it against the grindstone of adversity. Fear will attack. Doubt will whisper. But a disciplined mind does not waver. It cuts through the noise and locks onto its target with ruthless precision. Mountain 2. The physical mountain, the temple of strength. The second mountain is the body, a temple that houses your strength and endurance. Imagine this. You're carrying the weight of your dreams, your responsibilities, your ambitions. Now imagine that your body is too weak to bear that weight. It crumbles, and with it, so does everything you've built. Your physical fitness is not just about aesthetics. It is the foundation of your power. A weak body breeds a weak mind. Every drop of sweat, every mile run, every weight lifted is a brick in the temple of your strength. Pain is your teacher, and discipline is your path. Stop running from the grind. It is the forge where warriors are made. Mountain 3. The emotional mountain. The fire. Within. The third mountain is the fire within, the realm of emotions. This is where many fall, consumed by the flames of anger, fear, and despair. But let me tell you something. Fire is not your enemy. It is your tool. Left uncontrolled, it burns everything in its path. But harnessed, it becomes the fire that fuels your ascent. Emotional intelligence is the art of mastering this fire. It's the ability to remain calm in the storm, to wield anger as a weapon and fear as a guide. Do not let your emotions rule you. They are not your master. They are your servant. Bend them to your will, and they will carry you higher than you ever thought possible. Mountain 4. The intuitive mountain. The compass of the soul. The fourth mountain is intuition, a compass that guides you through the wilderness of life. Too often we ignore the whispers of our intuition, drowned out by the noise of logic, doubt, and fear. But intuition is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is the voice that knows what the mind cannot see. Trusting your intuition requires courage. It means stepping into the unknown with nothing but faith in yourself. It means silencing the noise and listening to the whispers of your soul. The intuitive mountain is not climbed by force, but by surrender. Surrendering to the truth that lies within you, waiting to be heard. Mountain 5. The spiritual mountain. The summit of purpose. The fifth and final mountain is the spiritual, the summit that connects you to something greater than yourself. This is the mountain of purpose, of alignment, of meaning. Without it, all the other mountains crumble into insignificance. You can have a fortress-like mind, a temple-like body, and a firestorm of emotions. But without purpose, you are nothing more than a wandering soul, lost in the wilderness. The spiritual mountain is not about religion. It is about connection. It is the understanding that you are part of a greater whole. It is the alignment of your actions with your values, your dreams with your purpose. This is the mountain that gives meaning to your struggle and transforms pain into power. It is time to start the climb. Each of these mountains is a test. Each demands something different from you. Your discipline, your endurance, your courage, your faith. And here's the truth. No one can climb these mountains for you. You will face them alone, and you will face them often. But with each climb, you grow stronger. With each summit, you see farther. And with each mountain conquered, you come closer to the life you were meant to live. But let me warn you, these mountains will break you if you let them. They will demand sacrifices, and they will show no mercy. To climb them, you must become relentless. You must embrace the struggle, the pain, the doubt, because the reward is worth it. At the summit of these 5 mountains lies a life of balance, power, and unshakable purpose. So I ask you, will you face the climb? Will you conquer the wilderness of your mind, the fire of your emotions, the frailty of your body, the whispers of your intuition, and the void of purposelessness? Or will you remain at the base, gazing up at the peaks you were too afraid to challenge? The choice is yours. But remember this, the mountains will not move for you. You must rise to conquer them. Lesson 3. The importance of visualization. Close your eyes and step into the darkness. What do you see? Nothing. Look deeper. Within that void lies a world you have not yet shaped. A battlefield waiting for the warrior to step forth. A summit waiting for the climber. A destiny waiting for its master. This is the realm of visualization. It is the place where your victories are born long before the fight begins. And if you learn to command this realm, no obstacle, no enemy, no hardship will ever take you by surprise again. Visualization is not daydreaming. It is not a flight of fancy. It is warfare. It is preparing your mind for battle before the first blow lands. The weak wait for challenges to come. The strong confront them in their minds long before they materialize. They rehearse the struggle, endure the pain, and claim the victory in the theater of their imagination. When the moment of truth arrives, they do not falter. Why? Because they've already been there 1,000 times before. Imagine yourself as a general preparing for war. The battlefield is life, and the enemy is adversity. Relentless, unforgiving, merciless. Do you march in blindly, hoping to react to whatever comes your way? Or do you study the terrain, plan your moves, and anticipate the enemy's every strike? Visualization is your strategy. It is your map through the chaos. Without it, you are lost. With it, you are unstoppable. But let me warn you, this is not a comfortable process. To visualize is to confront your fears before they manifest. It is to feel the weight of failure before you even begin. You must see the obstacles, taste the bitterness of defeat, and endure the pressure of the fight, all within the safe confines of your mind. It will hurt. It will test you, but it will also prepare you. Think of visualization as forging a sword. The heat of your imagination shapes it. The hammer of repetition strengthens it, and the grindstone of clarity sharpens it. Every mental image, every scenario you rehearse, is a strike of the hammer, a pass of the blade over the stone. When the moment comes to wield that sword in the real world, it will not fail you. It will cut through your challenges with precision and power. Consider this. The greatest warriors, athletes, and leaders in history did not achieve greatness by chance. They saw the victory in their minds long before it became a reality. They rehearsed the moments of triumph, yes, but they also rehearsed the struggle. They saw the sweat, the pain, the fear, and they overcame it all within their minds before facing it in life. They visualized themselves standing tall, unbroken, and victorious, and then they made it so. But visualization is not just about seeing the victory. It is about feeling it, tasting it, living it. You must immerse yourself in the mental rehearsal. See the sweat on your brow. Hear the roar of the crowd or the silence of solitude. Feel the weight of the challenge pressing down on you. Make it real. Because the mind does not know the difference between imagination and reality. What you rehearse in your mind, your body will execute with precision. Let me ask you this. Do you see the life you want? Do you see yourself conquering the challenges that stand in your way? Or do you wander through the fog of uncertainty, blind to the power you hold within you? Visualization is not a luxury. It is a necessity. Without it, you are like a ship without a compass, adrift in the storms of life. With it, you are a guided missile, locked onto your target, relentless and unyielding. When the storm comes, And it will come. You will not have time to hesitate. You will not have the luxury of figuring things out on the fly. But if you have already faced the storm in your mind, if you have rehearsed your response and felt the sting of the rain, you will not falter. You will rise, prepared and unshaken, because you have already lived this moment 1,000 times before. Visualization is the ultimate act of defiance. It is staring into the abyss of the unknown and saying, "I've already seen this. I've already conquered it." It is training your mind to thrive in chaos, to endure the pain, and to emerge victorious no matter what. And it is the realization that the mind you prepare today will be the weapon you wield tomorrow. So I challenge you, step into the darkness. Close your eyes and see the life you want. See the battles you will face. Feel the pain, the fear, the struggle, and overcome them in your mind. Prepare yourself for the storm so that when it comes, it will not break you. Instead, it will reveal the warrior you have become. Remember this: the mind that visualizes victory will create it. The mind that rehearses strength will manifest it. The mind that faces its fears will conquer them. Visualization is not a tool. It is a weapon. And in the hands of a relentless warrior, it can shape the impossible into reality. The question is not whether you can win. The question is, can you see yourself winning? The battle begins in your mind. Start there, and the world will follow. Lesson 5. Mindfulness and meditation. Close your eyes and listen to the noise. The endless chatter in your mind, the whispers of doubt, the roar of fear, the ceaseless echoes of your past failures and future anxieties. They never stop, do they? Like a storm raging within, this internal chaos consumes you, drowning out the voice of your true self. This storm is your prison, and the key to breaking free, it lies in the stillness. It lies in mindfulness. It lies in meditation. Let me tell you a truth most fear to face. You are at war with your own mind. Every day, every hour, every moment, it battles to control you. It throws distractions in your path, poisons your thoughts with negativity, and blinds you to the power you hold within. But what if you could master this chaos? What if you could silence the storm? What if you could take the reins of your mind and wield it as a weapon, instead of letting it wield you as a victim? This is the power of mindfulness. This is the power of meditation. These are not soft practices for those seeking temporary peace. No, these are the tools of warriors, the discipline of those who seek to conquer themselves before they conquer the world. Mindfulness is the blade that cuts through the noise, and meditation is the forge where that blade is sharpened. You must start with the chaos within. Your mind is a battlefield. Every thought, every emotion, every distraction is a soldier fighting for control. The problem is, most people never realize this. They let the noise rule them. They react to every impulse, follow every thought down a rabbit hole, and let fear, doubt, and anger dictate their actions. They are prisoners of their own minds, chained by the chaos they refuse to confront. But here's the truth. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are the observer, the commander, the master of the mind, not its slave. To realize this, to claim this power, you must first step into the storm. You must face the chaos head on. This is where mindfulness begins. Now you must use the blade of mindfulness. Mindfulness is the act of seeing clearly. It is the ability to stand in the storm of your thoughts and emotions without being swept away. It is the practice of observing your mind as it races, acknowledging its chaos without judgment, and choosing not to react. Mindfulness is not passive. It is active resistance. It is taking back control. One thought, one breath, one moment at a time. Imagine your mind as a river, rushing and wild. Most people are dragged along by the current, powerless to resist. But mindfulness is the act of stepping onto the riverbank. It is the realization that you are not the current. You are the observer. And from this place of clarity, you can begin to choose which thoughts to entertain, which emotions to embrace, and which to let pass like leaves on the water. You then must enter the forge of meditation. If mindfulness is the blade, meditation is the forge. It is the practice that strengthens your ability to focus, to calm the storm, and to cultivate clarity. Meditation is not about silencing the mind completely. That is a myth. The mind will always produce thoughts. That is its nature. Meditation is about learning to let those thoughts come and go without being controlled by them. It is about finding stillness in the chaos. Picture yourself sitting in the heart of a storm. The winds howl, the rain lashes, and the thunder roars. Meditation is the practice of finding the eye of the storm, the place of calm amidst the fury. It is the daily act of returning to this place, training your mind to find stillness, no matter how wild the chaos becomes. And with each practice, the storm weakens. With each breath, the noise quiets. With each moment of stillness, you grow stronger. Now it is time to cultivate the warrior's discipline. Meditation is not easy. It is not glamorous. It will not bring instant results. The first time you sit in stillness, your mind will rebel. It will scream at you, distract you, and tempt you to quit. But this is the test. This is where the warrior's discipline is forged. Meditation is not about feeling good in the moment. It is about building the mental strength and clarity to face life's challenges with unwavering focus. Start small, a few minutes a day. Sit in stillness. Focus on your breath, and watch your thoughts without judgment. It will be uncomfortable. It will be frustrating. But this is where growth happens. This is where the chains of distraction are broken. Over time, the practice becomes a sanctuary, a place of power you can return to whenever the chaos threatens to overwhelm you. It is now time to harness the power of stillness. Let me ask you, how often do you run from your own mind? How often do you distract yourself with noise, with screens, with anything that keeps you from facing the storm within? This is the greatest weakness of our time, the inability to sit in stillness, to confront ourselves, to master our own minds. But this is also your greatest opportunity. In a world consumed by distraction, the one who masters stillness becomes a force to be reckoned with. Meditation and mindfulness are not luxuries. They are not optional. They are the foundation of a powerful mind. They are the practices that turn chaos into clarity, distraction into focus, and weakness into strength. They are the tools of those who refuse to be ruled by their thoughts, who choose to rise above the noise and claim their rightful place as masters of their own minds. It is a never-ending challenge. So here is your challenge. Sit in the storm, face the chaos, begin the daily practice of mindfulness and meditation. It will be uncomfortable, it will test your patience, but it will also transform you. Over time, you will find a stillness within you, a power, a clarity, a focus that no storm can shake. Remember this: the mind that masters itself masters the world. The storm is not your enemy. It is your training ground. The chaos is not your weakness. It is your forge. Embrace it. Master it. And in the stillness, you will find the power to rise above it all. The question is not whether the storm will come. The storm is already here. The question is, will you rise to meet it? Will you find the stillness within? Or will you let the chaos consume you? The choice is yours. The time is now. Sit, breathe, conquer. Lesson 6. Building a team. You stand alone at the base of the mountain, staring at its impossible height. The summit represents everything you desire: success, purpose, greatness. But the truth is this: no one reaches the peak alone. Those who try to climb without a team often fall, swallowed by the abyss of their own pride and isolation. If you believe you can conquer life's challenges as a lone wolf, you are fooling yourself. Even the strongest wolf needs a pack. In the shadows of every great achievement lies a truth most refuse to acknowledge. Success is never a solo act. Behind every leader, every champion, every visionary, there is a team. Individuals who support, challenge, and strengthen each other to achieve what none could accomplish alone. The question is, will you build your team, or will you perish trying to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders? Let me destroy a lie you've been fed. You don't need anyone. This lie is poison. It feeds your ego while weakening your foundation. Yes, you are strong. Yes, you are capable. But the truth is, your strength has limits. Your vision has blind spots. Your time is finite. Alone, you may begin the climb, but without a team, you will falter long before the summit. Life is not a solo journey. It is a battlefield. And on this battlefield, you cannot fight every enemy, see every attack, or endure every wound alone. You need allies, warriors who will stand beside you, shield your weaknesses, and push you forward when your strength begins to fail. But not just any allies will do. The weak will drag you down. The complacent will hold you back. To build a team, you must choose wisely. Surround yourself with like-minded individuals. Those who share your hunger, your drive, your relentless pursuit of greatness. These are the people who will not only support you, but challenge you to grow beyond your limits. Picture a fire. Alone, a single flame can burn bright, but it is easily extinguished. Bring together many flames, and they ignite into a raging inferno, unstoppable and consuming everything in its path. Your team is your inferno. Together you burn brighter, stronger, and with a force that cannot be denied. A team is not a collection of individuals. It is a force greater than the sum of its parts. Each member brings their own strengths, their own perspectives, their own fire. Where one is weak, another is strong. Where one stumbles, another stands firm. Collaboration is the weapon that transforms a group of individuals into a force of nature. But collaboration is not about harmony. It is about friction. The best teams do not simply agree. They challenge, they question, they push each other to be better. Friction sharpens the blade. Disagreement refines the vision. Growth is born from discomfort, and the strongest teams are forged in the fires of challenge and accountability. To build a team, you must also lead. Leadership is not about control. It is about vision. A leader sees the summit and inspires others to climb with them. A leader recognizes the strengths of their team and amplifies them. A leader does not demand loyalty. They earn it through their actions, their integrity, and their unwavering commitment to the mission. But leadership is also about humility. It is the ability to admit that you do not have all the answers, that you cannot do it all alone. A leader listens, learns, and grows alongside their team. They lead not from above, but from within, as a part of the pack, not apart from it. Building a team is not easy. It requires time, effort, and vulnerability. It requires you to put aside your ego and open yourself to the strengths and weaknesses of others. You will face betrayal, disappointment, and failure along the way. But the reward is worth the struggle. The right team will not only help you climb the mountain, they will make the journey worthwhile. They will push you to become the best version of yourself, They will celebrate your victories and stand by you in defeat. They will be your strength when yours begins to falter, your clarity when the path becomes unclear, and your fire when the cold winds of doubt threaten to extinguish your flame. So let me ask you, who stands with you? Who challenges you? Who pushes you forward when you want to give up? If the answer is no one, then it's time to face the truth. You will not succeed alone. You need a team, a pack, a tribe. And building that team begins with you. Choose your allies wisely. Surround yourself with those who share your hunger for greatness. Lead with vision, humility, and strength. And remember, the journey is not about proving you can do it alone. It's about reaching the summit together, stronger and greater than you ever could have been alone. The mountain is waiting. The climb is treacherous, the summit distant. Alone, you will falter. But together, you can rise. Find your team, build your fire, and face the mountain as a force that cannot be denied. Because in the end, success is not about standing alone at the top. It's about standing shoulder to shoulder with those who climbed with you, forged in the same fire, united by the same purpose, and unstoppable as one. The question is not whether you are strong enough to climb. The question is, who will you climb with? The time to build your team is now. The mountain awaits. Rise together or fall alone. The choice is yours. Lesson 7. The role of adversity in growth. There's a truth most people fear to acknowledge, a truth they avoid because it makes them uncomfortable. Growth demands pain. It demands struggle. It demands that you walk through the fire, face the storm, and confront the darkness. Without adversity, there is no strength. Without suffering, there is no resilience. And without struggle, there is no transformation. Adversity is not your enemy. It is your greatest ally. It is the harsh teacher that strips away your weakness, tests your resolve, and forges you into something stronger, sharper, and more relentless. But only if you embrace it. Only if you stop running from it and start walking toward it. Let me ask you this. When the storm comes, do you stand and face it? Or do you cower and hope it passes? When life knocks you to your knees, do you rise, bloodied and battered? Or do you stay down, paralyzed by the fear of getting hit again? Because here's the truth. The storm will not wait for you to be ready. The storm does not care. It will come, and it will test you. The question is, will you endure, or will you break? Think of adversity as a crucible, a place of fire, pressure, and pain. It is in this crucible that your character is forged. Every challenge you face, every setback, every failure is another strike of the hammer, shaping you into something stronger. But the fire does not choose to temper everyone. Only those who step into it willingly. Only those who endure the heat, the pressure, and the pain will emerge as something unbreakable. Adversity is not the problem. Your avoidance of it is. You've been conditioned to seek comfort, to avoid pain, to escape anything that feels hard or uncomfortable. But comfort is the killer of growth. It is the slow poison that weakens you, that steals your potential, that keeps you stuck in mediocrity. Growth lives on the other side of struggle. It thrives in the soil of hardship. And if you're unwilling to endure the storm, you'll never reach the summit. Pain is not your punishment. It is your teacher. It is the signal that you are alive, that you are growing, that you are pushing beyond your limits. Without pain, there is no progress. Without failure, there is no wisdom. Every scar you earn, every wound you endure is a badge of honor, proof that you were brave enough to fight for your future. But here's the thing about pain. It will break you if you let it. If you resist it, if you deny it, if you run from it, it will find you anyway. and it will consume you. But if you embrace it, if you face it head on, it becomes your greatest weapon. It becomes the fire that fuels your transformation. Resilience is not something you are born with. It is something you earn through battle, through hardship, through the moments when you want to quit, but choose to keep going. It is the ability to adapt, to endure, to keep moving forward no matter how heavy the burden, no matter how dark the road. And it is built one challenge at a time. Think of a tree in the middle of a storm. The winds rage, the rain pours, and the roots are tested. The weak trees snap, but the strong ones, they dig deeper, they hold firm. And when the storm passes, they're stronger than before. Their roots deeper, their trunk sturdier, their will unshakable. You are that tree. Every storm you face is an opportunity to grow stronger, to dig deeper, to prove to yourself that you can endure. Adversity will test your patience. It will push you to the edge of your endurance, to the point where quitting feels like the only option. But it is in these moments that true growth happens. It is in these moments that perseverance is born. Every time you choose to keep going, to take one more step, to fight for one more second, you are strengthening the muscle of resilience. You are proving to yourself that you are stronger than the pain, tougher than the challenge, and capable of enduring far more than you ever thought possible. Adversity does not just demand strength, it demands adaptation. The world is not static, and neither are your challenges. The ability to adapt, to adjust, to learn from every failure and pivot when necessary is the mark of an unbeatable mind. Those who cannot adapt are crushed by adversity. Those who can, rise above it. Think of a river meeting a boulder. The weak would stop, blocked by the obstacle. But the river does not stop. It flows around, over, and through the boulder. It adapts. It continues. Be the river. When life places a boulder in your path, do not stop. Do not complain. Find a way. Flow forward. Adapt and conquer. Here's the dark truth. Growth does not care about your comfort. It does not care about your excuses. It demands sacrifice. It demands pain. It demands that you step into the fire, that you face the storm, that you endure what most are too weak to handle. But in return, it offers something priceless: transformation. The chance to become something greater than you are today. So I ask you, will you embrace the fire, or will you run from it? Will you let the storm break you, or will you stand firm and grow stronger? Will you adapt, persevere, and endure, or will you let adversity crush you under its weight? The storm is coming. The fire is waiting. The challenges ahead are not a question of if, but when. You can fear them, avoid them, and let them rule your life. Or you can embrace them, face them, and let them forge you into something unbreakable. Adversity is not your enemy. It is your greatest teacher. It is the path to growth, the crucible of resilience, and the forge of mental toughness. Step into the fire. Stand in the storm. Face the darkness. And when it is over, you will not be the same. You will be stronger, sharper, unstoppable. The question is not whether you will face adversity. The question is, will you rise through it, or will you fall beneath it? The choice is yours. The time is now. Lesson 8. Commitment to continuous improvement. Let me paint a picture for you. There's no finish line. There's no moment where you arrive, victorious and complete, with nothing more to achieve or learn. Life does not work that way. Growth does not work that way. The moment you believe you've made it, the moment you stop striving, stop learning, stop pushing forward, that is the moment you begin to decay. The truth is simple, yet so many refuse to accept it. You are either growing or you are dying. There is no in between. Commitment to continuous improvement is not a choice. It is a demand. It is the cost of greatness. It is the mindset that says, good is not enough. Better is not enough. There is always more. But let me be clear. This is not about perfection. It is about relentless progress. It is about looking at who you were yesterday and swearing that today you will be stronger, sharper, and more relentless. Most people fall into the trap of comfort. They achieve a little success, a little growth, and they settle. They build a fortress of complacency, convincing themselves that they've done enough. But comfort is a liar. It whispers in your ear, telling you to rest, to relax, to take it easy. And while you sit there, basking in the glow of mediocrity, the world moves on. Your competition moves on. The fire inside you grows cold. And before you know it, the edge you once had is gone. Let me ask you, are you comfortable? Have you stopped climbing, stopped learning, stopped growing? Because if you have, you are dying. Slowly, quietly, but dying nonetheless. Growth is not a destination. It is an endless ascent, a climb with no summit. And that is the beauty of it. There is always more to learn, more to achieve, more to become. The journey of self-mastery is infinite, and those who embrace this truth become unstoppable. They understand that the struggle never ends, but neither does the reward. With every step forward, you become more powerful, more resilient, more capable of conquering whatever life throws your way. But this ascent is not easy. The higher you climb, the thinner the air becomes, the more treacherous the path. And yet, this is where the strongest are forged. This is where the weak turn back, and the relentless press on. Will you press on? Or will you settle for where you are now, blind to the heights you could still reach? A growth mindset is not just about wanting to improve. It is about believing, deep in your core, that improvement is always possible. It is the refusal to be defined by your past, your mistakes, or even your current abilities. It is the belief that you are not fixed, that you are not limited, that you are capable of evolving into something far greater than you are today. But belief alone is not enough. A growth mindset demands action. It demands that you seek out challenges, that you face failure head-on, that you pursue knowledge and skills with relentless hunger. It demands that you sacrifice your ego, your pride, and your excuses in the name of becoming better. Understand this. Greatness is not achieved in a single leap. It is built through countless small, deliberate steps. The difference between mediocrity and mastery is found in the details, in the willingness to improve by 1% every single day. Most people overlook the small gains. They want instant success, instant transformation. But the wise know that true power comes from consistency, from discipline, from the relentless pursuit of improvement, no matter how small the gains may seem. Every time you push yourself, every time you study, every time you sharpen your skills, you are compounding your growth. The results may not be visible immediately, but over time, they become unstoppable. Small actions, repeated daily, lead to massive transformations. But only if you stay the course. Learning is not a passive act. It is a discipline. It requires effort, focus, and humility. It requires you to admit that you do not know everything, that you are not yet where you need to be. Most people shy away from this. They're afraid to look foolish, afraid to start over, afraid to step outside their comfort zones. But those who fear learning also fear growth. And those who fear growth are doomed to stagnation. Commit to learning, not just from books or teachers, but from life itself. Learn from your failures, from your challenges, from your pain. Every experience, no matter how difficult, carries a lesson. The question is, will you take the time to uncover it? Or will you let it pass you by, blind to the wisdom it offers? Commitment to continuous improvement is not a hobby. It is not something you do when it's convenient or when you feel motivated. It is a way of life. It is waking up every day with a hunger to be better than you were yesterday. It is the refusal to accept mediocrity, the relentless drive to reach higher, to push further, to climb faster. This journey is not for the weak. It is not for the complacent. It is for those who are willing to sacrifice comfort, who are willing to face failure, who are willing to endure the grind in the name of becoming something greater. It is for those who understand that the road to mastery is endless, but the rewards are infinite. So I ask you, will you commit to the climb? Will you embrace the journey of continuous improvement? Or will you settle for where you are now? Will you pursue greatness, not as a goal, but as a way of life? The choice is yours. The path is steep, the climb is hard, and the summit is nowhere in sight. But if you choose to press on, if you choose to embrace the struggle, you will discover something extraordinary. The person you become along the way is far greater than the person who started. Remember this, you're not finished. You're not complete. You're a work in progress, a masterpiece in the making. But only if you keep going. Only if you refuse to stop. Only if you commit to the climb. The road to mastery is long. The journey is endless. But for those who embrace it, the rewards are limitless. Will you rise or will you settle? The choice is yours. The time is now. Keep climbing. Keep learning. Keep growing. And never stop. Lesson 9. Living with purpose. Let me start with a question. Why are you here? Not in this room, not in this moment, but in this life. Why do you wake up every morning? Why do you fight through the pain, the struggle, the grind? Do you even know? Or are you just existing, drifting aimlessly from one day to the next, hoping for meaning to somehow find you? Here's the brutal truth. Without purpose, you are nothing. You are a ship lost at sea, a shadow without form, a flame without heat. Purpose is the fire that fuels you, the compass that guides you, the anchor that keeps you steady when the storms of life try to tear you apart. Without it, you are a prisoner to the chaos, forever at the mercy of circumstances beyond your control. Look around. Most people live without purpose. They wake up, go through the motions, and sleep, only to repeat the cycle until their time runs out. They let their lives be dictated by external forces, society's expectations, fleeting pleasures, or fear of failure. They exist, but they do not live. And the saddest part, they don't even realize it. They've numbed themselves to the emptiness, filling the void with distractions, excuses, and lies. But you're different. You're here because you feel it, don't you? That nagging voice in the back of your mind that whispers, there's more. More to life. More to achieve. More to become. That voice is your purpose, buried beneath the noise, waiting for you to claim it. But claiming it is not easy. It demands clarity. It demands courage. It demands that you stop running from the truth and face yourself. Purpose is not given. It is discovered. It is not handed to you on a silver platter. It is forged in the fires of introspection, pain, and relentless pursuit. To find your purpose, you must strip away the lies you've been told, the lies you've told yourself, and confront what truly matters to you. Not to your parents, not to society, not to anyone else, to you. Ask yourself, what do you value above all else? What are you willing to fight for, suffer for, die for? What legacy do you want to leave behind? These questions are not easy, but they are necessary. Purpose is not comfortable. It is not convenient. It is a relentless burning force that demands your full commitment. It will not tolerate half measures, or excuses. It will demand everything you have, and in return, it will give you everything you need. When you live with purpose, everything changes. Your actions are no longer random or reactive. They are deliberate and aligned. Purpose gives you direction. It makes every decision clearer, every step more intentional. It eliminates the noise, the distractions, the temptations that pull you away from your path. With purpose, you don't waste time chasing things that don't matter. You focus, you execute, you move forward. Purpose is the ultimate weapon against adversity. When life throws obstacles in your path, purpose gives you the strength to overcome them. It gives you a reason to endure, to fight, to push through the pain. Without purpose, every setback feels like the end of the world. With purpose, every setback is just another challenge to conquer, another step closer to your destiny. Let me make one thing clear. Living without purpose is far more painful than the struggle of living with it. A life without purpose is a slow death, a constant ache that gnaws at your soul. You may not feel it at first, but over time, the emptiness will consume you. It will leave you bitter, hollow, and filled with regret. And regret is the heaviest burden of all. Regret for the chances you didn't take, the dreams you didn't chase, the person you could have become. But here's the good news. It's not too late. No matter where you are, no matter how far you've strayed, you can choose to live with purpose. You can choose to wake up, to fight back, to claim the life you were meant to live. Purpose gives you power. It makes you unstoppable. When you know your why, nothing can break you. Fear loses its grip. Doubt fades away. Obstacles become opportunities. Purpose transforms your pain into progress, your failures into lessons, and your struggles into strength. It turns you into a force of nature, unshakable and relentless. But purpose is not static. It evolves as you grow, as you learn, as you change. You must constantly refine it, rediscover it, and recommit to it. Living with purpose is not a one-time decision. It is a daily practice. It is waking up every morning and choosing to align your actions with your values, your goals, and your vision. So, I challenge you. Find your purpose. Dig deep. Confront the uncomfortable truths. Strip away the distractions and lies. Ask yourself the hard questions, and don't stop until you have your answer. And once you find it, commit to it with everything you have. Let it guide you, fuel you, and transform you. But let me warn you, purpose is not easy. It will demand sacrifice. It will require you to let go of comfort, mediocrity, and the false security of the familiar. It will challenge you to rise above your fears, to face your failures, and to endure the pain of growth. But it will also give you a life worth living, a fire that cannot be extinguished, and a legacy that will endure long after you're gone. The time to act is now. The clock is ticking. Every moment you live without purpose is a moment wasted, a moment you can never get back. Don't let your life slip through your fingers. Don't settle for existing when you were born to live. Remember this. Purpose is the difference between a life of regret and a life of meaning. It is the difference between being a prisoner of your circumstances and being the master of your destiny. The question is not whether you have a purpose. The question is, will you find it? Will you commit to it? Will you live it? The choice is yours. The time is now. Find your purpose. Live with purpose. And let nothing stand in your way. The dark road to unbreakable discipline. You think you know discipline. You think you understand what it takes to build an unshakable, unstoppable mindset that drives you through every obstacle, every rejection, every failure. Think again. Discipline isn't just a mindset, it's a reprogramming of your very being. And to get there, you must go deeper than willpower, deeper than motivation, deeper than surface-level efforts. You must understand the dark reality of what true discipline requires. Discipline isn't just a tool, it's the foundation of dominance. You want control over your life, your career, your body. You want to be the one who rises above the masses, who crushes everything in their path. Then you need to learn how to build discipline from the ground up. Because discipline is not something you're born with. It's something you create, something you forge in the fires of discomfort and struggle. Let me break it to you. Discipline is war. It's a battle fought every single day, not just against external challenges, but against your own mind. Your mind is your greatest enemy, and if you don't learn how to conquer it, it will conquer you. Rewire your brain, or it will break you. Your brain isn't wired for greatness. It's wired for comfort. It's wired for survival. That's why, left unchecked, it sabotages you. It seeks out distractions, instant gratification, and the easy way out. But the path to success is anything but easy. And if you don't force your brain to comply with your will, it will drag you down into mediocrity. Here's the truth you need to understand. Your brain can be rewired. Neuroplasticity is the science that proves your brain is malleable. It can be shaped and molded by the actions you take every day. Every choice, every habit, every action either strengthens or weakens your discipline. If you want to become someone who is relentlessly disciplined, who doesn't flinch in the face of discomfort, who pushes through pain and failure without hesitation, then you need to start rewiring your brain today. The prefrontal cortex is your command center. It's the part of your brain responsible for self-control, decision-making, and staying focused on long-term goals. But it's constantly being overrun by the emotional, primitive parts of your brain that seek comfort, distraction, and instant pleasure. Every time you indulge in laziness, every time you procrastinate, every time you let yourself off the hook, you're letting those primitive instincts win. You're weakening the command center that's meant to guide you to success. But here's the dark truth. You can fight back. You can strengthen your prefrontal cortex, make it more resilient, more powerful. Every time you push through a difficult task, every time you resist temptation, every time you force yourself to stay focused when you want to quit, you're strengthening that muscle. Discipline is a muscle, and it grows through resistance. It grows through struggle. It grows through war. Dominate, through habit formation. You've heard it before. Habits are the key to success. But do you really understand the power of habits? Do you really know what's happening in your brain when you form a habit? The basal ganglia, the part of your brain responsible for automatic behaviors, is the reason why habits make discipline easier. Once a behavior becomes a habit, it's no longer a conscious choice. It's automatic. It doesn't require effort, willpower, or mental energy. That's why the most disciplined people aren't relying on motivation to stay on track. They've built habits that do the work for them. But here's where most people fail. They give up before the habit forms. They think discipline is about forcing themselves to grind every day, pushing through pain and discomfort with sheer willpower. But that's not sustainable. You're not supposed to grind forever. You're supposed to build habits that make the grind automatic, that turn discipline into a lifestyle rather than a constant battle. You need to understand this. Your brain is a machine, and it craves efficiency. If you build the right habits, you can automate discipline. The more you repeat a behavior, the stronger the neural pathways in your basal ganglia become. And once those pathways are strong enough, the behavior becomes effortless. You no longer have to think about it, debate it, or fight with yourself about whether to do it. You just do it. This is where true discipline is born. The dopamine trap, mastering your reward system. Here's where the real struggle comes in. Dopamine, the neurotransmitter that drives your motivation and desire. Most people misunderstand dopamine. They think it's about feeling good, about pleasure. But dopamine isn't about pleasure. It's about the pursuit of rewards. It's the driving force that pushes you to chase your goals. But here's the catch. Your brain is wired to chase immediate rewards, not long-term success. You've been living in a dopamine trap your whole life. Social media, junk food, video games, instant gratification. They're all designed to give you quick hits of dopamine, to make you feel good now, even though they're killing your discipline. Every time you indulge in these short-term pleasures, you're reinforcing a dangerous cycle. You're teaching your brain to crave instant gratification instead of long-term rewards. And this is why you struggle with discipline. The secret to mastering discipline: you must master dopamine. You must rewire your brain to chase long-term rewards instead of quick hits of pleasure. How do you do that? You delay gratification. You break down your long-term goals into smaller steps, and every time you complete one of those steps, you reward yourself with a small dopamine hit. This is how you create a sustainable cycle of discipline, where your brain becomes addicted to the process of achieving, not just the end result. But here's the dark reality. You will have to suffer first. You will have to endure the discomfort of delaying gratification, of pushing through the urge to indulge in distractions. But if you can hold out, if you can resist the immediate reward and stay focused on the bigger picture, you'll train your brain to crave discipline, to chase the success that lies at the end of the struggle. Stress is the silent assassin of discipline. Stress is a killer, not just of your mood or your health, but of your discipline. When stress takes over, it hijacks your brain, making it impossible to stay focused on long-term goals. The amygdala, the emotional center of your brain, lights up under stress, overriding the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for self-control. That's why, when you're stressed, you make poor decisions, give in to distractions, and lose sight of your goals. But here's the thing. Stress can be managed. You don't have to let it destroy your discipline. If you learn how to control stress, you can maintain the clarity and focus needed to stay on track. Techniques like deep breathing, mindfulness, and physical exercise are powerful tools to calm your mind and keep the amygdala in check. Every time you manage stress effectively, you're keeping the prefrontal cortex in control, allowing you to make better decisions, stay focused, and keep pushing forward. And here's the kicker. You can train yourself to handle stress. By regularly exposing yourself to controlled stress, whether through cold showers, intense exercise, or difficult tasks, you strengthen your brain's ability to stay calm under pressure. This is how you build mental resilience, how you turn stress into something you can use, rather than something that destroys you. Delayed gratification, the foundation of power. The difference between the weak and the strong, between those who succeed and those who fail, is simple. The ability to delay gratification. Most people are slaves to their impulses. They seek out quick rewards, instant satisfaction, the path of least resistance. But the path to greatness is paved with sacrifice. It's paved with the ability to resist the urge for immediate pleasure and instead focus on the long-term goal. You want to dominate your life. You want to achieve things that others only dream about. Then you need to master delayed gratification. You need to train your brain to endure discomfort now for the sake of a greater reward later. This is the foundation of discipline, the core of success. But make no mistake, it's not easy. It's going to hurt. You're going to feel the pull of instant gratification, the temptation to take the easy way out. But every time you resist, every time you choose the harder path, you're building strength. You're building resilience. You're building discipline that will carry you through the darkest of times. Discipline is a system, not a feeling. Here's where people get it wrong. Discipline is not about feelings. It's not about motivation. It's not about waking up every day feeling excited to tackle your goals. Discipline is a system. It's a series of habits, routines, and behaviors that you build over time. It's not something that comes and goes with your mood. It's not something that happens when you feel like it. It's something you do because it's who you are. Motivation fades. Discipline doesn't. The men and women who dominate their fields, who crush their competition, who achieve greatness, they don't rely on motivation. They've built systems of discipline so strong that it doesn't matter how they feel. It doesn't matter if they're tired, stressed, or unmotivated. They get the job done because their system is in place. You want to be like them? Then stop chasing motivation. Stop waiting for the right moment or the perfect set of circumstances. Start building the system. Discipline isn't an emotion, it's a habit. It's something you create by repeatedly doing what needs to be done, regardless of how you feel. And here's the harsh truth. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, it takes sacrifice, and it takes relentless consistency. You see, discipline is about rituals. It's about creating routines that remove the need for constant decision-making. When you rely on motivation, you have to make a choice every day. Do I feel like doing this? But when you build a system, there is no choice. You don't wake up and decide whether you'll work out, focus on your goals, or stay on track. You just do it because it's part of who you are. Think about the most disciplined people you admire. They don't ask themselves if they'll hit the gym. They go. They don't question if they'll push through the hard days. They already know the answer. Their system is locked in place, and it carries them forward, even on the days when they don't feel like moving. That's what you need to build. A system so strong that it pulls you through every obstacle. Embrace the pain, the crucible of discipline. You need to understand one thing. Discipline is forged in discomfort. There is no easy path. There are no shortcuts. Every time you push yourself beyond what feels comfortable, you're not just moving closer to your goal. You're reshaping who you are. You're building a version of yourself that doesn't flinch in the face of adversity, that doesn't buckle under pressure, that welcomes the pain because it knows the pain is the price of greatness. The world will tell you to avoid discomfort. It will sell you convenience, ease, and instant results. But nothing worthwhile comes without pain. Every successful person you look up to has gone through hell to get where they are. They've endured more than you can imagine, and they've come out stronger because of it. You must learn to embrace the pain, not just tolerate it, but welcome it as a necessary part of your growth. Every time you feel the discomfort of pushing past your limits, understand that this is where transformation happens. This is where you evolve. Every day you choose to endure a little more than the day before, you're building a foundation of discipline that cannot be broken. Consistency over intensity. Another mistake people make is thinking that discipline is about going all in, pushing yourself to the edge every single day. They burn bright for a short time and then fizzle out. That's not discipline. That's intensity, and intensity is unsustainable. Discipline is about consistency. It's about showing up every day, even when you don't feel like it. It's about doing the work, not just when you're inspired, but when you're tired, bored, and uninspired. It's not about going 100 miles per hour for a week. It's about moving steadily forward, day after day, without stopping. The key to building unshakable discipline is pacing yourself. Set realistic goals. Break them down into daily actions that you can maintain over the long term. Don't try to transform everything overnight. Build one habit at a time, layer by layer, until discipline becomes your default mode. Delayed gratification, the real test of strength. Here's the ultimate test of discipline, delayed gratification. Can you resist the temptation of short-term pleasure for the promise of long-term success? Most people can't. They give in to their cravings, to their need for immediate reward, because waiting is too hard. But the few who master delayed gratification are the ones who reach heights others can only dream of. The ability to delay gratification is the ultimate display of strength. It's not just about avoiding distractions. It's about training your brain to understand that real success, real fulfillment, doesn't come from the easy wins. It comes from the grind, from the years of effort and sacrifice that eventually pay off. You want power over your life? You want to reach the pinnacle of your potential? Then you need to start training yourself to delay gratification. Set your sights on long-term goals and remind yourself every day that the reward is coming. It just won't come today. And that's okay, because you are in this for the long game. The power of reflection. Learn from every fall. Even with the best system, even with unshakable discipline, you will fall. You will make mistakes, you will slip up, and you will face setbacks. That's not failure. That's part of the process. But here's the difference between those who stay stuck and those who rise. How you respond to failure. When you fall, reflect. Don't beat yourself up. Analyze. Look at why you slipped, where you went wrong, and how you can improve. Failure is not the end. It's a feedback loop. Every mistake is a lesson if you're willing to learn from it. The disciplined mind doesn't shy away from failure. It embraces it, studies it, and grows from it. Every time you fall and get back up, you're not just recovering. You're coming back stronger. You're refining your system, sharpening your focus, and becoming more resilient. Final lesson, you are your only enemy. At the end of the day, there is no external force holding you back. There are no obstacles too great, no challenges too big, no competition that can stop you. The only enemy you have is yourself. The only thing standing between you and the life you want is your own mind, your own habits, your own choices. Discipline is about conquering that enemy within. It's about taking control of your thoughts, your actions, and your destiny. The world will throw distractions, temptations, and challenges your way. But none of that matters if you have control over yourself. If you can master your mind, if you can train your brain to serve you, there is nothing you cannot achieve. You will become the person who doesn't just survive life, but dominates it. Every obstacle will become an opportunity. Every failure will become a stepping stone to success. And every day will be another chance to prove to yourself that you are in control of your destiny. So, the choice is yours. Will you remain a slave to your impulses, your weaknesses, and your distractions? Or will you take the dark path of discipline, the path that leads to true power, true control, and true success? There's no easy way forward. There's only the hard road. But once you embrace that, once you commit to the grind, nothing will be able to stop you. The time to start is now. Your destiny awaits. It's our time now. This single life we have is our one shot. There are no dress rehearsals, no do-overs, no reset buttons. Every action, every choice, and every word counts. We, few who walk this path in silence are not here to conform, to sit idly while life happens to us. We're here to claim what is ours, to stand apart in a world that views us as numbers, mere cogs in a machine. But we are not just numbers. We are the ones who refuse to be defined by limitations set by others. We are the ones who choose to carve our own path, to shape a life that isn't just lived, but is legendary. Achieving everything we want in life, our vision, our dreams, our purpose, requires an unwavering commitment to a set of principles, a blueprint that guides our actions, our thoughts, and our beliefs. This blueprint isn't just about grand ideals or lofty goals. It's about a fierce dedication to a process that most are too afraid to embrace. These are principles of transformation, principles that don't just lead to success, but to a life of true meaning and legacy. The power of decision. The first principle is deceptively simple yet profound. Decide what you truly want. Most people will never experience greatness, not because they lack talent, intelligence, or opportunity, but because they never truly decide. They drift, they wish, they hope, but they never take a firm stand. They never plant their flag in the ground and say, "This is my path." The decision to pursue greatness is a choice to stand apart. When we decide what we want, we don't just commit to a goal. We summon a power within ourselves that has the potential to alter the very course of our lives. Deciding is the moment when everything else falls into place. It's the foundation on which everything is built. Without a clear decision, life's currents will drag us wherever they please, and we'll wonder why we're stuck in the same place year after year. But when you decide, truly decide, your entire being, your energy, your thoughts, and your actions all begin to align with that purpose. When you make that decision, it's not a casual thought or a vague hope. It's a visceral choice that pulls at your core. This isn't a wishful dream scribbled on a napkin. This is a command from the deepest part of your being. It's a demand for something more, something beyond the ordinary. But deciding isn't easy, because it requires clarity, and clarity requires us to look at ourselves, to strip away the excuses, the doubts, the distractions, and confront what we really want. Here's a question for you. What do you want so badly that you would sacrifice for it, bleed for it, endure for it? Because until you know that answer, you are not truly alive. You're merely existing. Take a piece of paper and write down every desire you have, every goal, every vision. Let it all pour out. Then narrow it down to what truly sets your soul on fire. What is the thing that you will pursue with relentless passion, no matter the cost? Once you decide, the world will test you. The moment you make a clear decision, life will throw every obstacle in your path. But that's where the second principle comes in. The relentless force of massive action. Decision without action is a whisper lost in the wind. You must take massive, relentless action. Action that is focused, intentional, and unwavering. This is where dreams meet reality. Too many people take action only when they feel inspired, only when they're comfortable, only when things are easy. But we, the few, the silent warriors of purpose, we know that true transformation happens when we push beyond comfort, beyond convenience, beyond what's easy. Massive action is not a single burst of effort. It's the daily grind, the willingness to show up every day and do what needs to be done, even when it's hard, even when the excitement fades, even when it feels like nothing is working. Most people quit at the first sign of resistance. They start strong, full of enthusiasm. But the first obstacle, the first failure, the first sign of struggle, and they're ready to throw in the towel. but we don't quit. We know that massive action isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. There's a story of a man digging for gold. He worked tirelessly, day after day, week after week. But he grew weary, and finally, he gave up, only to discover later that he was mere feet away from striking gold. Too many of us are just a few steps away from our breakthrough, but we quit before we reach it. When you commit to massive action, you commit to going all the way, to pushing through the wall of resistance, to enduring the grind, because you know what lies on the other side. Every action you take should be purposeful, aimed at moving you closer to your goals. This isn't about staying busy, it's about staying focused. This is where the disciplined few separate from the many. The few don't take random actions, hoping for success. They take calculated, deliberate steps, each one building upon the last, each one moving them closer to their vision. But action alone isn't enough. Even the strongest among us will falter without the right people by our side. Surround yourself with the right people. If you surround yourself with people who are content with mediocrity, who are complacent, who are satisfied with the status quo, that mindset will seep into your life. It's unavoidable. We absorb the energy, the beliefs, the habits of those we spend the most time with. If you're surrounded by people who think small, who lack ambition, who settle for less, it's only a matter of time before you start to do the same. But when you surround yourself with people who are driven, who are hungry, who are committed to growth, that energy is contagious. It lifts you, fuels you, drives you. Look at the 5 people closest to you. Do they reflect the kind of life you want? If not, it's time to make a change. This isn't about arrogance or elitism. It's about survival. If you want to soar, you can't be surrounded by people who are content to crawl. And sometimes, that means letting go of relationships that no longer serve you. It's not easy, but it's necessary. Growth requires sacrifice, and that often means walking away from those who aren't on the same path. Seek out mentors. Find peers who challenge you. Connect with those who inspire you. This isn't a solo journey, but the company you keep must be worthy of the path you're walking. Embrace a growth mindset. The difference between those who achieve greatness and those who remain ordinary often boils down to one thing: mindset. Embrace a growth mindset, a mindset that sees every challenge, every failure, every setback as an opportunity to grow. The fixed mindset sees obstacles and shrinks. The growth mindset sees obstacles and rises. People with a fixed mindset believe that their talents, intelligence, and abilities are set in stone. They avoid challenges because they fear failure. But we, the few who choose this path, we understand that failure is a necessary part of success. We don't fear failure. We learn from it. We know that every time we fall, every time we struggle, we're getting stronger, we're growing, we're evolving. The growth mindset isn't just a way of thinking, it's a way of life. It's a commitment to never stop learning, never stop improving, never settle for where you are. With a growth mindset, you're not limited by your current abilities. You're always pushing, always striving, always reaching for more. The unbreakable bond of consistency. Consistency is the bridge between goals and success. The best intentions, the clearest goals, the greatest associations, the most powerful mindset, all of it is meaningless without consistency. Consistency is the mark of champions, the defining trait of legends. Anyone can start strong, but only the few finish strong. Only the few are willing to show up, day after day, long after the excitement has faded, long after the initial motivation is gone. Consistency is what separates the dreamers from the doers. It's the daily grind, the willingness to do the small, seemingly insignificant tasks that over time compound into extraordinary results. Consistency is hard. It requires patience, discipline, and resilience. But when you are consistent, when you show up day after day, even when you don't feel like it, even when it's inconvenient, even when it's difficult, you build an unstoppable force within yourself. Success doesn't come from what you do occasionally. It comes from what you do consistently. The silent path forward. As we walk this path, we do so in silence. We don't need applause. We don't need validation. We don't need recognition. We work in silence, and we let our results speak for us. We are not here for the approval of others. We are here to fulfill our purpose, to leave a mark, to live a life that echoes long after we're gone. This journey is not for the faint of heart. It requires sacrifice, resilience, and an unbreakable will. But for those of us who walk this path, there is no other way. We don't seek the easy road. We seek the road that leads to greatness. Remember this: you are not like everyone else. You are one of the few, the rare, the resilient. You have chosen the path less traveled, and it is a path that will lead you to everything you desire, everything you deserve, and everything you are capable of becoming. This is not a journey for those who want to be comfortable. It's not for those who need instant gratification or quick results. The path we walk requires grit, sacrifice, and an iron will. And in the quiet moments, when the world is still, when no one is watching, that is when we forge our true strength. The power of focus. Let's talk about another crucial principle: focus. In a world filled with distractions, focus is a rare and powerful skill. While others scatter their energy, trying to be everything to everyone, we hone our attention on what truly matters. Focus is what allows us to channel all our energy, all our intent, into one objective, one vision, one purpose. When you're focused, distractions fall away. The noise fades. The superficial doesn't tempt you. You see only what's necessary, what's vital to your goal. Focus is the magnifying glass that turns sunlight into a fire, a relentless heat directed at your purpose, burning away anything that doesn't serve you. How do you cultivate focus? By eliminating what doesn't serve you. Get rid of the habits, the routines, the distractions that pull you off course. Simplify. Cut out the noise. Every distraction is a theft of your time, your energy, your life. Guard your focus fiercely, because focus, when paired with relentless action, is what makes the impossible possible. Self-discipline as armor. Self-discipline is your armor. In moments of doubt, fatigue, or temptation, it is self-discipline that keeps you moving forward. It's the voice that says, "Get up, keep going," when every fiber of your being wants to stop. Self-discipline is the strength to choose long-term gains over short-term comfort, to do what's necessary rather than what's easy. Discipline is what allows you to create order out of chaos, to control your life rather than be controlled by it. Without discipline, even the most ambitious dreams remain just that, dreams. But with discipline, every day becomes a building block, every action a step forward, every choice a testament to your willpower. To master self-discipline, start small. Build habits that reinforce your resilience. Wake up early, train your body, feed your mind. Discipline is like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes. And over time, discipline turns into mastery, and mastery becomes your greatest weapon on the road to success. Patience, the silent virtue. In a world of instant gratification, patience is the virtue of the few. The journey to greatness is not a sprint, it's a marathon, a test of endurance and resilience. true success doesn't come quickly. It is earned, slowly, through countless hours of effort, countless moments of sacrifice. Patience is the silent virtue that enables you to endure the long nights, the setbacks, the disappointments, knowing that every struggle is part of the process. When you plant a seed, you don't dig it up every day to check if it's growing. You water it, nurture it, and trust that, in time, it will bear fruit. The same applies to your journey. There will be times when progress seems slow, when it feels like nothing is happening. But remember, every day, every small step, is a step closer to the life you envision. Patience is what allows you to withstand the storms, to wait out the dark days, to trust that your efforts are not in vain. It is the calm in the chaos, the quiet resolve to keep moving forward, no matter how long it takes. Mastery of the mind. The mind is our greatest asset and our greatest battlefield. The mind can lift you to unimaginable heights, or it can shackle you in fear, doubt, and hesitation. Mastering the mind is essential, for it is within your mind that your true strength resides. Thoughts are powerful. They shape your reality. They influence your actions. They determine your destiny. Your mind is either your ally or your adversary. Feed it with doubt, fear, and negativity, and it will destroy you from the inside out. But nourish it with conviction, resilience, and vision, and it will become an unbreakable fortress. Guard your thoughts. Train your mind to reject the negative, the weak, the fearful. Replace every doubt with certainty, every fear with courage, every excuse with action. Mastery of the mind requires a deep awareness of your thoughts, a vigilance that doesn't allow negativity to take root. It's about choosing thoughts that empower you, that reinforce your purpose, that drive you forward. Every thought is a choice. Choose the thoughts that make you stronger, and in doing so, you fortify your mind against any challenge, any setback, any obstacle. Embracing sacrifice. To walk this path, to achieve greatness, to live a life of meaning and purpose, you must be willing to sacrifice. Success demands it. There is no way around it. You will have to give up certain comforts, certain relationships, certain habits. But every sacrifice is a step closer to your goal. Every sacrifice is a declaration to the universe that you are serious, that you are committed, that you are willing to pay the price for what you desire. Sacrifice isn't easy. It requires strength. It requires vision. But those who achieve greatness understand that sacrifice is a small price to pay for a life of purpose. Every time you let go of something that doesn't serve you, you make space for something greater. You shed the weight that holds you back, and you move closer to the life you envision. Ask yourself, what are you willing to give up to achieve your dreams? Are you willing to let go of comfort, of distraction, of fleeting pleasure, for something lasting, something real, something that will leave a mark on this world? Because if you are, then nothing can stop you. Endurance and resilience. The journey to greatness is filled with adversity. You will be tested, pushed to your limits, forced to confront challenges that will shake you to your core. But it is in these moments that you will discover your true strength. Endurance is the ability to keep going when everything around you is falling apart. Resilience is the power to rise after every fall, to come back stronger after every defeat. Endurance and resilience are not just qualities. They are lifelines. They are what separate those who persevere from those who give up. Embrace adversity, for it is your greatest teacher. Every setback is a lesson, every obstacle an opportunity to grow. In enduring the trials, you gain strength, wisdom, and a resolve that cannot be broken. When you fall, don't stay down. Rise. Rise with even more determination, more strength, more clarity. Because every fall is not an end. It's a beginning. A chance to prove to yourself that you are unstoppable, that you are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve your dreams. The silent march. This journey we're on is not one for glory, for praise, for recognition. It's a silent march, a relentless pursuit of greatness that doesn't require validation from anyone. We work in silence, not for the world to see, but because we know that true power is quiet, unassuming, focused. Our silence is our strength. It is a shield that protects us from distractions, from doubts, from the need for approval. We don't need the world to understand us, to believe in us, to cheer us on. We are our own force, our own source of inspiration. We are guided by a vision so strong, so clear, that nothing can sway us. This silent march is a testament to our resilience, our dedication, our belief in something greater than ourselves. We walk this path alone, not because we are isolated, but because we are driven by a purpose so deep, so personal, that no one else can truly understand it. We don't need applause. We don't need validation. We are enough. Our purpose is enough. Leaving a legacy. In the end, all of this journey, this struggle, this relentless pursuit, is about something greater than ourselves. It's about leaving a legacy, a mark that will endure long after we are gone. We are not here to simply exist. We are here to create, to build, to transform. We are here to leave a legacy that will inspire others, that will echo through generations. Legacy is not about wealth, fame, or power. It's about impact, about the lives we touch, the changes we make, the truth we embody. A legacy is built in silence, through the choices we make, the actions we take, the lives we change. It's the culmination of a life lived with purpose, with intention, with a relentless drive to be more, to do more, to give more. We are the few who choose this path, who choose to sacrifice, to endure, to rise above. We are the ones who understand that life is a gift, a chance to create something extraordinary. And in our silence, we build a legacy that will stand the test of time. It's your time. So, what will you choose? Will you join us on this path, this silent march toward greatness? Will you embrace the principles, the sacrifices, the relentless pursuit of a life that is not just lived, but is legendary? This is your time. You have one life, one chance to make it count. The choice is yours. Stand with us, work in silence, and let your life be the testament to everything you are capable of. Welcome to GrimFace Motivation, where warriors are forged in the fires of adversity. If you've made it here today, let me start by saying this. Be thankful. You woke up. You drew another breath. You've been given one more day to fight, to rise, to push forward. The fact that you're here means you're still in the game, and that is something to be grateful for. To our returning viewers, our GrimFace family, thank you for your loyalty, your resilience, and your relentless pursuit of greatness. You are the backbone of this movement, and every step you take inspires others to rise alongside you. You've proven time and time again that you are not ordinary. You are warriors, black sheep, the ones who dare to carve their own path. We see you, we honor you, and we're here to remind you to keep fighting. And to those of you who are new here, welcome to the family. GrimFace Motivation is not for the faint of heart. It's for those who refuse to be victims. It's for those who turn pain into power and setbacks into strength. If that's you, if you're ready to join a community that thrives in the face of adversity, hit that subscribe button now. Become one of us. A warrior, a black sheep, a GrimFace. And don't stop here. Our partner channel, GrimFace Finance, is your next weapon in the battle for freedom. Not just freedom of the soul, but financial freedom. If you're ready to break the chains society has placed on you, to take control of your destiny, not just emotionally, but economically, join us there as well. Together, we'll conquer both the mental and financial battlefields. This channel isn't just a source of motivation, it's a movement. A call to arms for those who refuse to bow to the system, to fear, to weakness. So let's get into it. Strap in, steel your mind, and prepare to rise stronger than you've ever been. You're alive. You've got another chance. Let's make it count. This is GrimFace Motivation. Welcome to the fight. Lesson 1. Perception. See clearly and objectively. Perception. It is the lens through which we see the world, the filter that shapes our reality. But what if that lens is cracked, distorted by fear, anger, or desperation? What if the reality you see is nothing more than an illusion, a twisted reflection of your emotions? The truth is this: perception is power. The way you interpret your challenges defines your response to them, and your response shapes your destiny. If you see your obstacles as immovable walls, then you have already accepted defeat. But if you dare to see them as opportunities, as the universe sharpening your blade, then those obstacles transform into stepping stones, each one taking you closer to the life you crave. But here's the catch. This transformation requires brutal honesty. You must train yourself to see events as they truly are, not as your fears paint them, not as your desires twist them, but as they are. Objectivity is your weapon, your shield against the chaos of emotion. Because emotions, they are liars. They whisper to you in moments of despair, clouding your judgment and leading you to make decisions you'll regret. Emotions beg you to act on impulse, to react in anger, to flee in fear. But you are not your emotions. You are not a puppet to their strings. You are the master of your mind, and mastery begins with clarity. Focus only on what you can control. This is the secret most never learn. The storm will rage, the winds will howl, but you cannot command the storm. What you can command is yourself, your thoughts, your actions, your discipline. Control these, and you control the outcome. Let go of what you cannot change. This is not weakness. This is strength. Accept reality, not as you wish it to be, but as it is. Wishes are for the weak. The strong face the truth, no matter how dark, no matter how brutal. They do not waste time cursing the darkness. They adapt, they endure, and they conquer. Ask yourself, what would happen if you stripped away your emotional distortions? What would happen if you saw every challenge, every failure, every setback with cold, calculated clarity? You would see the cracks in the wall that others miss. You would see the path to victory where others see dead ends. You would become unstoppable. But to do this, you must be willing to shed the comforting lies. You must be willing to step into the void of uncertainty, with only your focus and discipline to guide you. This is not the path of the many. It is the path of the few. The path of those who refuse to let fear, anger, or despair define them. So, train your mind, sharpen your perception, strip away the illusions, and when you stand in the face of the storm, when the world throws chaos at your feet, you will not flinch, you will not falter, you will see clearly, you will act decisively, and you will rise. Because in the end, perception is not just how you see the world, it is how you conquer it. Lesson 2. Action. Turn adversity into advantage. Adversity. A word that strikes fear into the hearts of the weak and hesitation into the minds of the uncertain. But let me tell you a secret. Adversity is nothing more than a challenge wrapped in shadows. And if you're bold enough to step into that darkness, to confront it, you will find something extraordinary waiting for you. Opportunity. Every obstacle you face is a test, a question posed by the universe. What will you do? Will you cower in fear, or will you act? Because action, my friend, is the difference between the defeated and the victorious. When others stand frozen, paralyzed by fear, doubt, or despair, you must move. You must strike while the chaos swirls around you, while the rest are too afraid to lift their heads. But let's be clear. Action does not mean flailing wildly against the tides. It means calculated, deliberate movement. When you face a mountain, you don't try to move it all at once. You take it apart piece by piece. You break the boulder into gravel. You turn the impossible into the inevitable. Small, consistent actions, relentless in their execution, create a force unstoppable. This is the power of momentum. Think of it this way. Adversity wants you to feel overwhelmed. It thrives on your paralysis. It wants you to see the whole towering problem and believe that it's too much for you. But here's the truth. It's never too much if you're willing to break it down, to chip away at it with unyielding determination. Every small action you take is a strike against the wall, and eventually, walls crumble. But what happens when one approach fails? What do you do when your first plan falls apart? Here is where most people give up. Here is where most people accept defeat. But not you, not us. Because we understand that resilience is the weapon that shatters failure. If one door slams shut, kick down another. If one path is blocked, carve a new one. Adapt. Be flexible. This is survival. This is power. Creativity isn't just a gift. It's a weapon forged in the fires of adversity. Wield it without hesitation. You see, adversity wants you to believe it's unbeatable. It wants to make you think you have no choices. But you always have a choice. You can choose to act. You can choose to fight. And in that choice lies your freedom, your strength, your victory. The weak succumb to the pressure, but the strong use that pressure to forge themselves into something unbreakable. So the next time adversity stands in your path, don't flinch. Don't hesitate. Take action. Strike first. Strike hard. Break the problem into manageable pieces and attack it with ruthless precision. Adapt when necessary. Be creative, be resilient, and above all, refuse to quit. Because every obstacle is an opportunity. Every setback is a chance to grow stronger. Every failure is a lesson in disguise. The question is not whether you'll face adversity, it's whether you'll rise to meet it. And when you do, when you take action, when you turn your challenges into stepping stones, you'll realize that adversity was never your enemy. It was your greatest ally, pushing you to become the force of nature you were always meant to be. So act, conquer, and show the world what it means to turn adversity into advantage. Lesson 3. Will. Endure and thrive. Will. The fire that refuses to die, no matter how fierce the storm. The quiet, unyielding strength that keeps you standing when the world would see you fall. It is the anchor that holds firm amidst chaos, the sword that cuts through despair. But let me tell you a truth most refuse to hear. The world doesn't care about your comfort. It doesn't care about your dreams, your pain, or your struggles. Life will throw you into the abyss without hesitation, daring you to crawl your way back out. And in those moments, when you're battered, broken, and stripped of all illusion, it is your will that determines whether you endure or whether you are forgotten. Willpower is not loud. It doesn't shout or demand attention. It is silent, relentless, and composed. True willpower isn't about the absence of pain. It's about enduring pain with grace. It's about standing tall when everything inside you screams to collapse. It's about composure when chaos reigns. The world respects those who can endure, but it bows to those who endure and thrive. To thrive, you must cultivate a long-term perspective. Do you think the darkness you face now will last forever? It won't. Challenges are temporary, fleeting shadows that pass across your path. But the lessons they carve into your soul, those last a lifetime. Every setback is a seed. Every failure, a teacher. The question is not why this is happening to you, but what you will learn from it. The strong do not see obstacles as curses. They see them as opportunities to grow stronger. And here's the secret weapon of the unbreakable: amor fati, the love of fate. Do not simply accept what happens to you. Embrace it. Love every twist, every trial, every moment of suffering. Why? Because it is all part of your story. The pain, the loss, the triumph, it's all shaping you, sharpening you, preparing you for what lies ahead. Fate doesn't work against you. It works for you, molding you into the warrior you are destined to become. Think about it. Every challenge, every hardship, it has led you to this moment. You are here not despite your struggles, but because of them. The scars you carry are proof that you survived, that you endured, that you refused to break. Love those scars. Love the moments that nearly destroyed you, because they didn't. You're still here. You're still standing. And so, when the next storm comes, and it will come, face it with open arms. Face it with a quiet, unshakable will. Tell the storm, do your worst. I have already endured worse. And then thrive. Rise above it. Let the world see what it means to be unbreakable. Because this life, it isn't about avoiding challenges. It's about embracing them. It's about enduring with grace, learning with humility, and thriving with strength. So cultivate your will. Sharpen it. Make it your greatest weapon. And when you look back on the trials you've faced, when you see the mountains you've climbed, you'll realize that the world's attempts to crush you only made you stronger. Fate wasn't your enemy. It was your forge. And you? You are the blade that was forged in fire. You are will incarnate. So endure, thrive, and show the world that nothing can break you. Lesson 4. Turn trials into triumph. Trials. They're the moments that define us. They arrive uninvited, unwanted, and unapologetic, testing every fiber of our being. They whisper in your ear, you are not strong enough. You are not worthy. You will fail. And for most, that whisper becomes their truth. But not for you. Not for us. Because we know a deeper truth. A truth forged in the fires of adversity. Every trial hides a triumph, but only for those brave enough to uncover it. Look at the obstacles in your path. They feel immovable, don't they? Like towering walls designed to keep you trapped, broken, defeated. But what if I told you that those very walls aren't barriers at all? What if I told you they are stepping stones, waiting for you to climb them? The things that seem to block your path are the path. The trials you face are not distractions from life. They are life itself. And the way you rise to meet them will determine the person you become. Most people spend their lives running from struggle, avoiding discomfort, seeking safety. But safety is a cage. Comfort is a slow death. Growth, real, raw, powerful growth, lives in the struggle. It lives in the dark, in the pain, in the moments that test your will to survive. And if you're willing to face those moments head on, you will discover that every challenge carries a hidden opportunity, a chance to transform yourself into something greater. But transformation does not come easily. It demands a shift in mindset. You must stop seeing obstacles as enemies and start seeing them as allies. They are not here to destroy you. They are here to forge you. Every setback is fuel for your fire. Every failure is a lesson. Every struggle builds strength, courage, and wisdom. These are the tools you need to conquer the life you desire, but you will only find them in the depths of adversity. Think about it. How do you build strength? By lifting more weight than you think you can bear. How do you build courage? By facing fears that make you tremble. How do you gain wisdom? By enduring mistakes, pain, and hard-fought victories. The trials in your life are not random acts of cruelty. They are deliberate. They are here to sharpen you, to prepare you, to mold you into the person you are destined to be. But destiny doesn't wait for the weak. It doesn't hand itself over to the timid. It bows only to those who are willing to fight for it. So fight. Take the trials that life throws at you and use them as fuel. Burn brighter. Push harder. Transform every obstacle into a stepping stone, every failure into a lesson, and every setback into a comeback. Ask yourself, what will you become if you stop running from struggle and start embracing it? What kind of unstoppable force could you be if you leaned into the pain instead of avoiding it? The truth is, you'll never know unless you try, unless you stand in the fire and let it forge you. So, the next time life throws a trial in your path, don't curse it. Don't run from it. Look it in the eye and say, thank you. Thank it for the opportunity to grow stronger, to become wiser, to rise higher, and then conquer it. Because triumph doesn't come to those who avoid trials. It comes to those who face them, who endure them, who transform them into stepping stones to greatness. Turn your trials into triumphs, and show the world what it means to be unbreakable, unstoppable, and undeniable. This is your path. Walk it. Conquer it. Own it. Lesson 5. Control your rear, how much you plan. There will always be events beyond your control. The storm will come. The fire will burn. The unexpected will strike when you least expect it, tearing through your life like a thief in the night. But here's the truth that most people refuse to accept. You don't control the storm. You don't control the chaos. But you can always control your response. This is where your power lies. Not in controlling the uncontrollable, but in mastering yourself. In a world full of uncertainty, this is your unshakable foundation. How you respond is what defines you. When chaos reigns, most people crumble. They panic. They lash out. They let their emotions run wild, turning small fires into infernos. But not you, not us. Because we understand something they don't. Emotional stability is a weapon. In the face of pressure, of uncertainty, of disaster, it is the calm mind that emerges victorious. The one who keeps their composure when the rest are falling apart is the one who seizes the advantage. Staying calm under pressure is not weakness. It is control. It is power. It is clarity. When others are blinded by fear, you see clearly. When others are paralyzed by doubt, you act decisively. Emotional stability doesn't just allow for better decision-making. It forces the world to work in your favor. Because while the masses are busy reacting, you are already calculating, adapting, and taking action. But mastering your reactions is no easy task. It requires discipline. It requires self-awareness. It requires you to step outside the chaos of the moment and ask yourself one simple, brutal question. What matters right now? Not your anger, not your fear, not your frustration. What matters is the next move, the next step, the next decision that will take you closer to victory. Understand this. Life will test you. It will throw obstacles in your path, and watch how you respond. It will strike you down just to see if you have the strength to rise again. And when it does, you have two choices. You can lose yourself to anger, to despair, to the chaos of the moment. Or you can take control. You can stand tall in the storm and say, "You will not break me." Every obstacle is an opportunity in disguise. But only those who can master their reactions will see it. Only those who can stay calm in the fire, who can think clearly when the world is crumbling, will find the hidden advantage and turn the tide in their favor. This is your challenge, to be the one who doesn't flinch, who doesn't falter, who doesn't lose their head when everyone else does. The next time life comes at you with its chaos, its storms, its trials, remember this. The external world may be out of your control, but your response is yours alone. It is your weapon, your shield, your path to power. Master it, and there is nothing that life can throw at you that you cannot overcome. Stay calm, stay composed, and let the world see what it means to be unshakable, unstoppable, untouchable. Control your response, and you control your destiny. This is your power. Wield it, own it, dominate with it. Lesson 6, discipline and routine. Discipline, a word that sends shivers down the spine of the weak, the complacent, the uncommitted. But for those who dare to rise above mediocrity, for those who crave greatness, discipline is not a burden. It is a weapon. It is the unrelenting force that keeps you moving forward when motivation fails, when the odds are stacked against you, and when the world wants to see you fall. You see, the secret to conquering life is not found in fleeting bursts of inspiration or moments of passion. No, the secret is in the grind, in the mundane, repetitive, often thankless routines you commit to every single day. Success is not glamorous. It is forged in the small, unremarkable moments when you choose discipline over distraction, focus over chaos, and action over excuses. Routine is your battlefield. Every habit you build, every ritual you follow, is a weapon in your arsenal. The world will throw challenges at you, hoping to catch you off guard. But if you have forged a routine, if you have trained yourself to face discomfort every day, then you are always ready. You become the calm in the storm, the unshakable force that cannot be rattled. Discipline is not just about getting things done. It's about who you become in the process. Every time you wake up early when you'd rather sleep in, every time you push through a workout when your body screams to quit, every time you stay focused, when distractions beg for your attention, you are building something far greater than the task at hand. You are building mental toughness. You are building fortitude. You are building yourself. But here's the harsh truth. Discipline is painful. It demands sacrifice. It asks you to give up comfort, to reject instant gratification, to do what most people won't. That's why most people fail. They let their emotions rule them. They give in to laziness, to excuses, to the seductive lie that there's always tomorrow. But not you. You don't have time for tomorrow. You don't have time for weakness. Because every day you waste is a day you'll never get back. Start small. Discipline isn't built in grand gestures. It's built in the tiny, deliberate choices you make every day. Choose self-control when no one is watching. Choose effort when no one is applauding. Choose discomfort over ease, struggle over stagnation, grit over giving up. These small victories, these moments of self-mastery, compound over time. They turn you into a force to be reckoned with, someone who doesn't just survive the challenges of life, but dominates them. Ask yourself, who will you become if you master your habits, if you conquer your routines? Who will you be if every small act of discipline you practice today transforms into unshakable strength tomorrow? The answer is simple. You will become unstoppable. You will become the person who looks at challenges and laughs, who sees obstacles as stepping stones, who stands unflinching while the rest crumble under pressure. So, cultivate your discipline, forge your routine, train yourself to endure discomfort, to embrace the grind, to do the hard things when no one else will. Because discipline isn't just a tool, it's your edge. It's the fire that will burn through every obstacle, the anchor that will keep you steady in the storm, and the foundation upon which your greatness will be built. Rise every morning with purpose, face every day with discipline, and let the world see what it means to be unyielding, unbreakable, and unstoppable. This is your time. This is your grind. And through discipline, this is how you take what is yours. Lesson 7. Discipline and routine. Discipline. A word that sends shivers down the spine of the weak, the complacent, the uncommitted. But for those who dare to rise above mediocrity, for those who crave greatness, discipline is not a burden. It is a weapon. It is the unrelenting force that keeps you moving forward when motivation fails, when the odds are stacked against you, and when the world wants to see you fall. You see, the secret to conquering life is not found in fleeting bursts of inspiration or moments of passion. No, the secret is in the grind. In the mundane, repetitive, often thankless routines you commit to every single day. Success is not glamorous. It is forged in the small, unremarkable moments when you choose discipline over distraction, focus over chaos, and action over excuses. Routine is your battlefield. Every habit you build, every ritual you follow, is a weapon in your arsenal. The world will throw challenges at you, hoping to catch you off guard. But if you have forged a routine, if you have trained yourself to face discomfort every day, then you are always ready. You become the calm in the storm, the unshakable force that cannot be rattled. Discipline is not just about getting things done. It's about who you become in the process. Every time you wake up early when you'd rather sleep in, every time you push through a workout when your body screams to quit, every time you stay focused when distractions beg for your attention, you are building something far greater than the task at hand. You are building mental toughness. You are building fortitude. You are building yourself. But here's the harsh truth. Discipline is painful. It demands sacrifice. It asks you to give up comfort, to reject instant gratification, to do what most people won't. That's why most people fail. They let their emotions rule them. They give in to laziness, to excuses, to the seductive lie that there's always tomorrow. But not you. You don't have time for tomorrow. You don't have time for weakness. Because every day you waste is a day you'll never get back. Start small. Discipline isn't built in grand gestures. It's built in the tiny, deliberate choices you make every day. Choose self-control when no one is watching. Choose effort when no one is applauding. Choose discomfort over ease, struggle over stagnation, grit over giving up. These small victories, these moments of self-mastery, compound over time. They turn you into a force to be reckoned with. Someone who doesn't just survive the challenges of life, but dominates them. Ask yourself, who will you become if you master your habits, if you conquer your routines? Who will you be if every small act of discipline you practice today transforms into unshakable strength tomorrow? The answer is simple. You will become unstoppable. You will become the person who looks at challenges and laughs, who sees obstacles as stepping stones, who stands unflinching while the rest crumble under pressure. So, cultivate your discipline, forge your routine, train yourself to endure discomfort, to embrace the grind, to do the hard things when no one else will. Because discipline isn't just a tool, it's your edge. It's the fire that will burn through every obstacle, the anchor that will keep you steady in the storm, and the foundation upon which your greatness will be built. Rise every morning with purpose. Face every day with discipline, and let the world see what it means to be unyielding, unbreakable, and unstoppable. This is your time. This is your grind. And through discipline, this is how you take what is yours. Lesson 8. Focus on process, not outcome. We live in a world obsessed with results. People want success, power, and wealth. Now, they salivate over the end goal, blinded by their hunger for the outcome. But what happens when the results don't come as quickly as they imagined? What happens when the reward they feel entitled to remains just out of reach? They crumble. They quit. They call the process unfair and walk away, leaving their dreams to rot. But you are not like them. You don't chase shiny outcomes. You don't beg the world for rewards. You understand the truth they refuse to see. The outcome is irrelevant. The process is everything. Results are not guaranteed. You cannot control them, no matter how hard you try. What you can control is the work, the grind, the effort you put into every moment, every task, every decision. That is your power. That is where greatness is forged, not in the results, but in the process. The process is your battlefield. It's the quiet, unglamorous fight you face every day when no one is watching. It's the sweat, the discipline, the relentless pursuit of excellence in every small, seemingly insignificant moment. The outcome? That's just a byproduct of the process. It's the shadow cast by the work you do. And if you stay committed to the process, if you pour everything you have into it, the results will come. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but they will come, and they will be worth it. Detach yourself from the results. Let go of entitlement. The world owes you nothing. No amount of wishing, hoping, or expecting will bring success to your doorstep. Only the process, the relentless grind, has the power to do that. Embrace the process with everything you have. Make it your obsession. Fall in love with the grind, the struggle, the repetition. Because that is where transformation happens. That is where you become unstoppable. When you stop focusing on the outcome, something incredible happens. You free yourself. You stop being a slave to your expectations and start mastering the present moment. You channel your energy into the only thing you can control, giving your best, right here, right now. And that, my friend, is where true power lies, in the ability to give everything you have, regardless of the results. Ask yourself, what would happen if you poured your soul into the process and let go of the need for immediate gratification? What would happen if you stopped chasing rewards and started chasing excellence in every step you take? You would become dangerous, unrelenting, a force no obstacle could withstand. Because when you focus on the process, you become immune to failure. The outcome no longer matters. Only your effort does. The world doesn't respect those who wait for results. It bows to those who stay committed to the grind, who persevere in the face of uncertainty, who trust the process even when the rewards seem distant. So, let go of your need for validation. Let go of your expectations and trust the process. Stay present, stay focused, and know that every ounce of effort you give is carving the path to your success. Because in the end, it's not the outcome that defines you. It's the work. It's the grit, the persistence, the refusal to quit when the results don't come. That's what makes you unbreakable. That's what makes you unstoppable. Focus on the process, commit to the grind, and let the world watch as you turn relentless effort into undeniable success. The outcome is just the shadow. You are the fire. Burn brighter, burn longer, and let nothing stand in your way. Lesson 9. Transform setbacks into strength. Setbacks. The cruel hand of fate that knocks you down, strips you of your illusions, and leaves you gasping for air. They will come for you, just as they've come for everyone who's dared to dream, dared to fight, dared to rise above mediocrity. The difference between the defeated and the triumphant is simple. The defeated see setbacks as the end, while the triumphant see them for what they truly are: opportunities to become stronger. You see, most people fear failure. They cower before it, avoid it, treat it as if it's a curse. But failure isn't the opposite of success. It's the foundation of it. You don't succeed in spite of your failures. You succeed because of them. Every setback you face is a lesson, a teacher, a forge where your character is tempered and your strength is built. The question is not whether you will fail. You will. You will fall. You will stumble. You will be betrayed, beaten down, and tested to the limits of your endurance. The real question is this: what will you do when it happens? Will you let the weight of failure crush you, or will you use it to rebuild yourself into something stronger? Will you give in to despair, or will you rise, sharper and harder than before? Every challenge you face is a test of your resolve. The universe doesn't care about your comfort. It cares about your growth. It will throw obstacles in your path, not to break you, but to see if you have what it takes to overcome them. Each setback is an invitation to rise higher. Each failure is a mirror, reflecting the person you are and the person you could become, if you're willing to embrace the struggle. But let's be clear, transforming setbacks into strength isn't easy. It's painful. It's brutal. It requires you to face the darkest parts of yourself, to confront your fears, your weaknesses, your doubts. It demands resilience. It demands grit. But in that struggle, you will find something extraordinary: power. Not the fleeting, shallow power of external success, but the deep, unshakable power of knowing that you can endure anything and emerge stronger. How you handle setbacks defines who you are. When the world knocks you down, it's not your circumstances that matter. It's your response. Do you wallow in self-pity? Or do you rise with vengeance in your heart and fire in your veins? Do you let failure define you? Or do you use it as fuel to ignite your transformation? The choice is yours, and it is the only choice that matters. Understand this. The strongest warriors are not those who have never been defeated. They are those who have faced defeat time and time again and refused to surrender. They are the ones who have taken every setback, every failure, every betrayal, and turned it into armor, into weapons, into strength. That is the path you must walk. So the next time you face a setback, don't curse it. Don't run from it. Embrace it. Look it in the eye and say, "You will not break me. You will build me." Use the pain to sharpen your resolve. Use the struggle to build your character. Use the failure to prepare for success. Because setbacks are not the end of the road. They are the beginning of your transformation. They are the crucible where weakness is burned away and strength is born. They are the tests that separate the ordinary from the extraordinary, the weak from the unbreakable. So rise. Take every setback, every failure, every challenge, and transform it into strength. Let the world see what it means to face adversity and thrive. Let the world see what it means to turn pain into power. This is your story. Write it with every challenge you overcome. Write it with every victory you earn. And show the world that no setback can stop you. Not now, not ever. Lesson 10. Obstacles are universal. No one escapes the storm. No one walks through this life without scars. You may look around and see others who seem to have it easy, who seem to be untouched by struggle. But understand this: appearances are lies. Beneath every calm surface is a battle being fought. Beneath every smile is a burden being carried. No one is exempt from obstacles. Struggle is the price of existence. It is the tax you pay for living, for growing, for daring to chase something greater. The sooner you accept this truth, the sooner you stop feeling like the universe is targeting you. The sooner you stop asking, why me? Struggle isn't personal. It doesn't single you out. It's universal. It's part of the human experience. And once you embrace that, you'll realize that struggle isn't here to break you. It's here to make you. Think about it. Nothing worth having comes without a cost. Greatness isn't handed out like candy. It's earned, forged in the fires of adversity. And those fires, they're not a punishment. They're a gift. They burn away your weaknesses. They temper your resolve. They transform you into someone capable of standing tall when the weight of the world is pressing down on you. You don't grow in comfort. You don't build strength in safety. Growth comes from struggle. Character is forged in hardship. Resilience is born in pain. Without obstacles, there is no progress. Without struggle, there is no greatness. The very challenges you face are the stepping stones to the life you want, but only if you have the courage to embrace them. Stop looking at obstacles as curses. Stop seeing them as barriers meant to stop you. They are not walls. They are tests. They are here to ask you one simple question. How much do you want it? How much are you willing to endure to reach your goals? How hard will you fight to claim what is yours? Because the truth is, the path to greatness is littered with challenges, and only those who refuse to give up will make it to the other side. Every obstacle you face is shaping you. It's sharpening you. It's preparing you for the battles ahead. When the weak run from adversity, you will face it. When the fearful crumble, you will rise. Because you understand that obstacles are not the enemy. They are the training ground. They are the crucible that forges the strong, the relentless, the unstoppable. So the next time life throws a challenge in your path, don't curse it. Don't complain. Don't ask, why me? Instead, ask yourself, what can I learn? How can this make me stronger? Because every struggle you face is an opportunity. Every obstacle is a chance to grow, to build character, to prove to yourself and to the world that nothing can stop you. Remember, you are not alone in your struggles. Every great figure in history, every hero, every legend has faced their own demons, their own battles. What made them great was not the absence of obstacles, but their refusal to let those obstacles define them. They rose because they embraced the struggle, and so will you. Obstacles are universal. Struggle is inevitable. But greatness is a choice. It's the choice to face the storm, to endure the pain, to rise stronger with every setback. It's the choice to see challenges not as barriers, but as opportunities. So rise, embrace the struggle, use it. Let it build you, let it shape you, let it transform you. Show the world that obstacles are not your end, they are your beginning. And let the scars you earn along the way be the proof that nothing can break you. This is your story. Write it with your resilience. Write it with your strength. Write it with your triumph. Lesson 11. Keep moving forward. The world will throw everything it has at you. Fear, frustration, failure. It will stack the odds so high against you that you'll be tempted to stop, to surrender, to stay where you are, frozen in place. But let me tell you something. If you stop, you die. Not physically, no, but the part of you that dreams, the part of you that craves more, the part of you that dares to be great. That part will die. So keep moving forward. Crawl if you must, but move. Progress, no matter how small, is still progress. Each step, no matter how painful, takes you closer to the life you were meant to live. Standing still is not an option. Fear will whisper that you're not strong enough. Frustration will scream that it's not worth it. But fear and frustration are liars. They are tests, meant to see if you have the courage to push through. Show them you do. Life is not a straight path. The road will twist and turn. It will be blocked by obstacles so massive, they seem impossible to overcome. But here's the truth. No obstacle is truly immovable. If you can't go over it, go around it. If you can't go around it, break through it. And if you can't break through it, find another path entirely. Persistence and creativity are your weapons. Use them without hesitation. Do you think the greats achieved their success by walking an easy road? No. They faced walls taller than anything you can imagine. But they didn't stop. They didn't stand there, lamenting their fate, cursing their bad luck. They moved. They adapted. They found a way. And that's what you must do. Your journey will not be perfect. You will stumble. You will fall. You will face moments where the darkness feels endless. But that's when you must move the most. Because every step, no matter how small, pushes you closer to the light. And as long as you're moving, you're winning. As long as you're moving, the darkness cannot consume you. Let me ask you this. What will happen if you stop? What will happen if you let fear or frustration paralyze you? You already know the answer. You will stay exactly where you are, trapped in mediocrity, chained by regret, haunted by the life you could have had if only you had kept moving. Don't let that be your story. Refuse to stop. Refuse to quit. Keep moving forward, not because it's easy, but because it's necessary. Keep moving forward, not because the path is clear, but because the destination is worth it. Even when progress is slow, even when every step feels like a battle, keep moving. Because every inch forward is an inch closer to your victory. Every step is proof that you are stronger than what stands in your way. You will face challenges. You will face setbacks. But you will also find solutions. You will find strength, and you will find that there is nothing more powerful than a person who refuses to stop. Persistence is the key to success. Creativity is the tool to overcome. Together, they make you unstoppable. So the next time fear grips your heart, the next time frustration makes you want to quit, remember this: the only way out is through. The only way to win is to move. Keep going. Keep fighting. Keep pushing forward. Because every step you take is a step toward greatness, a step toward the life you deserve, a step toward proving that nothing, not fear, not frustration, not failure, can stop you. This is your journey. Own it. Move forward relentlessly, and let the world see what happens when someone refuses to give up. The obstacles will fall, the darkness will fade, and you will rise, unbroken, unyielding, unstoppable. Keep moving forward, always. You made it to the end, and that says everything about who you are. You're not just here to watch. You're here to grow. You're here to rise above the noise, the chaos, and the setbacks. You're here because deep down, you know you're destined for more. And that's what GrimFace Motivation is all about. Arming you with the mindset to face the darkness and come out stronger. To our loyal warriors, thank you for standing with us. Your strength, your resilience, and your drive inspire us to keep pushing forward, to create content that sharpens your edge and keeps your fire burning. We see you. We're proud of you. and we're here for you every step of the way. To our new viewers, if today's message struck a chord, don't let this be the last time you hear it. Join our family of warriors by hitting that subscribe button. Become part of a movement that thrives on overcoming adversity and defying the odds. This isn't just a channel, it's a call to action. Your action. And don't forget, success isn't just mental, it's financial too. Check out our partner channel, GrimFace Finance, where we arm you with the tools to break free from the system and take control of your future. Together, we fight the battles of the mind, the heart, and the bank account. So as you leave here today, remember this: you're still standing. You've been given another day to fight, to rise, to conquer. Use it wisely. Stay strong, stay relentless, and most importantly, keep moving forward. This is GrimFace Motivation. We'll see you in the next battle. Until then, warriors, stay unbreakable. In the year 2025, we're living in a new socio-economic landscape. The world has changed, and so must we. In this environment, you can't afford to let another day slip by, senseless and wasted. To survive, and not just survive, but thrive, you need to wake up, take control, and commit to your own evolution. Because the powers that be, they want you stagnant. They want you predictable. But the only way to escape this matrix is to rise above, to embrace discipline, and take ownership of your life like never before. Imagine this: waking up each morning with a laser-focused vision, unshaken by obstacles, relentlessly driven by purpose. This isn't a dream. This is the reality you can create, but only if you are willing to put in the work. Sure, imagination and faith are powerful, but they're only the beginning. Without action, they're just whispers in the wind, ideas with no impact. So take that vision and put it into motion. You have to go to work on your dreams, your health, your relationships. There's no shortcut. If you want it, you must grind for it. In 2025, comfort is the enemy. We live in a world that glorifies ease, that tells you to take it slow, to keep your head down. But the truth, success demands that you move differently, that you stop drifting and start dominating. Go to work on yourself, and don't waste another second waiting for permission or perfect conditions. Nobody's coming to hand you anything. Discipline over dreams. Dreams are easy. The hard part is discipline. The hard part is staying consistent day after day, no matter how tough it gets. You've got to measure your progress relentlessly. Like a warrior in battle, you must constantly assess your position, your strategy, and your outcomes. Are you making measurable progress, or are you standing still? Success doesn't tolerate idle hands or wasted days. It rewards those who show up relentlessly, those who refuse to be left behind. Track your results every day. If you're not where you want to be, don't make excuses. Make adjustments. Evaluate your actions. Are they getting you closer to the life you want? If not, change them. Don't waste precious time pretending everything's fine when it's not. In 2025, only those who are ruthlessly honest with themselves will make it. The rest will fade into the background, lost to the noise. Take control. Take responsibility. This year isn't just about setting goals. It's about relentless accountability. If you don't take responsibility for your progress, you're just a spectator in your own life. Don't kid yourself. Stop waiting for a miracle. Miracles come to those who work for them. If you're not putting in the effort, you're just wasting time. The truth may be hard to swallow, but it's the foundation of true growth. Every time you make a promise to yourself and keep it, every time you commit and follow through, you're strengthening your core, building an unbreakable foundation. You want to change your life? Start with you. Change your mindset, your habits, your approach. When you do this, you change your value, and the world will start to pay attention. Real progress is ruthless. Success is a game of numbers, of measurable gains, of progress you can see and count. In 2025, there's no room for lingering, for playing it safe, for staying in one place. Move up or get left behind. If you're stuck, if you're not growing, you're falling behind. There's no standing still in this new world. Progress doesn't happen by chance. It happens by design. You have to make decisions based on growth. Cut out what doesn't serve you. Double down on what does. Success isn't a mystery. It's a series of deliberate actions. It's about setting high standards, tracking your efforts, and continually adjusting. Measure, improve, and move forward relentlessly. The truth about pain and growth. There's no avoiding the grind. This world wasn't built for those who want an easy life. It rewards those who thrive in discomfort. No pain, no gain. That's not just a saying. It's a law. Without struggle, there's no growth. Without challenge, there's no strength. You don't build resilience in comfort. You build it by pushing yourself to the edge, again and again. Discomfort is where growth lives. Embrace it. Seek it out. Voluntary discomfort is the training ground for greatness. Fast when you don't have to. Challenge your body and your mind. Learn to love the grind because in 2025, only the relentless survive. Every day, face challenges with the mindset of a warrior. Pain is temporary, but growth lasts. Elevate your circle. Elevate your mind. In this new landscape, the people around you can either lift you up or drag you down. Surround yourself with people who challenge you, who push you, who make you uncomfortable because they demand more. Don't let small minds limit your potential. The average want you to stay average, but if you want greatness, find others who do too. Guard your mind. Choose your influences carefully. The voices you let into your head will either empower you or weaken you. Make sure they push you toward discipline, toward mastery, and away from mediocrity. Your circle is your environment. Make it one that drives you forward, not one that holds you back. Endure today to win tomorrow. Everyone wants results, but few are willing to endure. To achieve anything in this new world, you must learn to wait, to delay gratification, to resist the easy path. Set your sights on the long game. In a world obsessed with instant rewards, your ability to delay, to persist, will set you apart. Success belongs to those who endure, who outlast. Delayed gratification isn't about denial. It's about strength. It's the art of sacrificing now to gain later, of resisting fleeting pleasure to secure lasting success. Each day that you resist the urge for shortcuts, you build resilience. You forge a foundation of discipline that can withstand anything. In 2025, your ability to wait, to work, and to stay the course will be the difference between mediocrity and mastery. You versus you. Take the final step to freedom. In this world, you are your only competition. It's you against every excuse, every doubt, every comfort that tries to seduce you back into complacency. Master your mind, conquer your impulses, and become immune to the distractions that keep others trapped. Real freedom is knowing that nothing outside yourself can control your destiny. The Stoics taught that freedom is found in self-mastery. Control your reactions, your thoughts, your choices. Don't let external events dictate your emotions. Hold steady in the storm, remain grounded, and let nothing shake your focus. Every day, face yourself. Ask if you're stronger, sharper, more disciplined than yesterday. This is the only path to greatness. This is not the time to be passive, to let the days slide by in a blur of wasted potential. This is the year of action, of relentless improvement, of taking back control. In 2025, quit the excuses, cut the distractions, and go to work. Make every day count, because the cost of inaction is a lifetime of regret. The world is changing fast. Don't get left behind. If you're serious about breaking free in 2025, understand this. The only path to greatness is through relentless action, daily accountability, and unshakable resilience. The world around you will try to lull you into passivity. The distractions, the comforts, the false promises of instant success, they're all traps designed to keep you from rising. But if you want a life that's yours, if you want to escape the mediocrity that surrounds you, then you must be willing to go further, to work harder, and to take complete ownership of every second, every choice, every moment. Building relentless momentum. Every action counts. Success doesn't respond to half-hearted efforts. Every day, every small action either pushes you forward or pulls you back. Momentum is your greatest ally, but it only builds if you show up consistently. It's about hitting your goals day after day until discipline becomes second nature, until you're moving forward like an unstoppable force. This isn't a sprint. It's a relentless march toward mastery. Create rituals that serve your purpose. Structure your mornings, define your evenings, and eliminate anything that disrupts your momentum. Small daily wins are more powerful than sporadic bursts of motivation. These habits build a solid foundation, one that can't be shaken when challenges arise. In a world that's constantly shifting, only those with consistent routines will thrive. Don't wait for inspiration. Train yourself to act even when it's hard. Train yourself to move, no matter what. Guarding your mind, a fortress against negativity. In this new world, your mind is your sanctuary, and you must protect it fiercely. Doubts will creep in, criticism will come, and failures will happen. But these don't define you. Only your response does. The Stoics taught that your mind is the one thing truly within your control. Guard it. Don't let negativity, from others or from yourself, pollute your vision. When fear arises, confront it. When doubt surfaces, silence it with action. Make your mind a fortress that no negativity can penetrate. Surround yourself with positive inputs, books, mentors, and challenges that inspire growth. Limit the time you spend with people who drain your energy or feed your doubts. You are what you consume, mentally, emotionally, and physically. If you want to rise, then feed your mind with resilience, with thoughts that lift you, with challenges that make you stronger. Harnessing discipline as your superpower. Discipline is not just a skill, it's your armor, your weapon, your lifeline. It's what separates those who dream from those who achieve. In a world of shortcuts, your discipline is your edge. Commit to your goals, not just in word, but in action, every single day. Discipline isn't glamorous. It's the early mornings, the late nights, the hours of effort that no one else sees. But discipline is what will sustain you when motivation fades. When you feel the urge to give in, remind yourself that discipline is the path to freedom. True freedom isn't doing whatever you want whenever you feel like it. True freedom is having the power to do what needs to be done, no matter what. It's the strength to hold to your standards, to stick to your goals, to push past every excuse. In 2025, discipline is the currency of success. If you want to succeed, then learn to wield it with ruthless consistency. Adopting a mindset of resilience, thriving in the face of setbacks. Setbacks are inevitable, but defeat is a choice. The world will throw obstacles in your path, and if you're not prepared, they'll knock you down. But true resilience isn't about avoiding failure. It's about refusing to let failure define you. It's about using every setback as fuel to come back stronger. When things go wrong, don't retreat. Adapt. The Stoics believed that obstacles are opportunities in disguise, that every hardship is a test meant to make you stronger. When you're hit by failure, look it in the eye, learn from it, and move forward. Don't let temporary defeats become permanent limitations. Resilience is the mindset that transforms obstacles into stepping stones, that uses every hardship to build strength. In a world that's constantly changing, resilience is the one constant that will carry you through. Train yourself to thrive in discomfort, to embrace setbacks as part of the journey. This is the path to true greatness. Mastering your environment. Set yourself up for success. You're a product of your environment, whether you realize it or not. The people you surround yourself with, the spaces you work in, and the routines you follow all shape your destiny. In 2025, if you want to achieve greatness, you must take complete control of your environment. Eliminate distractions, create spaces that inspire focus, and surround yourself with people who elevate you. Success isn't built in isolation, but with intention. If your environment doesn't support your goals, change it. If your friends don't push you to be better, find new ones. If your routines aren't leading you closer to your purpose, redefine them. Every aspect of your life should be aligned with your vision. Don't leave anything to chance. Create an environment where growth is the default, where success becomes inevitable. Crafting a long-term vision. Focus beyond today. In a world obsessed with instant results, you must learn to play the long game. Set goals that stretch far beyond the immediate, that challenge you to think about where you want to be in 5, 10, 20 years. This isn't just about achieving a single dream. It's about building a legacy, creating a life of purpose. The Stoics understood that true fulfillment comes from working towards something greater than oneself. Don't just focus on the short-term rewards. Set a vision that pushes you, that demands your best. This long-term vision will act as your compass, guiding your actions, keeping you steady through every challenge. When things get hard, and they will, your vision is what will keep you moving forward. It's what will remind you why you started and what's waiting for you on the other side. In 2025, only those with a clear and unwavering vision will succeed. Self-mastery, the final frontier. All of this comes down to one thing: self-mastery. If you can master yourself, you can master your life. In a world that wants you distracted, weak, and dependent, self-mastery is the ultimate rebellion. It's the ability to control your impulses, to command your thoughts, and to drive your actions with purpose. Every habit, every discipline, every routine you build is a step towards self-mastery. And with self-mastery comes power. The power to shape your reality, to defy the odds, and to rise above. In 2025, self-mastery isn't just a virtue, it's a necessity. Without it, you'll be swept away by the tides of mediocrity, by the distractions and the comforts that keep most people from greatness. But with self-mastery, there's nothing you can't achieve. You become unbreakable, unstoppable, a force to be reckoned with. Final challenge: own your life. This is your year, your chance to take full ownership of your life. Don't wait for permission. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Don't waste another day. The world is changing fast, and only those who act with purpose, who embrace discipline, who pursue resilience will thrive. Quit drifting. Quit waiting. Take every single moment and make it count. In 2025, you don't have the luxury of waiting. You only have the responsibility to act. Get relentless. Get focused. And remember, Every choice you make either pulls you closer to greatness or further away. Choose wisely, live deliberately, and let this year be the beginning of the life you were born to live. You know, I've often thought about the journey to success. There's one key element that always rises above everything else. That raw, unyielding will to get things done. It's like steering a ship in the storm. You could have the finest vessel, the most skilled crew, but without the determination to set your course and push forward, you will drift. Today, I want to talk about that force, the art of pushing yourself beyond what you think you're capable of, moving beyond the ordinary to achieve the extraordinary. Imagine, just for a moment, a person standing at the crossroads of a decision, a person much like any one of us. Every day, we face these crossroads. Every day, choices define who we are and who we will become. But I'm not talking about trivial decisions, like what to have for breakfast. I'm talking about those moments that terrify us, that push us to the very edge of our comfort zones, the ones that force us to grow. It's these moments that reveal who we are, and it's not just about making decisions. It's about making the right ones, the ones that scare us, but also promise growth. There's a powerful force within each of us, a force that's often ignored, a potential left untapped. It's that part of you that has the power to do what needs to be done, even when everything in you screams to avoid it. Think about it. The last time you really didn't want to face something. Maybe it was a hard conversation, a daunting project, a task that seemed impossible. We've all been there, staring at that mountain, feeling the urge to procrastinate. We say, "I'll do it tomorrow," but tomorrow becomes the next day, and before we know it, what was once a small molehill is now a mountain looming over us. In these moments, the difference between success and stagnation is action. Action is everything. You could have the knowledge of a genius, but if you don't take action, it's like owning a library of books you never read. Talent is wasted without the will to use it. So, how do we tap into this force? How do we push ourselves into action, especially when it's tough? It starts with understanding our why. Why are we pushing ourselves? Growth and comfort cannot coexist. We need to choose. Hold a goal in your mind right now, something you've been putting off, something you know you need to do, but keep avoiding. Today is about transformation. It's about turning "I can't" into "I will." It's time to dive into the challenge and discover the true power of self-discipline. This journey, my friends, is not for the faint of heart. It's for those who are willing to get uncomfortable, to dig deep, to roll up their sleeves and get to work. It's about being the one who, when faced with a challenge, says, "I am stronger than you." And I'm not saying it's going to be easy. If it were, everyone would do it. But I promise you, it will be worth it. Self-discipline is the silent engine of success. It's what gets you up on those cold mornings, what drives you when the world seems to be against you. It's not just a trait, it's a way of life. Imagine a world where you exercise perfect discipline. Imagine people keeping every promise to themselves, pushing through every obstacle. That world starts with you. It begins the moment you decide to take control of your actions. No more excuses, no more delays. Self-discipline means making a promise to yourself and keeping it. It's not just about doing the hard things when others are watching. It's about what you do when no one is looking. It's about those quiet, unseen moments that truly define us. And the rewards of self-discipline, they're not just about checking things off a list. It's about the confidence you gain when you conquer your own resistance, when you rise above your own laziness and push yourself. That confidence spills over into everything you do. It lights up your life. The path ahead is not easy. Self-discipline is a muscle that must be exercised. It's strained. It gets tired. But every time you resist the urge to give up, you grow stronger. Think about the last time you truly pushed yourself. You were exhausted, maybe even in pain. But remember how you felt afterwards. That exhilaration, that's your spirit breaking through its limits. And what about those twin enemies, procrastination and laziness? They're like quicksand. They drag you down the more you give in. They whisper, later, and someday. But you know the truth. Later is a dream killer, and someday is a thief. The way to beat them is with immediate, deliberate action. It's hard, but the moment you begin, everything changes. The hardest part is always the start, that initial push. Set a goal. Set something that excites you, something that sets your soul on fire. Then break it into the smallest possible steps. So small it's almost laughable. Because once you start moving, you create momentum. Action becomes easier. Laziness loses its grip, and you start to change. It's about knowing your why, about creating a vision so compelling that you can't help but move towards it. Imagine this, a life where you are in control, where you look in the mirror and know that you're doing everything you can to achieve your dreams. It's not just about reaching a goal, it's about who you become in the process. Self-discipline isn't about living a life of restriction. It's about living a life of freedom, where you decide where your energy goes, where your life goes. Yes, it's challenging. Yes, you will fail at times. But every failure is an opportunity. Every challenge is a chance to dig deeper, to grow stronger, to push harder. Challenges aren't obstacles. They're opportunities. They're the weights we lift in the gym of life. Without them, we do not grow. Every time you push yourself, every time you overcome, you're not just achieving a goal, you're building a new you. This is about transforming challenges into opportunities. It's about changing your perspective, shifting your mindset. Every time life tests you, see it for what it is, a moment for growth. No more backing down, no more excuses. The choice is yours. Will you see obstacles as barriers or stepping stones? Choose to rise above them. Choose to see them as opportunities to demonstrate your strength, your adaptability, your indomitable spirit. This journey, it's yours. No one can take it for you. But know this, you are not alone. Every step you take, every decision you make, you are not only creating the life you desire, you're also inspiring others around you to rise as well. Your journey is one of relentless growth, constant striving, and relentless action. It's time to take control. It's time to take that first step to create the future you deserve. Today is the day. Right now is the moment. You have everything you need, the strength, the will, the fire within. Let's turn our dreams into reality. Let's take action, embrace the discomfort, and choose growth. Together, we will write a story of courage, resilience, and triumph. Your incredible journey awaits. Let's make it one for the ages. Imagine waking up every morning knowing that you have the power to shape your day, to mold your life exactly as you desire. This is not a fantasy. It is the reality that awaits those who understand the true meaning of self-discipline. It starts with the small things. The moment you open your eyes, that split-second decision to either hit the snooze button or rise and shine. That decision, seemingly insignificant, is the very foundation upon which the rest of your day is built. It is in those tiny choices that greatness is forged. You see, self-discipline is not some abstract concept reserved for monks on mountaintops or athletes pushing their bodies to the brink. It is a practical tool, a force we all possess. It is what separates those who dream from those who achieve. It's the inner resolve that says, "I will do it," when the rest of the world would understand if you chose not to. It's that fire that burns within, the one that refuses to go out, no matter how fierce the storm. Let's talk about that storm for a moment. The storm of excuses, fears, and doubts that try to extinguish our fire. We all have that voice in our heads, the one that whispers, "It's too hard," or "You can do it tomorrow." That voice is not your friend. It's the enemy of progress, the saboteur of dreams. To conquer it, you must learn to recognize it for what it is. Fear dressed in the comfort of complacency. Fear is a powerful thing. It can paralyze us, keep us stuck in the same place, and make us believe that we are incapable of more. But fear is also a guide. It points us towards the things that matter most. The things that scare us are often the very things we need to do to grow. Think about it. When was the last time you felt afraid to do something, but pushed through anyway? How did you feel afterward? That feeling, that sense of triumph, is your reward for facing fear head-on. Fear doesn't disappear. It's always there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment when you let your guard down. But with discipline, you can learn to act in spite of fear. You can learn to take the next step, even when every cell in your body wants to retreat. It's not about being fearless. It's about having the courage to move forward in the face of fear. That's what sets apart those who succeed from those who merely dream. And let's not forget about pain. The pain of discipline. The discomfort that comes with pushing beyond what is easy. Pain is inevitable. It's part of the process. But there are two kinds of pain: the pain of discipline and the pain of regret. Discipline weighs ounces. Regret weighs tons. When you feel the pain of pushing yourself, know that it's a sign you are growing. It's the pain of your muscles stretching, your mind expanding, your spirit strengthening. We live in a world that idolizes comfort. Everywhere we look, we are offered shortcuts, easy solutions, quick fixes. But comfort is the enemy of progress. Growth happens in discomfort, in the moments when you feel like giving up, but choose to push forward anyway. It's in those moments that you discover who you really are. When you are uncomfortable, you are alive. You are growing, evolving, becoming the best version of yourself. Think about the people you admire most: the athletes, the entrepreneurs, the artists. They didn't get to where they are by choosing comfort. They chose to endure the pain, to embrace the struggle, to push themselves further than they thought possible. They chose to sacrifice their present comfort for the sake of their future greatness. And you can do the same. The truth is, self-discipline is the ultimate freedom. It's not about restriction or deprivation. It's about choice. It's about choosing what matters most over what feels good in the moment. It's about choosing your future self over your present comfort. It's about choosing greatness over mediocrity. Every time you make that choice, you are telling yourself, "I am worth it." And you are. Now let's talk about resilience, that quality that allows you to bounce back when life knocks you down. Resilience is built through self-discipline. It's built every time you decide to get back up after a failure, every time you choose to keep going, even when it feels like the world is against you. Resilience is not something you are born with. It's something you build, brick by brick, through the choices you make every single day. Life will test you. It will throw obstacles in your path. It will knock you down. It will challenge you in ways you never imagined. But every challenge is an opportunity. Every setback is a chance to prove to yourself just how strong you are. It's a chance to dig deep, to find that inner fire, and to rise again. The world is full of people who gave up, who let life beat them. But that's not you. You are not here to settle. You are here to soar. When you face a challenge, remember this: the obstacle is the way. The very thing that stands in your path is the thing that will make you stronger. It's the weight that will build your muscles, the resistance that will make you unbreakable. Don't run from challenges. Run towards them. Embrace them. Use them as fuel for your journey. They are not there to stop you. They are there to help you grow. And as you grow, as you push yourself further, as you break through barriers, you will begin to see the world differently. You will begin to realize that the only limits that exist are the ones you place on yourself. The only barriers are the ones in your mind. When you understand this, when you truly believe it, you become unstoppable. You realize that you have the power to create your reality, to shape your destiny, to live a life that is extraordinary. This journey is not for everyone. It's not for those who want to live a life of ease, who are content with mediocrity. It's for those who are willing to fight, to struggle, to endure. It's for those who are willing to sacrifice comfort for greatness, who are willing to push themselves beyond their limits, who are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their dreams. It's for you. You have within you everything you need to succeed. You have the strength, the will, the fire. You have the power to change your life, to become the person you were meant to be. But it won't happen by accident. It will happen because you decide, every single day, to take action, to push yourself, to do the hard things, even when you don't feel like it, to keep going, even when it gets tough, to rise, every time you fall. Today is the day you make that decision. Today is the day you choose to take control of your life, to become the master of your fate. It's not going to be easy. There will be times when you want to quit, when you want to give up, when you want to take the easy way out. But remember this: the pain of discipline is temporary, but the pain of regret lasts forever. Choose discipline. Choose growth. Choose to become the person you were meant to be. You are capable of more than you know. You are stronger than you think. You have within you a power that is limitless, a potential that is boundless. It's time to tap into that power, to unleash that potential. It's time to stop dreaming and start doing. It's time to stop wishing and start acting. It's time to take your life into your own hands and create something extraordinary. Your journey is just beginning. There will be obstacles. There will be setbacks. There will be moments of doubt. But there will also be moments of triumph, moments of joy, moments of pure exhilaration. There will be moments when you look back and realize just how far you've come, how much you've grown, how strong you've become. And in those moments, you will know that every sacrifice, every struggle, every ounce of effort was worth it. So let's begin. Let's take that first step, no matter how small. Let's commit to ourselves, to our dreams, to our journey. Let's decide, right here, right now, that we will not settle for anything less than greatness. Let's decide that we will do whatever it takes, for as long as it takes, to achieve our goals. Let's decide that we will rise every time we fall, that we will keep going, no matter what. The road ahead will not be easy. It will be filled with challenges, with obstacles, with moments of doubt. But it will also be filled with growth, with triumph, with moments of pure joy. It will be a journey unlike any other, a journey of self-discovery, of transformation, of becoming the person you were always meant to be. And at the end of that journey, you will look back and realize that it was not the destination that mattered, but the person you became along the way. So let's take that step. Let's embrace the journey. Let's push ourselves beyond what we think we are capable of. Let's rise above our fears, our doubts, our limitations. Let's become the person we were meant to be. Let's make our dreams a reality. Let's create a life that is extraordinary. The world is waiting. Your journey awaits. Let's make it one for the ages. Your time is now. Your journey is here. Let's go make it happen. Every single day, life gives us two options. We can sit back, absorbed by our complaints and tiny struggles, or we can step up, embracing what's right in front of us with fierce gratitude. Yesterday, 150,000 people left this world. People who would give anything to be in your shoes, to have your breath, your heartbeat, your chance. You're here, you're alive, and you have the audacity to complain about trivial things. It's time to wake up. Your life isn't about the things you want but don't have. It's about recognizing and wanting what you already possess. You've got so much that others would envy. Yet where's your focus? Where's your energy? If you're caught up in what's missing, then you're squandering the energy you should be using to build, to align, to create. Your heart, your mind, and your actions need to be one, aligned in purpose, and driven by something greater than mere desires. The universe isn't your servant, waiting on your every whim. It's your partner, waiting for you to make your intentions clear and your actions even clearer. But if your heart is chasing one thing, and your actions are saying something else, you're sending the universe mixed signals. Get in sync. Align what you feel, what you say, and what you do. Because when those things come together, you'll create power you didn't know you had. The journey isn't meant to be a smooth ride. Life isn't just a string of green lights. It's red lights, yellow lights, moments of hesitation, moments of challenge. And that's the point. Those obstacles are the very things that force you to grow, to adapt, to become relentless in the face of what holds you back. The failures, the mistakes, those are your real teachers. They are the ones sculpting you into someone who can withstand the storms. Think of every setback as a gift. Freud once said that in retrospect, struggle becomes beautiful. Think about your own past. The darkest moments have shaped you, haven't they? Without them, you wouldn't be who you are today. The mind has a remarkable way of reshaping struggle into strength, of transforming pain into purpose. Those regrets you fear, they're nothing but lessons, forging you into someone who's ready for what's next. And yet, here's where so many fall. They let fear dominate. They live their lives haunted by what-ifs and hypothetical disasters. Anxiety is a thief, a relentless voice whispering that you're not enough, that the worst will happen. But here's the truth. The future is nothing but an echo of the choices you make now. Next time your mind tries to spin you out of control, stop it. Count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and silence the noise. Replace that fear with a simple question. What if it all works out? Because that question is just as real, just as possible, as any nightmare. Your instincts are wired for safety, for comfort, for familiarity. But that program is a lie. It's not here to help you thrive. It's here to keep you asleep. Every time you seek validation, every time you choose the easy path, you're choosing a life half-lived. Stop running from discomfort. Discomfort is where growth happens. It's where you wake up to the reality that this world doesn't owe you a thing. You owe it to yourself to step up and take what you're capable of achieving. Surround yourself with people who fuel your fire, who drive you higher. If you're spending time with those who drain you, who drown you in negativity, cut them loose. High energy, high frequency. That's where you need to operate. Fill your life with what elevates you, with actions, people, and goals that make you better. Hold a vision that's bigger than the struggles of today. See past the chaos, the noise, the hardship. Know that every setback is a stepping stone, a moment in time, moving you closer to the life you're creating. And remember, excellence isn't about waiting for the right moment or reaching some perfect state. It's about showing up, day in and day out, doing what needs to be done even when you don't feel like it. Legends aren't born at the top. They're forged in the climb, in the grit, in the relentless pursuit of something greater than themselves. Self-love isn't a cozy feeling. It's the discipline to do what's hard, what's necessary, because you know you're worth it. Stop letting excuses rule you. They will rob you blind, steal every opportunity, every dream, if you let them. Confidence isn't born from perfection. It's born from action, from proving to yourself every day that you're in control. You don't need to have it all figured out. You don't need anyone's approval but your own. Get up, stand tall, and know that every brick you lay, every small victory, is another step closer. Life isn't some smooth path. It's a battle. It's moments of silence and moments of fire. It's the hard days that test your resolve, the lonely nights that forge your spirit. But that's where your power lies, in your choice to rise, to get back up, and to keep going, not for anyone else, but for you. Keep moving forward, and remember that greatness isn't built in a day. It's carved out in the small, relentless choices you make, day in and day out. So let's talk strategies. Simple, gritty, everyday actions that put you on the path to becoming unstoppable. 1. Start with gratitude, not excuses. Daily practice. Each morning, before you even set foot on the ground, take a few moments to list 3 things you're grateful for. No matter how small, feel them. Gratitude shifts your mind from lack to abundance. It's not about what you want. It's about seeing what you already have. Once you're grateful for what you have, you'll start working harder for what you want. Evening reflection. End your day the same way, finding 3 things you appreciate from the day. No matter how bad it was, something went right. Anchor your mind in this exercise to find perspective and motivation. 2. Set micro goals. Every day. Daily practice. Every morning, set 3 small goals, things you can accomplish today that move you closer to your ultimate vision. These are the non-negotiables. They don't have to be monumental, just something that propels you forward. It could be sending an email you've been avoiding, reading for 20 minutes, or hitting the gym. Evening accountability. At the end of the day, review these goals. Did you do them? If not, why? Hold yourself accountable. Discipline is built in small moments, not grand gestures. 3. Face your fears. Head on. Daily practice. Do one uncomfortable thing every day. It could be making a difficult call, asking for what you need, or tackling a task you've been avoiding. The more you face discomfort, the more resilient you become. Fear loses its grip each time you stand up to it. Weekly challenge. Each week, choose one thing that scares you and tackle it head on. Set a day for it, plan it out, and make it happen. Let fear be a signal of where you need to grow, not something to avoid. 4th, interrupt negative thought loops. Daily practice. When a negative thought creeps in, interrupt it with, "What if it all works out?" Catch the moment before it spirals. Count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then replace the thought. This simple countdown interrupts your brain's autopilot and gives you control. Weekly reflection. Notice recurring negative thoughts. Write them down, dissect them, and replace each one with a realistic, constructive alternative. Practice this until it becomes second nature. 5. Build mental toughness through cold exposure. Daily practice. If you're up for a challenge, start your day with a cold shower or a few moments of cold exposure. This isn't just physical, it's mental conditioning. It forces you to embrace discomfort first thing, teaching your mind that you're in control, not your comfort zone. End of week reflection. Look back on your week and ask, where did I choose comfort over progress? Recognize those moments and resolve to handle them differently next week. 6. Visualize the bigger picture. Every night, daily practice. Before going to bed, spend 5 minutes visualizing your ultimate goal, your future self. See every detail. Picture what it feels like to succeed, to overcome. This is not daydreaming. This is setting your subconscious on a mission. Every step you take aligns with that vision. Weekly review. On Sundays, take 10 minutes to look over your week. Ask yourself, did I act in line with my vision? This reflection keeps you grounded, realigning your actions with your goals. 7. Surround yourself with energy raisers. Daily practice. Take inventory of your environment and your influences. Who are the people, the messages, and the inputs that fuel you, and who or what drains you? Minimize the noise. Start each day by listening to or reading something positive, something that raises your energy and sharpens your focus. Weekly cleanup. Each week, evaluate your environment. Identify the things and people that are holding you back. Cut them loose or set boundaries. Replace them with sources that fuel your growth. 8. Journal your progress and struggles. Daily practice. At the end of each day, write down one thing that went well and one thing that challenged you. Be honest about your strengths and your weaknesses. This is not about judging yourself. It's about learning. Growth doesn't come from avoiding the truth, but from facing it. Weekly review. Go through your journal at the end of the week. See your progress. Recognize patterns in your struggles. Use this awareness to plan better for the week ahead. 9. Condition your self-respect. Daily practice. Make one promise to yourself each morning and keep it. Show up for yourself with the same respect you would show up for others. You wouldn't ditch a friend or a boss, so don't ditch yourself. Build trust in yourself, one small promise at a time. Monthly review. Once a month, review the promises you made to yourself and kept. Let that self-respect grow stronger. It's not about perfection. It's about proving to yourself that you're committed to your own success. 10. Commit to lifelong learning and growth. Daily practice. Every day, spend at least 10 minutes learning something new. This could be reading, practicing a skill, or reflecting on a lesson learned. Growth compounds over time. Just 10 minutes a day adds up to hours over the months. Weekly goal. Set a new learning goal every week. It could be reading a chapter of a book, watching an inspiring talk, or researching something that pushes your understanding. Hold yourself accountable to grow continuously. 11th, refine your self-talk. Daily practice. Pay attention to how you talk to yourself. For every negative thought or self-doubt, replace it with a simple, powerful statement like, I am capable, or I am moving forward. This isn't fluff. It's training your mind to see possibility over limitation. Weekly affirmation. Choose one powerful affirmation each week and repeat it daily. Let it become a part of your mental framework, reshaping how you see yourself and your potential. 12th, treat every day as a new opportunity to get closer to your vision. Daily practice. Every morning, remind yourself that today is a new start. It doesn't matter what happened yesterday or where you fell short. What matters is what you do today. Keep your eyes on the future, but let your focus be sharp in the present. Weekly reset. Every Sunday, take a few minutes to clear your mind of the past week's setbacks and start fresh. Each week is a chance to get closer to who you want to become. These aren't just steps. They're the foundation for your resilience, your transformation. Life will push you, test you, and knock you down. But with these daily practices, you won't just survive. You'll thrive. You'll rise again and again, no matter how hard it gets, no matter how many times you're told you can't. Because this journey is yours. The world doesn't owe you anything, but you owe it to yourself to become the best you can be. Don't wait. Take these steps. Practice them daily. And remember, every single day is another chance to rewrite your story. Another chance to rise higher, stronger, and closer to the life you're here to claim. Have you ever noticed the quiet one in the room? The one who seems to get everything they want without ever raising their voice. While everyone else is pushing, shoving, and exhausting themselves, they sit there calm as can be, watching it all unfold, exactly as they planned. Most people mistake power for noise. They think the louder you are, the more you have to say, the more powerful you become. But true power is silent. True power is calm. It's the quiet confidence of someone who knows they've already won before the first punch is thrown. I once met a man in Chicago who ran a small diner. When a massive chain opened across the street, everyone expected him to panic, to cut prices, to scramble. But he didn't. He smiled. He said, "I've already won this battle, and I haven't even started fighting." 6 months later, the chain restaurant was struggling, while his diner had lines out the door. His secret? He spent years building relationships. He knew his customers, their names, their stories, their favorite meals. He had already won before the fight began. The most powerful battles are won long before they ever begin, not by the strongest or the loudest, but by those who understand that true power lies in preparation, perception, and patience. Most people swing wildly at every challenge, exhausting themselves in battles they could have won before they ever started. They think victory happens in the heat of the fight, but real victory happens in the quiet moments, in the early mornings, when no one's watching, when you are preparing yourself for the challenges ahead. This isn't just about business or competition. It's about every aspect of life. Your relationships, your growth, your future. The greatest generals didn't win with brute force alone. They won because they understood the true nature of power. Power isn't in the sword, it's in the mind that wields it. Real power is like a small stream that carves through solid rock, not by force, not in a rush, but by persistence. It's quiet, constant, and unstoppable. Most think power is about force, about being loud. They are like thunder, all noise, no impact. But real power changes the landscape, not with noise, but with quiet, relentless action. Look around. In every room, there's someone who commands attention without saying a word. Their power was not created in that moment. It was built long before they entered the room. Every day, you are either preparing to win or preparing to lose. There is no middle ground. When you waste time, when you make excuses, when you choose comfort over growth, you are preparing to lose. Victory is forged in silence. It's built in the small, disciplined actions no one sees. It's created when you choose to do the hard work, when no one is watching. Most people walk into life's biggest moments unprepared, improvising, hoping for the best. But the ones who win, the ones who truly win, are the ones who have already fought and won their battles in the quiet. When the moment of opportunity arrives, it's not your skills that will be tested first. It's your character. Will you be ready? Will you see the opportunity and seize it? Or will you falter because you didn't prepare? Every significant victory in your life is determined right now in these quiet moments of preparation. Think of the small stream flowing through a garden. It isn't loud or forceful, but over time, it carves its path through solid stone. That's true power. Not force, but persistence. Not noise, but quiet certainty. Every obstacle you face isn't a wall. It's a door waiting to be opened. But only if you have the eyes to see it. Most people fight the wrong battles. They swing at shadows, wasting energy, while the real opportunities slip past them unnoticed. The true battlefield is within. It's in your mind, in how you see the world, in how you prepare. Discipline isn't about forcing yourself to do what you hate. Discipline is like breathing. It's natural, effortless when you understand the rhythm of it. You want power, real, unshakable power. Stop making deals with yourself. Stop negotiating. Most people spend more energy negotiating with themselves, putting things off, making excuses, than they do actually doing what needs to be done. Confidence is built in the small, quiet victories. The promises you keep to yourself when no one is watching. The small wins that stack up until there is nothing left but certainty. Most people think they need a big moment, a dramatic change, to transform their lives. But the truth is, real transformation happens in the smallest moments, in the decisions you make every single day. If you get just 1% better each day, in 1 year, you will be 37 times better. That's the power of compounding. Small choices create massive results over time. Starting tomorrow morning, take the first 30 minutes for yourself. Don't reach for your phone. Don't get lost in the noise of the world. Use that time to prepare, to grow, to set your mind on the path ahead. Every challenge, every obstacle you face, see it for what it is. An opportunity, a door waiting to be opened. You have everything you need right now to win every battle, without lifting a finger. The question is, are you ready to use it? Are you ready to stop fighting the wrong battles? To start winning with understanding, preparation, and perfect timing? Your next victory is waiting for you. It's hidden in the problem you've been avoiding, in the relationship you need to build, in the opportunity you're afraid to seize. Win not with force, not with struggle, but with wisdom. The time for waiting is over. The time for thinking is past. Your moment is now. Most people are looking for shortcuts, for an easy way out. But there are no shortcuts to true greatness. Every shortcut you take, every easy way out, only takes you further from your true potential. The true path to power is not found in cutting corners or finding the quickest route. It is found in the quiet work you put in day after day, when no one else is around, when there is no applause, no recognition, just you and your determination. Think of a sculptor chipping away at a block of marble. Every strike, every cut, every moment they spend carving away is a step closer to the masterpiece hidden within. Most people give up long before they ever see the shape of what they could become. They give up because it's hard, because it's lonely, because it's not glamorous. But those who persist, those who keep chipping away even when it seems like nothing is happening, are the ones who create something truly extraordinary. True power is not given, it is earned. It is earned in those long hours when no one is watching. It is earned when you do the things others won't, when you go the extra mile, when you make the choice to keep going when everyone else has stopped. It is earned when you decide, over and over again, that you will not settle for anything less than your best. You may not see the results today. You may not see them tomorrow. But every action you take, every moment of preparation, every small victory, is building the foundation for something far greater. It is laying the groundwork for a life of power, of purpose, of true success. Look at the great leaders, the visionaries, the people who have truly changed the world. They did not achieve greatness overnight. They did not wake up one day and find themselves at the top. They worked for it. They struggled for it. They prepared for it in the quiet moments when no one else believed in them. They understood that true power comes not from what you do when the spotlight is on you, but from what you do when no one is watching. There is a battle happening right now, within you. It is a battle between who you are and who you could be. It is a battle between the part of you that wants to take the easy way out, that wants to settle, that wants to be comfortable, and the part of you that knows you are meant for more. The part of you that is willing to do the hard work, to make the sacrifices, to prepare for greatness. Most people lose this battle. They lose because they give in to comfort, because they are afraid of the struggle, because they do not believe they are capable of more. But you are not most people. You would not be here, reading this, if you were. You have something inside you that knows you are meant for more. You have a fire that cannot be extinguished, a drive that will not let you settle for anything less than your best. The question is, will you listen to it? Will you fan that flame, or will you let it die out? Will you prepare for greatness, or will you settle for mediocrity? The choice is yours, and it is a choice you make every single day, in every moment, with every decision. Starting today, make the choice to be great. Make the choice to prepare, to grow, to push yourself beyond what you thought was possible. Make the choice to win every battle before it even begins, to be the quiet one in the room who commands respect not with words, but with action. True power is not about dominance. It is not about control. It is about mastery. Mastery of yourself. Mastery of your mind. Mastery of your actions. It is about being so prepared, so ready, that when the moment comes, you do not hesitate. You do not falter. You act with certainty, with confidence, with the quiet knowledge that you have already won. So take the time to prepare. Take the time to build yourself into the person you know you can be. Do not rush the process. Do not look for shortcuts. Embrace the struggle. Embrace the journey. And know that every moment you spend preparing is a moment that brings you closer to victory. And when the moment comes, when the opportunity presents itself, you will be ready. You will be ready not because you are the loudest, not because you are the strongest, but because you have put in the work, because you have prepared in the quiet moments, because you have fought and won the battle within yourself. Your moment is coming. The question is, will you be ready to seize it? Will you be ready to step into your power, to take what is yours, to win without lifting a finger? The choice is yours. The time is now. Prepare, persist, and become unstoppable. Imagine yourself a year from now. Where will you be? What will you have accomplished if you start today, if you choose now to step into your true power? Picture it. Picture the person you can become, the one who has built themselves brick by brick, moment by moment, day by day. That person is not a distant dream. That person is you, fully realized, unleashed, unstoppable. When others doubt you, let them. When they criticize you, let them. Their words do not define your destiny. Your actions do. Let them talk while you work. Let them doubt while you prepare. Let them judge while you quietly, relentlessly build. And when your moment comes, when you finally step into the light and take your place, they will see what you have built, and they will understand the power of silent preparation. There is a discipline to greatness that most will never understand. They think it's glamorous, that it's easy, that it's somehow given to those who are lucky. But greatness is not given. It is earned in those early mornings and late nights when the rest of the world is asleep. It is earned in the sacrifices no one sees, the hours of study, the practice, the dedication that becomes a part of who you are. It is earned when you decide that you will no longer be ordinary, that you will no longer accept less than what you are capable of. The real test of power is not in the grand moments of triumph, but in the quiet moments of decision. When you choose to keep going, to keep pushing, to keep believing in yourself even when no one else does. It's in those moments that true power is forged. It's in those moments that the foundation of greatness is built. People will tell you to be realistic, to settle, to take the easy path. But those who change the world, those who achieve greatness, are never realistic. They are the dreamers, the doers, the ones who see beyond what is and envision what could be. They are the ones who dare to believe that they are capable of more, that they can do more, be more, achieve more. And they are the ones who are willing to do the work, to put in the time, to prepare for greatness. Every morning when you wake up, you have a choice. You can choose to stay the same, to do what you did yesterday, to take the easy path, or you can choose to be better, to push yourself, to prepare for something greater. Every decision you make, every action you take, is either moving you closer to your true potential or further away from it. There is no middle ground. So what will you choose? Will you choose to be the quiet one in the room, the one who has already won before the first punch is thrown? Will you choose to prepare in silence, to build yourself up, to grow stronger, smarter, more resilient with each passing day? Will you choose to be relentless, to never give up, to never settle for less than what you are truly capable of? Your future is not written in stone. It is not predetermined. It is shaped by every decision you make, every action you take, every moment of preparation. You have the power to create the life you want, to become the person you know you can be. But it starts now. It starts with the choices you make today, with the work you put in when no one else is watching. Prepare, persist, become unstoppable. And when your moment comes, when the opportunity finally presents itself, you will be ready. Not because you are the loudest, not because you are the strongest, but because you have quietly, relentlessly prepared. Because you have fought and won the battle within yourself. Because you have chosen to be great, to be powerful, to be unstoppable. The time is now. The choice is yours. Step into your power, embrace your greatness, and win every battle without lifting a finger. We want you to take a moment to relax. Let the worries of the day melt to the wayside. You are here in this moment. Take a moment of gratitude that you made it through another 24 hours on the earth. We are here because we care. We care about the silent few, the ones not driven by the group mind, the outliers, the misfits, the renegades. To live a fulfilling life is to be courageous. It takes courage to be happy. I say that because it takes courage to look at the universe we live in for what it is. An intricate maze of fortune and downfall, pain and pleasure. You are here for a reason. You stumbled on this video from an itch of curiosity mixed with the desire to want more. Not just for yourself, but for those around you. We are GrimFace, saints in a world of demons. We walk in silence among the masses because we know that to work in silence is to be effective. Take a moment to clear the static and noise of the day and settle in as we uncover the habits of the billionaire mind. Not to regurgitate surface-level strategies, but to delve into the nature of commerce, service, and reward. Let's get started. In a world where success is glorified but rarely understood, where everyone claims they want to rise but few actually know the path, there exists a rare breed, the relentless few who have set themselves up to be untouchable. They've crafted their lives in a way that even failure cannot shake them. They've stacked their strength so high, fortified their foundation so well, that they stand unbreakable. If you want to join their ranks, if you're ready to turn your life into something unshakable, then listen closely. The rules of real power are hidden, buried beneath distractions, misunderstood by the masses. But here, right now, we're going to unveil the lessons that can transform you. These aren't tricks or shortcuts. They're the principles that the billionaires and unstoppable minds have used to rise to the top. These rules aren't for the faint-hearted. They're for those who want to create a life that's beyond circumstance, beyond the limitations others live by. Let's dive in. Lesson 1. Build your skill set, not your lifestyle. They want you to chase appearances, to fall for the trap of shiny objects and flashy lifestyles. They want you to think success is found in things, in luxuries, in what you can flaunt. But those who've truly made it know a deeper truth. Real power, real security, comes from within. It's built on skills, not on things. Because the cars, the houses, the luxury, they're just a byproduct, not the source. If all your money, all your success were stripped away, would you still be valuable? If the answer isn't a resounding yes, then you're building your life on sand. Here's the truth. You must invest in yourself before all else. Pour every ounce of your effort, every resource you can into honing your skills. Not just any skills, but the high-leverage ones that set you apart, the ones that make you unreplaceable. First on this list is sales. Sales isn't about trickery. It's about communicating value. It's the art of persuasion, of demonstrating why you're worth the investment. Because at every stage of life, you'll be selling. Whether it's your ideas, your vision, or your products, you'll need to communicate your worth. Without this skill, you'll always rely on someone else to open doors for you. You'll be a bystander, hoping that someone else can deliver your message. But if you can master sales, you'll never need to wait. You'll be in control of your own destiny, able to open doors, close deals, and create value from thin air. Billionaires aren't at the mercy of anyone else. They know how to persuade, how to influence, how to make others see their vision. This is the first layer of your unbreakable foundation. Then comes networking. They don't want you to understand this, but every powerful person is connected. Alone, you're limited. But when you're plugged into a network of others who see your value, you become unstoppable. Real networking isn't about socializing. It's about value exchange. Most people walk into a room and wonder what they can get. The unstoppable ones walk into a room and ask, "What can I give?" When you walk in with value, with purpose, people listen. They remember you. They connect you to others. You must build relationships that transcend circumstance, connections so strong that even if you lose everything, you'll have people ready to stand with you, to lift you up and help you rebuild faster than before. Leadership is your next tool, and it's what separates the powerful from the replaceable. Millionaires build systems. Billionaires build people. Systems will only get you so far. Machines can replicate systems, but only people can create empires. And here's the truth about people. They don't want to be managed. They want to be led. If you want to be a force, learn to lead. Help others see their potential, develop their strengths, and inspire loyalty so fierce that they'd follow you into any battle. When you build your people, they build your empire. It's not about power. It's about cultivating trust, investing in others' growth as if it were your own. This is where the true return on investment lies, the kind that compounds in ways money never can. Lastly, vision. Without vision, you're a ship lost at sea. Every billionaire, every unstoppable individual has one thing in common. They can see further than anyone else. Vision isn't a dream. It's a blueprint, a guide that keeps you anchored. You must be clear, 100% certain of where you're going. You must believe in it so fiercely that no setback, no defeat, no amount of doubt can shake you. This vision will be tested over and over. But if you hold on to it, if you breathe life into it every day, it will become unbreakable. With vision comes resilience, because when others can't see what you see, they'll give up, but not you. You'll keep pushing, because you're driven by something greater than the opinions of others. You're driven by your own purpose, and that's unstoppable. Lesson 2. Move against the herd. They tell you to follow trends, to go where everyone else is going. But the harsh reality is that the herd is almost always wrong. The herd is driven by fear, by short-sightedness, by comfort. If you follow them, you'll be trapped in a cycle of mediocrity. The truly powerful, the billionaires, they follow a different rule. Be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful. It's simple but profound. When everyone else is rushing toward an opportunity, you should be wary. Remember, most people are driven by hype, not insight. They get caught up in the wave without looking beneath the surface. But if you can step back, if you can see the bigger picture, you'll recognize the dangers they're blind to. This is what sets the powerful apart. They don't follow blindly. They move strategically, aware of when to act and when to wait. The real opportunities lie in the shadows, in places others ignore, because they're too busy following the crowd. If you can train yourself to move against the herd, to see value where others see risk, you'll find opportunities that others miss. This is what kept billionaires standing when the market crashed, when others lost everything. They moved left when everyone else moved right. It's not a game for the faint-hearted, but then again, nothing worthwhile ever is. You have to be willing to stand alone, to trust your instincts when everyone else is shouting in the opposite direction. And that's where real power lies. Lesson 3. Concentrate before you diversify. They want you to believe that spreading yourself thin is the key to safety. They tell you to hedge your bets, to dip your toes in a dozen different things so you're protected. But billionaires understand that true power comes from concentration. Diversification, they know, is the path of those who are afraid to commit. When you're starting out, there is no room for scattering your efforts. You need to pour every ounce of your energy, every resource, every second, into mastering one thing. Mastery isn't built by dabbling, it's built by deep focus. Pick a skill, a niche, a mission, and become relentless in it. Pour your energy into it until you're not just good, but irreplaceable. Diversification comes later, once you have a foundation so solid that you can afford to branch out without weakening yourself. And when you do reach that point, take the advice of those who've made it. Protect half of your gains in solid, stable investments. The other half, use it to take calculated risks, to push forward, to expand in ways that create more value. When you're finally in a position to diversify, you're not doing it out of fear. You're doing it out of strength, out of a position of power. This is how the truly powerful preserve their wealth, how they remain unshakable while others are scrambling to hold on to scraps. They know that with one solid, unbreakable foundation, they can build an empire. Lesson 4. Play the long game. Be greedy for the future. Look around you. Most people live in a 6-month mindset, a 1-year mindset. They want instant results, instant wins, instant gratification. But that's the mindset of the weak. The powerful understand something the masses never will. The real rewards come with patience. Billionaires are long-term greedy. They don't care about making a quick buck today. They're playing a game that spans decades. A game where the prize isn't small, it's monumental. When you focus on the long term, you're building momentum, creating a force that will carry you forward far beyond the immediate. Short-term greed is for the desperate. It's for those who can't see past their own noses. But if you're here to build something that lasts, then you need to set your eyes on the horizon. Look 10 years out, 20 years out. The truly powerful are generous in the short term. They build goodwill, they invest in others, they create connections that will serve them in the long run. And while the short-sighted scramble for scraps, the long-term thinkers build mountains. They're not just playing for today, they're laying the groundwork for an empire. That's the mindset you need. Extend your time horizon, think big, and refuse to settle for small rewards. The world is filled with people who gave up on greatness for short-term gain. Don't let that be you. The final stand. Forge a path they can't take from you. Here's the brutal truth. Most people aren't prepared to succeed. They're weighed down by comfort, held back by fear, content to live in the shadows of those who dared to rise. But if you're here, then you're not like them. You're here because you want something more. You want to be untouchable, unstoppable, unbreakable. GrimFace is in your corner, standing with you in the face of a world that doesn't want to see you rise. They want you compliant, dependent, a follower in a world of followers. But that's not your path. Your path is one of mastery, of strength, of creating a life so solid that no force can shake you. Build your skills, deepen your connections, lead with vision, and never follow the herd. Create a life they cannot take from you.